Hello, everybody, and welcome to Low Ink May 2022 Day 2 Top 32. My name is Falco Flyer. I am joined here with Saf, and we are getting ready for our first few matches of the day. Saf, how are you doing today?
Oh,
yes.
Falco, super good. I've had my kombucha this morning. You just had lunch a little bit ago. I mean, I'm ready for some competitive Splatoon. Low Ink Day 2. I mean, this is the cream of the crop. This is the top. I mean, and we get to be here and our first roundup being with the Cosmic Cherries and Benthic Brigade. I mean, Benthic Brigade, Falco, consistently a top level team, always finding themselves in a lot of the times in the top 32 and or alpha bracket, going against Cosmic Cherries. I don't really know anything about Cosmic Cherries, but they have to be doing something right if they are making it into top 32.
Yeah, and top 32, a little different than what we used to see in alpha bracket starting day 2. You know, we have 8 groups, 4 teams in each group. The top 2 teams in each group will then move on to the top 16. So this is what happens when we have a lot of fantastic teams heading into day 2 of a Low Ink. And like you said, we are getting ready for our first match, Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge. Let's head into it.
Ooh, I'm like rubbing my hands together maniacally. I'm so ready.
And we'll take a look at these comps as soon as we get an opportunity to see some of these weapons, maybe. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so I like the choices on the side of Cosmic Cherries, and I feel like a pretty traditional comp coming out of the side of Benthic Brigade. I like the Octobrush choices there from Tar. We have the Heavy and the Knot coming out, and then the Knot on the side of Benthic Brigade, Splash, Splatter Shot, and Tri-Slosher.
Yeah, and you know, one thing, too, that Cosmic Cherries is doing that I really enjoy, Falco, is the double Splatling comp. I mean, usually, like, relatively untraditional sometimes, but it's consistently something that we see here in Low Ink, and especially this Heavy Nautilus combination that we get to have here. But going right into it, the first 3 down, the first stop wipe going on, happening on the side of Benthic Brigade. Cosmic Cherries trying to push up here, even though there is a little bit of mist, trying to prevent them from putting in those first 2 power clams, though, but they just had their economy ready to go.
Yeah, that's a really good opening push, especially because it looked like Benthic Brigade, they're doing such a good job pushing up, but maybe have overextended a little bit. And like you said, that kind of gave Cosmic Cherries an opportunity to get a very quick 54. Unfortunately for them now, they are going to have 2 players down while Benthic Brigade try and push up. But hey, that is an opening push that you cannot be upset about.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we are still well within, like, the first 2 minutes of the game. They got such a solid push within the first minute of the game, and you can see right now, Benthic Brigade is really trying to gain a little bit more ground here, but with having 2 members down, they also don't really have any clams in their pockets for their economy to be pushing up at this moment here, but they're trying to see if they can get a little bit of space cleared, but Cosmic Cherries is going to lead them to the wipeout. Once again, throwing in some clams. They're trying to make a couple power clams. Everybody's trying to pick them up at the same time, so no power clam has been formed quite yet. There we go. And also, Juice is going to be coming out near on that left side, but 2 members now going down, but they do have 2 specials ready to go. The penalty is gone, but just not quite enough clams or time to get in there to keep that penalty moving.
You know, I will say, it's great that they pushed in, but I will say kind of a missed opportunity for Cosmic Cherries. They had 19 clams at the ready with, every player having 5 or 6 just trying to toss it and form a power clam. So a good break for Benthic Brigade as Cosmic Cherries not really able to extend their lead. And this might be the push that we're going to be trying to look at for Benthic Brigade as they have more map control. We see they're picking up that power clam, pushing up towards mid, trying to find an opportunity to push forward too. But Cosmic Cherries really not letting anybody from Benthic Brigade through mid.
Yeah, Cosmic Cherries is doing an excellent job, too, of, like, finding the proper flanking areas where they need to be. I mean, they are just utilizing this mid-tower for not only for cover, but knowing that where they need to try to push and to keep the members of Benthic Brigade kind of at a delay. And once again, there are 2 members of Benthic Brigade going down. So many clams on the side of Cosmic Cherries right now. We still don't see that power clam quite in possession yet, but we do have 10 on the board. Now, yeah, you can see some getting kind of thrown into that basket area right there, but gosh, Benthic Brigade is so quick to respond before they can even get a clam formed.
Yeah, they really are, and especially, like, you know, we saw the first two pushes that happened pretty quickly, so now Benthic Brigade kind of having that opportunity to really settle themselves into this game and figure out a game plan. And look, getting to 54, yeah, you're going to need more than 2 power claims at this point, but that is not something that is going to be very hard to do, assuming you have all of your ducks in a row, all of your clams in a row at that. 3v3 now in a good situation for Benthic Brigade as they have a 1-player advantage. Tormy forming that power clam, using that Trizuka, pushing forward, but not without a Zipcaster who's going to serve as a distraction. Tormy trying to push in support of the Inkjet as well, able to score 1 clam in, 3 players down now on Cosmic Cherries. That's going to be a soft wipe, so Tooth trying to get some more clams in. Here's an opportunity for Benthic Brigade to take the lead. They are going to have 1 jump in. I don't know how many clams they really have at the ready. Are they able to get 1 more in to take the lead? They are. So getting all the way down to 50 on this push with just under a minute left. The tables have turned and Benthic Brigade now in control of this match for the last minute.
Yeah, wow, I gotta say, I really loved Tooth coming in on that flank, on that left side there, because not only did they kind of catch the heavy out of position and not really paying attention to them, but then it also allowed Nito and one other, and the Inkjet member of Benthic Brigade to kind of come in and provide some coverage to get that power clam in there, and like, that's the exact kind of movement I think Benthic Brigade needed in that moment, and they were able to take the lead. But now you can see Cosmic Cherries quick to respond with a power clam of their own. 3v3 situation at this moment, and another member of Cosmic Cherries going down at that, and it looked like they were kind of getting ready to push in there. You can see the super jumps coming in as quickly as possible. Elise holding on to this power clam and just kind of waiting for their moment to break in there. Looks like 2 members are trying to push up to clear some space for them to get in, but they're not making it easy. The wipeout happening for Benthic Brigade, though, once again, lead being taken by Cosmic Cherries.
Yeah, I was going to say, all you need to do is push that power clam in and you get the win. And so, I mean, that's exactly what Benthic knew they had to do, is just stop that power clam, literally do anything we possibly can to prevent them from opening the basket. But when you get that wipeout at the end, that's a GG's right there. So Cosmic Cherries coming back from that one, having a pretty good opening push, holding on to the stalemate, and then, you know, letting Benthic Brigade get the lead, but not without just having a push of their own. At the end, Cosmic Cherry is going to be taking this game 1 in this top 32 round 1 best of 3, as we will move on to Splatzone's Macomart for the next game.
Yeah, and just, we said it a little bit ago, Falco, but man, Cosmic Cherries just had such a good opening, so much momentum after that first opening going into the rest of the first game. I mean, if you're able to get that basket pop really quick and getting the wipeout on Benthic Brigade pretty early on, they were able to maintain their lead for so long. I mean, yes, Benthic Brigade kind of shifted the tides there momentarily, but Cosmic Cherries didn't let that affect them. They were able to get a power clam, and I loved seeing the heavy really utilize their range in that moment too. They really tried to utilize that pillow not only to prevent any sort of onslaught coming in from Benthic Brigade, but the Nautilus was also able to push up and kind of almost act as like a body block for them as well, maybe taking a couple of hits, preventing that power clam user from being affected by any sort of oncoming aggression coming from Benthic Brigade. And I mean, the wipeout at overtime just was the nail in the coffin, I think, for Benthic Brigade.
And, you know, that's something you can come back from if you get wiped out, but not when the power clam is directly next to your basket. That's the GG's right there. So, yeah, Cosmic Cherries, I mean, a very good win, like we said. Benthic Brigade being able to hold on during that game. I mean, obviously, with this next game, and every team that kind of makes this top 32, they're pretty much a nail-biter up until the very end. So I can't imagine that the second match is going to be any different.
No, I totally agree with you. I mean, this is the top in the low level scene. Like, this is where you want to be. This is a lot of marbles on the table, and you want to take them all for yourself. So you are going to pull out all the stops that you can in order to make that a successful strive for yourself. And our teams now are kind of getting ready to go here. They're all checked in, locked in, and we're gonna move into game 2. Falco, are you excited?
I am excited. Let's see if Benthic Brigade has something up their sleeve to potentially put this into a Game 3. Once again, Splatzone's Macomart. Both teams are ready to go. We're going to take a look at these comps, and we do see the Fire Fin coming out on for Cosmic Cherries. That is going to be one of the only weapon that they change, I believe, and sticking with the same comp for Benthic Brigade.
Yeah, and going to be interested to see where Elise is going to try to set themselves up here. If Cosmic Cherries is able to put on a good front and provide a lot of space for them to be able to push forward, then that will be good for them. But that initial lead is going to be taken by Cosmic Cherries momentarily, but Benthic Brigade coming out swinging right out the gate, and they are going to be flipping the tides right away here. You can see Tormy trying to help out and look for the pick, but not able to find it right away. The tri-strikes are going to be coming out, though, from the side of Cosmic Cherries. That zone is now in the neutral position. They're looking to try to flip it back into their favor, and they are able to now, especially with 3 members of Benthic Brigade going down. Only Awesome is left alive, kind of being forced to jump back, waiting for their teammates to respond back in with them, and now Benthic Brigade is going to try to look to make another entry.
Yeah, what really worked out for Benthic Brigade in that situation was just applying the pressure with specials and pushing forward, especially with that crab. Mr. Awesome using that frontline crab to push forward, but like you said, Cosmic Cherries were quick to respond. They were very patient with that push, just giving Benthic Brigade a little bit of space. So Cosmic Cherry being able to come back is going to be great for them, but now look at this, Benthic Brigade holding on to the zone with 2 players down. It's not going to last very long, as Tormy trying to find an opportunity to stay alive here on this left stack. Gonna have to avoid some rain as they drop down there. Tooth finding an opportunity to push in. Not going to get 1 pick, but 1 of the players are going to be going down. So Cosmic Cherries are now finding an opportunity to try and push forward. 2 players down on Benthic, 1 player down now on Cosmic Cherries, but really not letting Tooth push forward is going to really help Cosmic Cherries. As we see here, they are pushed up pretty far, Saf, and it's going to be hard for them to break back in.
Yeah, and Elise is in such a good position right now too, Falco, being able to take this left stack for themselves. They've got eyes on 3 players on this map right now for Benthic Brigade, which is, I mean, that's going to be really difficult for Benthic Brigade to feel comfortable to come back into this map, and they are utilizing it right now. There's only 10 seconds left. Nito coming in with that Inkjet, looking to try to get a pick, but 2 go down, unfortunately. But now 3 members of Cosmic Cherries going down. The the zone is going to flip back into favor of Benthic Brigade. That Inkjet, Falco, that was crucial.
Yeah, that was absolutely crucial to kind of stop this push. And we see now here the crab on the right stack trying to apply some pressure. Benthic Brigade now out of penalty points, trying to get a good push going. We see some strikes coming out here on the right stack. Once again, Mr. Awesome trying to avoid that, avoiding the rain as well. But look at this. Cosmic Cherries, they are not shy about trying to break in and push in, especially in this 3v3 situation. But 1 player is going to go down, 2 players going to go down on both sides. Benthic still holding on to the zone. We were in a 1v1 situation for a little bit, but that's only going to benefit the team who is still holding on to the zone. Is this going to be capped by Cosmic Cherries? It looks like it's so close to, but not quite yet. No, 3 players are going to go down. That's going to be the wipeout, Saf. And look at this, Benthic Brigade holding on, taking the lead, and they will be taking this to a Game 3.
Oh my gosh, I'm rocking in my chair. I really thought Cosmic Cherries were going to be the ones to come out on top there and cap that zone, but I think having Elise die in the zone, Tooth killing them in the zone was it. That spread the blue ink color for Benthic Brigade to be able to get, not only leading them to the wipeout, but leading to that zone, to staying in their possession. It's so important to be watching where you're standing. It comes down to that in splat zones. Yes, the objective is important, but if you are splatted in the zone, it could really make or break what happens in the end.
It really can. And hey, we're already in a decisive match for our first set of the day here in May 2023, the correct year this time. We're not in 2022 anymore. As we're moving on to Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard. Now remember, you lose a set, it's possible you can still make Alpha Bracket. You know, generally speaking, if you go 2-1, you're going to be moving on. You can have that, you know, the circle of 3 2-1 teams where it might not always be an ideal situation to move on. But here's the moment where Cosmic Cherries, they were really taking control of the zone and really locking up Benthic Brigade pretty well. And I believe this is when we are going to see kind of the 1v1 3 or 2v2 situation as it's going to be turned. Yeah, there's the nice double there by Mr. Awesome as they're able to get a good pick. But then this is where Benthic Brigade were really able to hold on with Elise trying to push forward with those strikes. It looked like it was going to be capped, but Saf, just the additional pressure that Benthic Brigade was able to put on at this moment, it was really incredible getting those crucial picks.
Yeah, and it also looked like there when Tar was swimming up onto that right stack, they had eyes on somebody on Cosmic Cherries, but then opted to actually turn to the left and focus on objective versus trying to maybe go into a fight. And I think that also might have led to their detriment because the member of Cosmic Cherries just tried to just jump back in and took them out, right? Or excuse me, the member of Benthic Brigade jumped in and took them out, unfortunately. But I mean, a lot of times when it comes down to those last couple of seconds, it's like, what matters most? It's like, yes, the objective matters, but if this person is going to come and flank me from behind, that could be bad. That could potentially be really bad. So it's also just trying to prioritize what you want to do.
And we're going into game 3. Winner will put themselves in a pretty sweet spot to make alpha bracket. Loser will still have an uphill battle to take. So let's take a look at these comps. We're going to see the machine come out on the side of Benthic Brigade, and changing it up a little bit too for Cosmic Cherries, we are going to see an E-Liter come out with a Gal and a machine of their own.
Yeah, and Elise has had a pretty wide spread of weapon choices here. They have played something different every single game that we have seen them come out with, and now opting for the E-Liter pick, opting for a lot of that range right off the bat, I think could be really helpful for them. They're in a really good spot here in the opening, getting a nice pick off of Mr. Awesome, just taking them out of that mid area right away. A lot of fights, though, happening in this midsection right now, Falco. A lot of different 1v1s, a lot of people going down. As I say that, 3 members of Cosmic Cherries are now going down. Tooth is going to be standing on that tower, taking the lead now for Benthic Brigade. Nito going to find a safe jump into Tooth as well. And Tormy pushed all the way up here into this elbow section, trying to see if they can find a pick. Able to get a trade, a very close trade with the Trizuka. That was excellent. Kind of taking the distraction away from that tower, but now with Elise being able to push up, they are pressuring Benthic Brigade off this tower at the 58.
Yeah, that Trizuka kill, that was one of those things. It's like, hey, I know I'm going to get splatted. I need to take you down with me, so I'm just going to use my special and try and splat you. That's exactly what happened. But like you said, Benthic Brigade getting all the way to 58, kind of getting past that first checkpoint. It was a little bit of a struggle for them, but they set themselves up pretty well. But now it looks like they're going to be having a few players down. Cosmic Cherries is doing a very good job getting more control of mid, even though the tower is pushed on their side of the map. But look at this, already in control of mid, Cosmic Cherries trying to make a push of their own. They're going to be taking this tower. I feel like this is a situation, even if it's a 4v4, you know what, we are going to take this tower because we do have the map control, which is something that's always hard to do. Ooh, and Tooth falling with the Fizzy. Sometimes you just get trapped by the Fizzy and there's really nowhere for you to go. But look at this now. Cosmic Cherries trying everything they can to take the lead. 2v2. Are they going to be able to do it? They do, but not without Tormy trying to take down some of their members. But this tower is still pushing Saf.
Yeah, we are still just chugging away. We're almost to that checkpoint 3 right now, Falco, and it looks like the members of Cosmic Cherries are going to try to actually hold the tower in that corner. I mean, Benthic Brigade has a lot of pressure, though, coming in to this left side right now, and I think it was just enough to get them to push that tower away this moment here, but you can see that the pressure from Cosmic Cherries is unrelenting. I mean, they have the Wavebreaker out over there on that left side, and also you can see Elise now positioned at a good spot on the tower, but Mr. Awesome is going to play the sneaky play and take them out right away with Nito to follow up as well, and the tower is going to go back into possession for Benthic Brigade, but the flank coming in from Tar, not getting 1 but 2 picks on this map right now, and you can see that there are 3 members of Benthic Brigade going down. That tower, once again, is still moving.
Yeah, and this map control right now, especially how much paint is in front of the tower, I think is very crucial and wonderful for Cosmic Cherries. They're able to push and extend this lead even further. 2 players down now on the side of Benthic Brigade, but Mr. Awesome getting a pick, getting 2 picks using that crab, trying to turn around to get some more players as they get a third. There's the triple, probably not going to see the full quad, but they do need to take control of mid. They need to push this tower back, just at least like touch the tower to kind of bring it back to mid. But look, this game is not over yet. We've seen how much back and forth these 2 teams have, and I've just been very impressed with how well both teams have been able to utilize their specials.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. It was like a 3-down situation for Cosmic Cherries, but then Benthic Brigade flipped that on its head and put them in a 3-down situation just as quickly. So, I mean, both of these teams want this win, Falco, and it is present in this game right now.
With about just 1 minute left, Benthic Brigade hasn't had many opportunities to try and push forward as Cosmic Cherries still seem to be winning these 1v1s, and this is a situation too where, I mean, Cosmic Cherries knows this situation. We have the lead. We can play this a little more carefully, or we can push the tower if we want. We can get a lot of paint in front of the tower and make it that much more difficult, especially with Eliz getting a nice snipe, getting 2. Are they going to get the 3rd? They see Tooth, but no, going to go down, but it is just the Splash player who's alive on the side of Benthic Brigade, as now Cosmic Cherries at this last checkpoint pushing forward, getting past it seemingly uncontested as they try to roll in 2 players down, 3 players down. It is just going to be the Machine who is still alive, backing up. So this will look like it will be the last opportunity for Benthic Brigade to get situated. So Cosmic Cherries, here is where you really want to turn up your defense.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's like you said, Falco, Cosmic Cherries knows that Benthic Brigade needs to come to them. And especially with having Elise being able to have so much range, that, I mean, that is going to be kind of difficult for them. They were able to get 1 pick there on the tower. You have Nito standing on the tower right now trying to get it moving here. We're going to get a few more points going into overtime right now. This is Benthic Brigade's time to get moving, but 3-4 go down. That's the wipeout. And there we go. Cosmic Cherries takes the set.
Textbook ending there for Cosmic Cherries. Just get your picks one by one until you get the wipeout and just hop on the tower. Congratulations to Cosmic Cherry for winning this set. Benthic Brigade, that was so fun to watch between these 2 teams. And of course, if this is set 1, Saf, we've got more good stuff cooking.
Oh, absolutely. And okay, Falco, I have to tell you, the face that I was just making in that last push that Cosmic Cherries had with Elise on the tower, the Trizooka was coming for them from Tormi. And the first shot hit the tower pole just square on. Elise was square behind the tower pole, and that Trizooka shot was coming for them. And I think if it had taken them out there, maybe the tides would have shifted and been a little bit different in that ending there. But I was sweating for Elise in that moment.
Yeah, that was really crazy. That was such a fun set. Other teams in this group, Galaxy Squids 2-0 over the Misfits. So those 2 teams that we just saw will be playing those two teams who we just mentioned. But yeah, wonderful first round. And remember, there are 3 sets that you play in your group. You go 3-0, you move on to Alpha. You go 2-1, it's looking pretty good that you're moving on to Alpha. Nothing is really set in stone in that situation. And yeah, you guys can take a look at the scores that are happening around all 8 of the groups. It looks like one of the sets is still kind of wrapping up. Secret Elixir 1-0 over Bloodwalk. But again, we do have a decent amount of 2-1s, so a fair amount of decisive game 3s, and you know, that's not to anybody's surprise here, I'll say, in the top 32, when you do have, you know, the 32 most competitive teams here at this stage. So yeah, you know, follow along on the battle fight. Type bracket, ! bracket to follow along and cheer on your team, as we are going to get set for our second set whenever these 2 teams are ready.
Yeah, and one thing, Falco, I want to note, there is a lot of familiar faces looking at this top 32. I mean, if looking over into the Group A section, you can see C-Drive going 2-0, moving on up. And also you can see Smile too. Smile making it into the top 32. I think Smile's consistently, when we do have it, they are like more of a beta bracket team. So they are just chugging away and trying to make their presence known into this top 32. And they're going to do so good, like you said, probably having a very decisive game 3 against Carmessi Colony. I mean, good to go for Smile too. And I mean, Galaxy Squid's also moving up, and it looks right there, actually, it just updated. Secret Elixir now going 2-0, moving into Alpha Bracket as well. So, exciting stuff for the teams that we've been seeing. But I also want to talk again, and I'm so sorry, I'm going to butcher the name again, even though we talked about it right before stream started. Ikaryoku.
That was good, that was good.
Okay, great. Ikaryoku, consistently a Gamma Bracket team, making it into the top 32 here. And you can see the name there, sponsored by Octopi. So definitely some good support happening from our friends at Octopi for Ikaryoku to be here too.
Yeah, Octopi said, hey, if we can't play in low ink this month, we're gonna throw all of our bones to you and throw our support to you. Another team I want to point out, Jelly Squids winning the silver bracket at Low Tide City. They won their first set 2-0 against the Grisco Workers Union in Group H over there. But like you said, a lot of familiar faces. Another team in particular I'm excited to see is Wave Break. They're always a lot of fun. You know, they went down 2-0, but, you know, we'll see. Like you mentioned, C-Drive, another name that has really been popping off lately. Always exciting to watch. And it looks like we are getting ready for the second set, the second match with some of these players getting in. You guys are going to see Trip Hazard versus Eminence Phantom for our next set.
Trip Hazard. Ooh, I really like that name. That's a good name.
Trip Hazard, they actually have a very big roster, as you can take a look. 7 members, 5 members on the side of Eminence Phantom. And both of these teams, let me pull it up. I believe both of these teams went... I believe they both won their... they both won... Oh, no. Trip Hazard won against 2-0 Wave Break, and Eminence Phantom lost 2-0 against Lost Inkling. So, Trip Hazard, they win. Looking pretty good. Eminence Phantom trying to get their first win of the day on day 2.
Now, Falco, I have a question for you as someone that has been involved in this scene for quite a while now. Like, you have a lot of games under your belt, you have a lot of low inks and other competitive broadcasts under your belt. Tell me, what's your opinion on a team like Trip Hazard having such a large roster versus a team like Eminence Phantom that has a much smaller roster? Do you tend to see different benefits and maybe disadvantages to having a larger roster?
I mean, it really depends on the situation, because for all we know, all 7 of those players aren't like available to play today. But you know, generally speaking, when you're practicing and when you're scrimming and all that, you know, there are pros and cons. It's nice to have a lot more resources at your disposal and kind of have players who excel with certain types of weapon classes. But at the same time, if you don't have the same core 4 who's all playing at the same time, it's kind of hard to build up and know how each other works in the most cohesive way. But in a tournament like Low Ink, where, you know, you kind of want to have a bigger roster at that point, because you just never know what is going to come your way with that. We will be starting off with Rainmaker Hagglefish here, one of my personal favorites. This is such a fun map mode, especially kind of making that first push after that first checkpoint if you can extend your lead. And it can kind of snowball a little quickly, but regardless of that, should be a very fun matchup.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, one thing I really enjoy about this map is when you do break that first checkpoint, it's kind of like, okay, what direction do we want to take? And I think it's fun to do the whole jump from first checkpoint over to the platform cheese. But also, I love seeing the fights and the things people come up with when they try to take that left elbow side. I mean, it's such a bottlenecked area, and especially too, you have that canopy over in the back corner as well. It's interesting to see what kind of tactics people kind of pull out when they find themselves kind of huddled into a corner. And I mean, Hagglefish is no stranger to that. There's a lot of different places to hide. There's a lot of ledges to be camped. There's a lot of potential for buckets and rollers and things to try to get some ledge picks going. So it's going to be a good one, I think.
Yeah, like you mentioned, kind of the skirmishy part of taking left. Once you go left, you're pretty much committed to taking it that way, unless the opponents bring the Rainmaker back to mid or something. But let's hop into our second set here. Trip Hazard versus Eminence Phantom. Let's get this going. Taking a look at the comps, Trip Hazard coming out. We do see a lot of heavies. We're seeing a lot of heavies today, Saf. As a backline person yourself, I know you're pretty happy with that.
Oh, absolutely. It's a good pick for this map, too, especially if Parks is able to take the high ground and put themselves in a comfortable spot. But I also love seeing this Kraken roller pick from Peleg coming out on the side of Trip Hazard. And as always with these initial game starts, I mean, it kind of just turns into a firefight until you can get a few picks and successfully make a push here. But I really want to see how the beacons are going to come into play for Trip Hazard, because I think beacons on Rainmaker are so crucial and should definitely be utilized a lot more.
Oh yeah, getting those flanks, just easily jumping to some of your teammates to make sure that the Rainmaker still has some support is going to be key. And speaking of key, Trip Hazard in a situation where they should be able to pick up the Rainmaker. It looks like they are opting towards mid, but trying to avoid some of these strikes. They're going to have to back up a little bit, and now changing direction, going to that left side. Once again, left, pretty easy first checkpoint to get, but like we said, it's a little hard. It's very congested up this ramp on the left side if they want to push forward. You got to make sure you do have the player advantage, and right now player advantage looking pretty good in Eminence Phantom's favor, trying to find an opportunity for them to push down. and clear a way to try. I'll say let this Rainmaker reset. Looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. But hey, Trip Hazard very quickly getting to 62, so the first push goes to them.
Yeah, and right away you can see Booyah Bomb coming out, I think, for the side. Or no, not Booyah Bomb, excuse me. But they were able to pop that Rainmaker once again pretty quickly, Falco. I mean, they had to kind of back up away from that first checkpoint at first, but they already were able to pop the Rainmaker and also successfully taking fights. Yuma getting a pretty good pick there off of Joke and also trying to look for a second one, able to get a little bit of tick damage on Finn and Nikki, but not quite able to complete the fight and take them down. 3 members now going down, though, on the side of Trip Hazard. I think that double was going to be really crucial for them. They're going to opt to take this front checkpoint here. And once again, as I said earlier, you can see Finn just holding on to that lower pedestal area there, and it looked like maybe that was a little bit too risky to try to move up that way, so they are going to opt to take the left side as well and pop the Rainmaker and take lead here.
Yeah, you know, it looked like they were in a situation where they could go mid. Like you said, Finn doing a really good job just watching the ledges, but I think they were just like, you know what, we at least want to potentially tie this and push forward. We want to get the easy checkpoint so we can worry about a push later down the line with 2 minutes left. And look at this, Levy getting a really good push there, just kind of going all in, seeing how far they could go. One of those situations like, hey, I know I'm going to get slatted sometime, but I'm just going to take this as far as I possibly can. Getting all the way to 22 with that push. A very good job by Eminence Phantom. As Trip Hazard trying to find an opportunity to regain some map control, as they do have the Rainmaker at mid right now. Once again, no checkpoints that they have to get through, so these are the situations where you just have to win your 1v1s and work together as a team to try and push forward.
Yeah, and I don't know if Trip Hazard is going to be able to do that quite yet. It's just the Rainmaker and the T-Tech going to be up right now. But you can see Okomi is going to try and defend Yuma as they push forward. And it looks like Trip Hazard is going to make the exact same play, leading him into the wipeout and getting the dunk. Holy cow, Falco, what just happened there?
So that was equally impressive splats on the side of Trip Hazard with the finesse of the Rainmaker carrier, too. Like, everything worked out for Trip Hazard in that situation. We talked about how, like, you know, congested it is to take it on the left side, but hey, you have a clean path. The rest of your team is cooking, getting those splats. Sometimes it just kind of does snowball. Typically, we think of the snowball coming from mid, and who knows where all the players there from Eminence Phantom were, but Trip Hazard, picture perfect play at the end.
Yeah, I was kind of nodding my head when Yuma picked up the Rainmaker and they were opting that left side and kind of squid rolling in there. I was like, okay, oh yeah, okay. Trip Hazard's going to do the same thing Eminence Phantom did. Okay, yeah, very cool. But then the wipeout flashing across the screen as they were climbing up the ramp, I'm like, wait, what?
I know.
Where?
I thought people were going to respawn and, you know, like, pick them off right at the end of the podium, but it's like, no, wipeout. Oh, okay. Trip Hazard just, I didn't know if they won all their 1v1s, what happened, did somebody pop off, get a triple, but either way, everything worked out there for Trip Hazard, and again, not one of those things that we could call ahead of time in the game of like, oh, this is, you know, a very back and forth match. But yeah, take a look at this replay here, as this is when Trip Hazard was trying to use some of their specials too. Lady, this is where I believe they were going to pick up the Rainmaker, and I love this. Just pick it up, dodge, squid roll over the side. This is where they got all the way to 22. Okay, so this isn't where Trip Hazard took the lead, but now this is, I think, the opportunity of what we saw, taking it up this left side and trying to really push forward.
Yeah.
The Yuma roll just like over the ledge right there, I think was really cool, and then we just saw all the players go down on Eminence Phantom. So again, picture perfect ending.
I'd like to give a shout out to Okimi there, because I'm a big fan of being a body block for the Rainmaker. I'm a big fan for if somebody is coming for the Rainmaker and trying to apply pressure and take them out, of just completely going in front and body blocking and maybe shaving off a couple of seconds to try and get yourself into a better position or a defensive position. And Okimi did that so beautifully, not only trying to keep themselves in front of Yuma before they really tried to push, but also getting the tri-strikes out to try to paint them a little bit of a path. And then, yeah, just the successful squid roll over that box and into the ramp area, not only taking lead, but then the wipeout happening off camera, off screen. We didn't even get to see what happened in those picks. I mean, can we get a replay code from the members of Trip Hazard? Like, can we see what happened?
It was so impressive. And, like, you know, you're gonna follow the Rainmaker in that situation to see how far they push, and you're like, oh yeah, they'll get the dunk. But hey, we're moving on to game 2, Clamblitz Manta Maria, and we'll see if Eminence Phantom can hold on and, you know, try and prevent that wipeout GG push that Trip Hazard just benefited on. Taking a look at these comps, again, a little bit of a change-up, I believe. Yeah, we're gonna see 2 machines, we're gonna see a ballpoint come out, and we're gonna see 2 splashes on the side of Eminence Phantom.
I really like this ballpoint pick for Eminence Phantom here. I think not only because ballpoint has such a good kit coming into this latest update, but also I think the Inkjet for Manta is such a good pick, and especially for defending this bunker. And right away, Joku is there on that bunker area up on that top wall trying to take the defense. But 2 members right away going down on Eminence Phantom. You can see Trip Hazard is trying to utilize that as best as possible. I mean, Clamblitz really does turn into a team deathmatch until the first team gets a wipe, or at least maybe a soft wipe, being able to get that initial push. So, I mean, it's going to be a neutral game for a little bit here until we can get some more people down on the field.
Yeah, and because there are so many walls in the stage, I feel like this is where we see a lot of super jumps go in towards the basket. And Flag now using the Kraken trying to get some picks as they are able to score, getting that power clamp in. 2 players going to go down on Trip Hazard, but there is going to be some follow-up too, as they're trying to get some more of these clams in. Unfortunately, no clams on the side of Trip Hazard anymore, getting to 68, but just kind of that push that you want to have to set the tone, especially when you still have a player advantage and have control of mid.
Yeah, they still have this player advantage right now, Falco. There are still 3 members down on the side of Eminence Phantom right now. Yuma coming in with this power clam. They're going to just break that basket open right away and pop the crab to follow up. Still 3 members down. They are just consistently being staggered coming back into this map area. Another jump in by Okimi, getting another power clam in there. You can see Parks trying to throw some fizzy bombs, maybe keeping an eye on that crab tank coming out from Eminence Phantom of where they're going to try to be standing. But once again, they're just going to try to throw in as many clams as possible to push that basket down. And we actually have a DC on the side of Eminence Phantom happening right now, but I think we're still within the time.
Yeah, well, it's also past the point marker too, where this game is going to be playing out, and yeah, it being on the side of Eminence Phantom is very unfortunate since we had, you know, Trip Hazard just really make an incredible push. Honestly, textbook plays so far on the side of Trip Hazard, just always having 1 player up, using your specials as soon as you break that basket open. So major uphill battle for Eminence Phantom, as this one, you know, this is Trip Hazard's game to lose. But look at this, Eminence Phantom actually has more control of mid right now. I think Trip Hazard just kind of, you know, regrouping themselves right now, and, you know, with 2 minutes 30 seconds left of the match, they're just going to kind of take a little bit of time to regroup. Okay, like, we can plan an attack, we don't have to try anything fancy, we don't have to get the wipeout and get the push. But Eminence Phantom's still holding on to some map control.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, kind of earlier before you were saying that, Eminence Phantom had Trip Hazard into a 3-down situation, so it turned into a 3 versus 1. But I think Eminence Phantom is going to play this very carefully. I mean, I think Trip Hazard just kind of wants to get the game over with. As you can see, Okimi throwing in another power clam, and then Plague going to be able to follow that up with another one down to the 12 mark. But Eminence Phantom is going to try to play carefully. They are going to let them try to come to them, but it looks like Trip Hazard is going to be able to take this down to the single digit. They have 2 more clams in their possession. Okimi coming in with those 2 clams. They're trying to just end this quickly, but unfortunately the basket barrier goes back up. Now with only 1 member of Eminence Phantom being left alive on the field right now, trying to get in some defensive plays there. But I mean, having that 1 more man advantage, Trip Hazard is able to just form power clams after power clams so quickly.
Yeah, just a slow bleed at this point too. You know, it's and a nice double there if you're Trip Hazard. Pushing in, this power clam alone will not get the knockout, but it will at least open it. The wipeout, if they don't, okay, here we go. Plague's gonna throw it in and end it here for Trip Hazard to win this set 2-0. You know, unfortunate as always when there's a DC that happens, but before the DC happened, again, textbook plays by Trip Hazard. You know, applying the pressure, you know, you win your 1v1s, that's kind of a coin flip at that point, assuming all things are equal, but just the follow-up as soon as the basket was open is really how Trip Hazard started this push, and ultimately what took them to the end of the set, winning it 2-0.
Yeah, and I really want to call out, like you said, before the DC happened, I want to call out Plague and their Kraken Roller gameplay, because for that initial basket pop, not only did they follow up with more clams, and I believe they followed up with the second power clam that came in on that first pop, but they were a distractor, Falco. They immediately turned around, looked at that ramp area, and saw that maybe there was 1 or 2 people there, and they tried to take their attention away from the basket, away from the opposing forces that were coming into the basket, because they were like, if this Kraken is here and they're going to keep trying to flick at us with their roller, like, we need to get them out of here so we can focus on the basket. But they were able to take the attention of 2 people from Eminence Phantom.
Yeah, they were. You know, and I think too, we kind of look at this whole set, these 2 games that we saw, with how well Trip Hazard just finessed that Rainmaker, and then how well they started in Clam Blitz. Not necessary to go to a game 3, as this is not a play all 3 situation here in day 2 of Low Ink. But yeah, Trip Hazard going up 2-0 in this set, again with 1 set remaining in the top 32. We do have results from a few other matches that have already happened, so we can list those off for you. In this same group, Wave Break 2-0 over Lost Inklings. And yeah, you guys can take a look here on the board on the stream as well. Some of them already finished, some of them still wrapping up, some of them waiting until it's done to report their scores. But Saf, what's jumping out to you right here?
Well, Smile being 1-1 with Tea Time, once again bringing it down to probably a very intense game 3 over there for Smile. But if you look back up at Group A, you have a similar situation with Mammoth Meatball and C Drive as well. But another thing that I'm really interested in, Falco, is taking a look over down in the corner at Group H. You have Secret Elixir being ahead 1 game over the Jelly Squids, but Jelly Squids pretty sure in their last round going 2-0 against Grizzco Workers Union. So, I want to know how that's going for them, especially because Secret Elixir is a very strong team. But like you said, Jelly Squid's coming off of a high of their silver bracket win at LTC.
Yeah, Secret Elixir getting 4th place last month in Low Ink, have some unfinished business as they're looking to try to make this top bracket. Another team I want to point out, Surf and Turf, a team that we see pretty often here in Low Ink. No scores reported for them against Distinct, and yeah, Galaxy Squids getting that 2-0 victory over Benthic Brigade in Group F. We saw Benthic Brigade during our first set. Ikaryoku, hey, it looks like that Octopi sponsor is really paying off as they get a 2-0 win over Revelation, and
Woo!
Neon Palm Tree and Dogland Fan Club V2. Still no score reported.
Oh man, Benthic Brigade, man, going at 2-0 in their next game. Ooh. That first set with Cosmic Cherries was so intense. I was hoping that they would be riding into the momentum and be like, hey, you know what? We're not going to sweat it. We went to a 2-1 situation. It was, there was a lot riding on it, but unfortunately, Galaxy Squids coming out on top there in Group F.
Yeah. Benthic Brigade, they added Nito pretty recently to their roster, which, shout out to Nito. Hi, Nito. It was fun seeing you at LTC. I'm trying to see what other matches. Joe Creators getting that 2-0 victory over Carmency Colony? Did I say that right, Seth?
Yeah.
Close enough. Okay, we'll go with that. But again, the top 16 going to make it into alpha, the remaining 16 going to be making it into beta, and that is going to be a single elimination tournament. So more at stake kind of in that stages of the tournament. You kind of got to get your losing out, I'll say, in this round, kind of. If you don't want to lose at all, but if you are going to lose, you might as well try and drop a game here to potentially get that out of your system. But yeah, a lot at stake here, as once again we have a very, I don't know if it's a record number of teams who are playing in Low Ink this month, but just a lot of teams who are here today, going all the way down to an Epsilon bracket. So we have Gamma, we have 32 in Gamma, 32 in Delta, 32 in Epsilon as well, I believe. So, yeah, just a lot. Might be 16, I don't know. I'll have to check. But lots of great teams moving on here today, too.
Yeah, and one thing, too, Falco, I want to note, I think it was a few months ago, I can't really recall the exact Low Ink, but I remember when Delta Bracket became a thing, and we were all like, whoa, a whole other bracket. But then you see Epsilon Bracket now coming over to the party, and you're like, whoa, there's like 5 brackets? That's insane.
What's the sixth Greek letter?
The sixth element.
The sixth, yeah. I don't know. We didn't think we'd get this far. Neither did you guys, probably. But yeah, more scores rolling in here as well. So yeah, C-Drive and Mammoth Meatball, we were talking about them still tied 1-1 as we're looking to see who wins on to that set. And Cosmic Cherry is now 1-0 over Misfits. Secret Elixir still up 1-0 over Jelly Squids. And the Herbert Fan Club 2-0 over DC Suicide Squids. And can't read the rest of the name, but very good matches. Boston Squid Party losing 2-0 against Dark Masters in this stage. So really, it comes down to which teams are still 2-0 and which ones are still trying to find their first win.
Yeah, if you actually zoom your eyes over down to Group G, it was just reported Smile being successful over Tea Time with 2-1 in their pocket, so they are going to be moving on. And also, Dog Clan Fan Club getting reported at a 2-1 against Neon Palm Tree as well. So, good looks for them, for both of those teams. And one thing, Falco, I kind of want to circle back around to C-Drive. C-Drive has had an immaculate run this low ink. I mean, they went 6-0 in their groups. They went they fought hard to be here today into the top 32, and they're continuing the fight to try to move into Alpha Bracket. They want their spot in Alpha Bracket, and that 6-0 in their group stage proves it.
It certainly does. We saw them last month, too, do an extremely good job. I will list off all the teams who are 2-0, which you likely will see in the Alpha Bracket. We have Dark Masters in their bracket in Group B. We have Trip Hazard and it's like Wave Break. I don't know if one of the teams already dropped in Group C. But then we have Ikaryoku, who's 2-0, and let's see, Joke Raiders and Smile 2-0, and then still waiting on a few for Group H.
Yeah, I'm kind of peeking over at that Group H, what's going on between Jelly Squids and Secret Elixir, because that is just an insane matchup. Both very, very strong competitive teams coming out in Group H to try to fight each other for their spot in the Alpha Bracket. And especially if Jelly Squids moving into Alpha Bracket would be so huge. That'd be so cool for them, coming off of their LTC win. But looking up here, actually, Mammoth Meatball, zooming back over to Group A, Mammoth Meatball is going to be successful in that fight against C-Drive, taking them into a 2-1, which makes me wonder what's happening over there.
Yeah, that's part of what happens when we finish a little earlier than some of these games. We can only speculate. We get the tales told by the players and the streamers if they're streaming their matches, but we are getting ready. We do know the matchup for the next set. It will be Joke Raiders versus Smile. Both of these teams, you were talking about Smile earlier, Saf, but both of these teams 2-0. It's very likely that they will both be making it into the Alpha Bracket, but you want to go in as that 3-0 team. You want to go in on a clean sweep.
Yeah, and honestly, Falco, I might have a little bit of a bias, but I've played with Smile a few times. I have a couple of friends in on this team, so I am rooting for them. But I do think that Joke Raiders, especially coming into a 2-0 situation, they are going to be a tough match to fight, and especially with Bato being on their team, Bato being a really strong player for the Joke Raiders as well. But I do know that Smile is very, very contingent upon running a double splash comp, and they do have a very strong Dark Chetra player on their team, so a lot of aggression going to be coming out from Smile. So if Joke Raiders is able to navigate that really well, I mean, I think that they are going to put up a really good fight against them. So regardless, it's going to be a good fight no matter what, no matter who comes out on top.
Yeah, and you were talking about sizes of rosters, and Joke Raiders, one of those teams, looks like they have 7 players, and if they're in a situation where they know what to expect from Smile, you have that opportunity to try and counter that. So once again, we'll see if they are able to pull that off, if all of their players are available. As some of these players getting into the lobby, we will be starting off with Tower Control, Undertow, Spillway for this first matchup.
Oh boy, Tower Control Undertow I think is going to be a really good one, especially because there's a lot of bottlenecking with these checkpoints in this one. I mean, that second checkpoint is really crucial here to be taken. And once you can kind of get that second checkpoint and the tower moves into the third checkpoint, kind of close to that top platform area near the spawn point, that can be a very snowbally area if you're not careful.
Yeah, it certainly can be. You know, this isn't, I don't think one we see all the time. Typically, when we think of Undertow, we kind of think of Rainmaker. So, again, both of these teams 2-0 headed into this match. I know a lot of people were interested in the Jelly Squid Secret Elixir set. Secret Elixir winning that one 2-0 over Jelly Squids, just to give everybody an update on that one, as all these teams are now getting ready for the third set.
Yeah, looking forward into this one, Falco. I mean, it's going to be a really good fight no matter what, especially with both teams coming off of a high of a 2-0 win. They both want to secure their spot. Like you said, it's very likely that both could make it into Alpha Bracket, but I mean, regardless of that, you still want to try to secure your spot and try to take the fight in like as strong as you can. And I think both teams are going to be able to do that here. Yeah,
you know, I don't know how often we have really seen Smile. I don't think they've been around for too long. But like you mentioned, just kind of how prominent they have been in the competitive scene with how often we have seen them play. You know, you mentioned you know them pretty well too. So yeah, they definitely have the experience for this too. And you know, Joke Raiders, obviously you enter any you enter any top 32 with the 2-0 set, you're gonna be feeling pretty good no matter where you are. But yeah, it just comes down to we want to continue this momentum going into the third set and moving into Alpha Bracket.
And they're both gonna do it, and they're both gonna come out really strong. I'm really looking forward to it, especially because, like you said, Smile really hasn't been around for super duper long, but they have been really active in this competitive scene. I mean, they played in From the Ink Up before. They play in LSL pretty consistently. And also, I believe they do try to play in Low Ink as consistently as they can. So, I mean, being able to see them come into the top 32 is really cool, especially because it's kind of a similar story with Ikaryoku. I mean, we see Ikaryoku being in the Gamma bracket, and now they're in the top 32. I mean, you can see the progression that these teams have, and Smile is no different.
And let's get set for the third and final set of the top 32 group stages. Once again, this will be a very good matchup between Joke Raiders versus Smile. Taking a look at these comps, Saf, you are right, again with the Dark Tetris coming out. That's going to be Rainbow who's using them, and we see the Wiper coming out on the side of Joke Raiders.
Yeah, honestly, my eyes immediately beeline to that Wiper. This is the first Wiper that you and I have seen today, Falco, coming into top 32, which I'm really surprised about, because I feel like that is more often than not a common pick to be had. But right away, once again, the firefight kind of happening in mid. You can see Smile is more pushed up, though, and they're going to be the first ones to take the tower. Rainbow looking to try to move up and apply some pressure to Doku, but is unsuccessful in doing so. Smile able to get a little bit of a lead here. They're trying to see if they can keep their footing and break back in. Apollo going to try to throw that Booyah Bomb. A big, good distraction, though. Rainbow being able to come in and take that pick out before, a little bit before Apollo, unfortunately, goes down here. But kind of a neutral game, and as I say that, we are able to get the tower in for Joke Raiders, and they're going to try to push forward.
Yeah, really just a skirmish, and that push by Smile, it was one of those where, hey, we happen to touch the tower, we'll push it until we absolutely need to jump off, and Joke Raiders kind of had the same thought process where you really get yourselves in just all these 1v1s trying to get some picks. And that's exactly what's going on right now, but now 2 players down on the side of Smile, 1 player on Joke Raiders, 2 players once again on Smile, so this will be an opportunity for Joke Raiders to push this, take their very light lead, and breeze past this first checkpoint, as a lot of players from Smile were still pushed back over on their plat. So this push is not ending for Joke Raiders. Specials coming out on the side of Smile, but this is where it looks like the tower will be done. 1 more player left, 2 more players on the side of Joke Raiders. And yeah, getting to 62. Pretty good push, Saf.
Oh, I felt it in my heart there for Doku, Falco. They got stuck on the wall and went down to that tri-strike. Sometimes it all comes down to getting stuck on the environment, and if you can avoid doing that, obviously it's a little bit more successful, but that was not the case for Doku in that moment. But yeah, good initial first push by Joke Raiders. We do have that crab online, you can see, but Smile in response has those tri-strikes online too, kind of holding on to those for when they want to. And now 3 specials online coming in for Joke Raiders. That Wavebreaker is going to get popped with 2 members of Smile going down, almost 3 members going down. We're in a 3 versus 2 situation. Joke Raiders is going to take this opportunity and just keep on pushing.
Yeah, they are not letting go of the gas pedal in this situation, with especially with a lot of their players pushed up as well. Two were kind of by the tower, but yeah, really able to push this up all the way to 49. Can they get past the second checkpoint? Yes, they can. It seemed to be very tricky for them with all the paint that Smile is throwing towards their way, but look, this push just isn't over yet with how well Joke Raiders are being able to just take down some of these Smile members. But Smile bunched up right now. It's going to be really tricky if some of these specials come out on the side of Joke Raiders to push them back. As once again, Joke Raiders on the tower, two of their players are now going to go down, but still not letting go of this push.
Yeah, they are maintaining that tower in that corner right now, Falco, which a lot of times, too, I think that's can be really advantageous, and it is right now for Joke Raiders, because that tower is not really moving into the midsection, and a lot of times if you want to just keep the tower into a position, they are going to keep jumping off and on. I mean, Smile, though, is being kind of unrelenting with keeping them off of that tower, and now they're going to try to flip this lead with this push here, with getting down into that second checkpoint area. Right now, they're so close, just inches away from the second checkpoint, now able to get it there finally, but with two members going down here, the Inkjet's going to try to come out and provide a little bit of support, but you can see Reggie trying to get up there and apply pressure, but is going down, unfortunately, and it looks like all eyes for Joke Raiders are on this tower right now to try to make sure that lead doesn't flip.
You know, it was all hands on deck for Smile in this situation, as this tower's still trying to get past this checkpoint. You know, they didn't really have a player advantage, but as long as you just throw enough bodies at the tower, that's kind of what they were trying to do in that situation. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't get past that checkpoint, still at 55, but they do have two specials ready. They're just gonna have to make sure that Joke Raiders don't get too comfortable in mid. We know Joke Raiders in a situation where they can just kind of build up some specials, get those GG specials, especially a Booyah Bomb. Now, of course, they say that this machine is going to go down, but just really trying to take control of mid. That's what Joke Raiders is going to have to do. As Smile is trying to push this forward, but it's going to be pretty hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, they can't get too comfortable here, especially with only 10 points separating them from the lead change. But right away, Joke Raiders is going to prevent another push from Smile, and they're going to try to get that tower moving back into the middle section. Not only moving back, but having two bodies on the tower. Doku, once again, trying to get comfortable on that tower area to try to maintain it for them. But you can see Jose holding on to that GG Booyah Bomb, like you said, and giving space for Doku to jump back on that tower. Joke Raiders coming in strong on this game one.
Yeah, especially towards the end, they played that perfectly of, you know we have the lead, we can just kind of paint where we can. We don't want to overextend and put ourselves in a situation where a lot of our players going to get down. Save one Booyah Bomb for the very end, and yeah, Joke Raiders able to execute that one pretty well in that last minute of the match. You know, again, that was pretty hard for Smile, especially you have to get past that second checkpoint. You're throwing all of your players onto the tower to make sure that you can get past it. But when you do that for, a minute straight, it's just going to benefit the team who's already in the lead at that point. In that situation, it was Joke Raiders.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to give a shout out to Doku on this match, Falco. I mean, not only being the backline and trying to keep the tower in their possession, but they were so mobile. So incredibly mobile. There was a lot of tri-strike booyah. There was a lot of specials coming their way, and especially too with Rainbow being on those Dark Tetras, just trying to get in the faces of the members of Joke Raiders. Doku kept themselves so mobile and not getting too cozy or comfortable with where they wanted to position themselves. They kept trying to move and be more fluid with their team movements, and it was just so impressive to watch.
Yeah, it really was, and that's an important stage. That stage you need to be mobile with so many of these bumps and grooves and undertow to just kind of get over these ledges and always be on the move, not corner yourself in a situation that you can't get out of. Yeah, that's what really took them the victory. As we go on to our second set, Rainmaker Mako Mart. So once again, situation Joke Raiders, they win this, they move on to Alpha for sure at 3-0. Smile's still hoping on that they can take this to Game 3.
Yeah, and I think that this is going to be a really good opportunity for Smile to try to respond with some of that aggression that I was talking about earlier. They keep that Dark Tetra, maybe they bring out that second splash that they like to run, and try to maintain a lot more inking space, because especially with double splash, like, you have the ink advantage by a long shot in a lot of cases. But I do think that they need to be cautious of Reggie, because Reggie was able to flank so well onto their back line, onto their ball point, and take them out successfully. So, I mean, you really got to be watching for the flanks here, and Mekomar is a good one for flanking. There's so many different ledges and things to hide behind, and to shark as well. So, got to keep their eyes on those flanks, Falco. It can be really dangerous.
It certainly can, and we see now a wiper coming out from both of these teams. One coming out from Smile, one coming out from Joke Raiders, and I believe, once again, kind of sticking with this similar comp on both sides. Machines on both sides as well.
Yeah, and Doku is actually going to opt to change off that heavy and bring out the C-Jet here, which, I mean, I'm a huge fan of C-Jet. I think it has so much good utilization. It has a lot of good ground coverage, but also being able to utilize that mist, prevent some pushes, and also rain to kind of space people out and to displace people as well. So I think that's going to be a really good pick for them, and you can see the rain is already coming out on that right stack there. Smile is trying to really not Smile, Joke Raiders are trying to maintain that right stack and not let that get away from them. And you can see here, actually, Smile is being forced to retreat. Jose getting two really good picks off of Edoan and Kalasi here. Reggie's going to be the first to pick up the Rainmaker, and that checkpoint, almost getting popped, really close there, but 54 in the first minute.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was seemingly uncontested until two players from Smile just seemed to jump out of the corner and said surprise and splat them right as they were about to dunk the Rainmaker there. So, you know, you had a lot of the players on Smile who went down on the right side, but everybody respawning is going to go towards the left, which is a little harder to defend at that point. So getting the 54, but not quite getting the dunk, Joke Raiders set themselves up pretty well, as Smile seems to have a better control now of mid and has a player advantage as well. Apollo getting a nice pick there, going to be using the stamp, rushing towards Jose as they try and now are chasing Doku. Can they get them? It's so hard to run from the stamp in this stage. Smile now picking up the Rainmaker, trying to take it on this left side, but it's going to be caught there by Joke Raiders.
I got really worried for them. There. There was three of them kind of bunched up there and going down at the same time. They got really close to that checkpoint, though.
And now with 3 minutes left still, Joke Raiders picking it back up once again. Really not letting Smile push any farther after they jump up, too. So Doku trying to push forward on this left side as they are really just pushing paint onto either side. So now Doku going to be taking it towards the left with the support, but look at this from behind. It's the Wiper who's going to be coming in clutch and trying to get some picks. So look at that, Apollo doing some dirty work, Saf.
Oh my gosh, a 3-down situation, Falco. I mean, again, I was saying that about Reggie being the one to look out for, but I think it's flipped on its head. Apollo now being the one to look out for, getting a nice triple coming in from behind there. But once again, I mean, Smile still hasn't been able to move this Rainmaker, and now with it being reset, it is now in anybody's hands right now with 2 minutes left to go in the game. I mean, someone has got to do something, and especially for Smile to get this Rainmaker moving, but Joke Raiders is not going to make it easy for them, Falco. They're not going to let them get close, and you can hear, especially with that rain getting popped, and as soon as I say the rain getting popped, 2 members of Smile are now going to be going down. All 4 members of Joke Raiders kind of bunched up on this left side here. You can see Rainbow coming in with an excellent Reef Slider, taking the Rainmaker down, and one other member now. The soft wipe being reversed now onto Joke Raiders, and now Smile picking up the Rainmaker.
Yeah, I was going to say, Joke Raiders that was such a good opportunity for them with all of their player support by the Rainmaker, but all it takes is one Reef Slider to just, like, jump in and ruin the party for them, and that is exactly what Smile did to try and keep this alive. But look at this, map control really not changing in changing away from Joke Raiders' hands at this point. Just a very black map. And Reggie says, hey, if you can get a double Apollo, I can too with this stamp. And that is exactly what they do as Joke Raiders picking up the Rainmaker once again. Doku trying to find an opportunity to finally push forward and get to this checkpoint, but no, the strikes are going to get in the way. How are they still alive, Snap?
Sorry, I'm just like laughing because I'm like, oh, that's going to be it. No, wait. Oh, no, that's going to be it. No, wait. They're still alive. Doku able to so well well finesse themselves up on that platform, dodging and ducking between tri-strikes and a Booyah Bomb, holding it onto there, but Mackey's going to come in and get that checkpoint, but once again, Apollo's going to come in with that hammer and get a double. We're just seeing these back and forth double kills between Reggie and Apollo, this sword fight that's happening, Falco. I mean, wow.
Yeah, and they're kills that happen literally like you splat one, you immediately splat the next player. You have players who are just kind of bunched up. It's a buy one get one free at this point for for Reggie and for Apollo. But with 10 seconds left, Smile really hasn't had an opportunity. This will be their last time. Reggie just waiting for somebody to pick up the Rainmaker, holding on to the Torpedo, trying to push forward, and no, okay, so Smile finally has it. 2 players down now on Joke Raiders, but look at this, they're pushed back. 1 player alive, and it's just going to be the Machine who takes them down, Seth.
Oh my gosh. I loved the Booyah. Like, one thing I love about Booyah Bomb Falco, not only is it a really good displacer, but it's like also a smoke screen at the same time, because you saw the Booyah hit the ground there, and then Jose was able to run right into the middle of it and get close enough to take the Rainmaker out before they could really get something cooking. And not only that, but the Rainmaker was pretty, I mean, kind of trapped in that corner. I mean, they were kind of caught in between a rock and a hard place, being stuck in that corner there, and Jose took full advantage of that, being able to push them out. I mean, wow, Joke Raiders, what a fantastic gameplay.
Yeah, the special usage from Joke Raiders, especially in those final moments. You know, it's hard to really predict what's going to happen, but more of, okay, we assume they're going to pick up the Rainmaker. We don't want to preemptively use our specials. We want to corner them. We want to corner them in this back area where they cannot escape. But you have 1 player who's alive. If that Machine would have gone down, it is impossible to tell what was going to happen. So, game-saving pick there for Joke Raiders as they do move up to 3-0. Smile's 2-1. I believe they're still they're probably going to make Alpha Bracket just based on how the rest of the group is looking. So, wow, what an incredible game.
I know, I'm kind of sitting here and I'm like, can I just get a 1v1 sword fight between Apollo and Reggie? Can I just get some more of that, please? Because that was just insane. It felt like we would flip between a play that Reggie would do, and they would get a really good double or a triple with their hammer, but then we would flip immediately back to Apollo doing the exact same thing. And they at the same time, they're both like, oh yeah? Watch this. Oh yeah? Watch this.
Trying to size up each other. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, it's a game of horse.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was just so impressive to see. I mean, I would like to hope that these teams would maybe reach out and scrimmage each other at some point in the future, because that was just incredible. And especially too, Rainbow coming in with the Reef Slider, time and time again, I am proven wrong how great of a tool Reef Slider can be.
Yeah, it can, especially in those situations where you know players are bunched up, and when you can use it from a ledge where it's hard to see where the special is actually being used, and you just hop down from a ledge and getting that pick. That kind of caught us all off guard, and you know, that really helped. I think that helped Smile in that situation. But that was a fun set, like you said. You know, very entertaining games, I can imagine. And that's also the best part about this. You kind of find opportunities to feel which teams are kind of at your competitive level, and I'm sure there are plenty of teams who find scrim partners through low ink, especially in the top cut when these games are a little more competitive. But,
yeah, I'd like to think that people reach out to each other and they're like, yeah, so can we replay that?
Yeah.
Can we get a redo?
It won't count for the tournament, but can we like redo that?
Yeah.
But yeah, here are the opening moments of this third game here, when Joke Raiders just seem to get some picks here on Smile. We see Jose getting two really key picks. Reggie trying to hop up and almost get the dunk. There were so many times where they were just so close to getting the dunk and it didn't quite work. And this is a little later on in the match when Joke Raiders are trying to push it once again. I think this is this is where Apollo came from behind to get some picks and used that stamp throw to get the nice double. And then, yeah, I think even maybe got the triple, but just the battle of the stamps on this game was really fun to watch.
Yeah, it was so fitting, too, for Reggie to come in and take them out after the triple with their own stamp. I mean, that's just like storybook kind of thing happening in front of us here. And Doku, man, this Rainmaker finesse that Doku had. They had so many specials coming out at them at once, and they got so close to the checkpoint, but just weren't quite able to do it. And then Maki was able to be there to follow up and take it. I mean, I would be so nervous and scared if I was Doku in that moment. They were just kind of trying to jump around and keep themselves alive, and we're so close to doing it.
You know, it took over 4 minutes to finally get to that first checkpoint in that game, so very competitive bloodbath there. And let's take a look at the scores for the rest of round 3 here. We see C-Drive getting 2-0 victory over Conductor Cap Incorporated, Equilibrium 2-0 over Mammoth Meatball. Let's say Surf and Turf getting that 2-0 win over Black Komodo, Distinct 2-0 win over Inception. We saw Joke Raiders 2-0 over Smile. And yeah, just more 2-0s in this situation, Saf.
Yeah, it looks like a lot better, like a much stronger matchup in this one. We were seeing a lot of 2-1, I think, in the first kind of bit, Falco, but now we're kind of seeing like, okay, you know what? This is the bread and butter is working in this one, and we're going to 2-0 here. But looking over at Group D, you have Dog Clan Fan Club getting a 2-1 over Revelation, so you have to wonder, once again, we can't see all the games, folks, but what was happening over there that got us to a Game 3, we'll never know.
Yeah, we'll never know. But again, that is okay because we will hear about it on Twitter. In Group H, we were talking about Secret Elixir they're getting that 2-0 win over Gris Co-workers Union, DC Suicide Squids 2-0 over Boston Squid Party, and Ikaryoku 2-1 victory over Neon Palm Tree. So, you know, we can take a look and see which teams for sure will be moving on to Alpha Bracket as. You know, I'll pull up a list of the teams who are 3-0, so we know for sure that they will be in that situation. And let's see, we do have Trip Hazard 3-0, Ikaryoku 3-0, Distinct 3-0, Joke Raiders 3-0, Secret Elixir 3-0. So those ones are for sure ins that you'll be seeing in our Alpha Bracket.
Oh my gosh, Ikaryoku jumping from Gamma Bracket to being in Alpha Bracket. Like, they just skipped Beta, Falco. They said, nah.
Yeah.
Who needs it?
Who needs it this month? We're gonna skip it. We're gonna go right into Alpha Bracket. And you know, that's also what's, you know, difficult, I'll say, for a lot of these teams is there are so many different brackets you could be placed in just based on one game's result of the previous month compared to your current month. You could be going in from a top 32 to an Epsilon bracket if, you know, given the right circumstances and the right situations. So, you know, you just always gotta play your best and play the best that you can play, because you never know the teams that you're going to be facing. You never know who you're going to be up against, especially at the maps and modes. There might be one that you kind of thrive on, the ones that your opponents, even if you think that they might contend a little better, maybe they struggle with that map mode or don't have the proper weapons at their disposal for it.
Mm-hmm. I'm nodding to everything that you're saying right now. Like, I completely agree. It's a very excellent analysis, I think, that you just gave us here. And it looks like we're still waiting. I mean, Group F, what's going on over there? We don't really know anything that's going on other than we're in a 1v1 with Galaxy Squids and Cosmic Cherries. We're still waiting to see what's happening. And same thing with Benthic, Brigade, and Misfits. We haven't even reported yet. So, I mean, obviously, maybe there's some overtime happening over there for Benthic, Brigade, and Misfits. But you can see, too, also, if we zoom out and go into Group H, Bloodwalk getting a 1-0 over the Jelly Squids. Jelly Squids, once again, I mean, I can't talk about this team enough, Falco. I mean, it's so cool that they got a really awesome win at LTC into Silver Bracket and coming into this top 32 situation. So, I mean, they're doing their best to try to stay into this game and in this fight. So, once again, assuming that there hasn't been another score reported, they're not making it easy for Bloodwalk.
No, they really aren't. And, you know, we kind of talk about a lot of like lands like Riptide and LTC. That silver bracket, kind of I'll say the bottom bracket that you move on to. A lot of those teams they consist of teams who are competitive with the low ink level of teams. So Jelly Squids basically in that grand finals at LTC of Silver Bracket, they were facing a team that was, you know, similar to Aquatic Vanguard, had a lot of the same players who were on that team. But yeah, still kind of riding that high, rolling into this month in a top 32. You definitely can't be disappointed with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I mean, being able to go against really strong competitors too. I think that has to be, maybe it's intimidating, sure, because sometimes playing people that could potentially be better than you can be really intimidating, but I think that I would be excited if I was Jelly Squids though, Falco. Like, I would be so ecstatic to be put in this situation to play these teams that maybe you consistently see get into this top 32 situation, alpha bracket situation. So I'm hoping Jelly Squids is excited to be here and to be doing what they're doing right now.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. I'm sure, nobody I think moves on to a top 32 and is like questioning the results. Maybe you don't do as well in day one if you move on to a top 32, but no, I completely agree. They really have to be proud of themselves. But a lot of other teams who we have kind of seen return in this situation, we mentioned Black Komodo, we mentioned Surf and Turf, who are normally here. We just have a score reported, Tea Time getting that 2-1 victory over Carmesi Coloni. Again, I don't know if I'm saying that right. So, KK. Getting a 2-1 victory over them, which will put Tea Time at, let's see, they are Group G. That is going to put them at a 1-2. So unfortunately for them, not going to push them into Alpha Bracket. As we mentioned, we saw Joke Raiders and Smile with both of those teams likely moving on.
Awesome, that's good to hear. And also, if we head on over to that Group F, I was just saying here, Misfits getting a 1-0 over Benthic Brigade, so they're going to be moving into their Game 2 now. Benthic Brigade has a lot riding on this game here, I think, Falco. It could be the difference between getting Beta Bracket, I would assume?
So I think that's already determined. Benthic Brigade and Misfits are both 0-2 right now. So with Galaxy Squids and the Cosmic Cherries also playing their set, they are pretty much both of those top two teams guaranteed into an alpha bracket position. So just, these are the games you kind of, what bracket you're going to be in most of the time in this situation if you're not 1-1. So you'll kind of use these to test the waters, maybe. Say like, hey, if this map mode comes up, let's try and test this. Let's see if this specific comp works for this stage. So still good quality matches for these teams that they're playing, but again, really nothing at stake for the moment. But we do have other brackets that we can kind of talk about in this situation. Let's move on to Gamma Bracket, as I'm going to pull that one up. They're like well into their bracket, actually. They're already in, it looks like winter semifinals. We have 4 teams. We have Star Seekers versus Scarlet Fizzy, and then Combo versus Coco Rave, again, in our winner semis for Gamma Bracket. And you guys can see the bracket here on, I almost said here on stage, here on the screen, as we had these 16 teams participate.
Oh yeah, oh my gosh, looking at this, Star Seekers and Scarlet Fizzy into round 3, and you have Squid Sushi moving up into round 3. Boy howdy, that's gotta be exciting for them. Going on into that, and then you can see overtime, they were able to get a 2-1 win over overtime, going into the round 3 bracket spot there. Oh my gosh, Toolbox is always a fun one to talk about too, but they got 2-0'd by Eternal Eclipse down there into that group, and Royal Succulents getting 2-0 over Last Wish. Last Wish is a frequent low ink flyer too, Falco. And you can see Hydra as well. Hydra, also a very, very strong team moving into round 2 and just kind of waiting on the results for Quack on the Beach, seeing if they can get themselves into a round 3 situation as well.
Yeah, I didn't expect these teams to really push forward this far, but since this one is a double elimination bracket, remember Alpha and Beta are not double elim. This one, still the same number of teams who move on to the bracket, but they do kind of have their own redemption of it being a double elim. So yeah, these are teams, I think a lot of these teams have been in Gamma before, some of them kind of making their Gamma debut, because again, with this being one of the larger low inks, we do have 2 additional brackets to show. We also have Delta Bracket, which not sure how far that they are into their tournament as well, but again, 16 teams, Delta Bracket kind of the the 3-3 situation of will we, won't we kind of be in a day 2. Taking a look at some of these teams, again, already in the winners. Wow, Outcast Ninjas. I don't know how well. Okay, that's going to be a best of 5. I was going to say they're already like moving on to winners finals like super quickly, but they are doing such a good job in this bracket so far. So they're a team that you definitely want to watch out for. I'm trying to see some others. Origami Dragon moving up already too, doing such a good job staying alive. Looks like they're in the losers quarterfinals for that set. They're going to be waiting around just a little bit as Falling Squids and Stars Align still have no scores reported.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how that matchup between Fallen Squids and Stars Align is going to go. We got to see a lot of action of Stars Align kind of earlier, I believe in the CCA season, if I'm not mistaken. They are a CCA team, so we definitely got to see a lot of what was happening with them early on, so that's going to be fun. And that would be a good matchup, too, between Stars Align and Origami Dragon. Origami Dragon has made themselves really known in this low ink scene, Falco. I mean, Origami Dragon, I'm pretty sure consistently plays low ink like almost every month, and I believe they do bracket consistently as well. So, I mean, that's really cool to see going on in here. And if you kind of look more towards the top, Lethal Vengeance getting a 3-0 over Painted Aurora. That's got to feel really good. And also, oh my gosh, Fallen Squids versus Eminence going into a 2-3. Once again, it's what's happening. We won't know. We don't know, but we want to. And maybe sometimes the mystery is better, but it just makes you curious.
Yeah, man, going to a game 5 in round 2, that's got to be tough, because round 1, that's always a best of 3. In round 2 being a best of 5, you know, you don't want the fatigue to hit you too early. You don't want you to get too tired out, and then especially if you have to drop to losers where, you know, you have to always be on your toes. At that point, you lose and you're out. But Ominous, yeah, like you said, getting a really good win as they are going to face Arcadia. We do have one more bracket to look at. That is the Epsilon bracket. Again, most of these teams kind of being the 3-3 teams, as we do see a few already kind of heading into and finishing their winner semis. We have TikTok. One of your good friends, Maddie, is on that team. Saf, so they are up 2-0 over the Ink Drinkers, and on the other side of that bracket is Ink Strikers and Hellbound.
Yeah, and you could see, too, the Whip Rays going against Fatal Parliament. Fatal Parliament being the successor in the 2-0 and moving on to Splatsville Idol Group and still getting getting a good win with 2-0, moving on up into the round 3 against One Trick W. So, I mean, going 2-0 into day 2, Falco, that's got to feel pretty good for Fatal Parliament going into the round 3. I had no idea that Maddie was playing today, so that's exciting to see. TikTok doing really well into the round 3, and especially against Ink Drinkers as well. Ink Drinkers being a very solid team to try to go up against, too. And Arrows of Nature, wow, Arrows of Nature taking down Arise into a 2-1 and going against One Trick W, but One Trick W coming out on top going into that next bracket as well. Wow. There's a lot of interesting fights going on here too, Falco. I'm seeing a lot of 2-1s.
Yeah, and one of those 2-1s in particular, and you kind of hinted to this earlier, Whip Rays versus Ink Drinkers. That is actually a very interesting match because Ink Drinkers consisted of a few players who played on Day Old Tofu, and the Whip Rays and Day Old Tofu were in the same Ludi group back in the previous Ludi season. They happen to be in my group too, so I know them very well, and I know how competitive that those two teams are. But Ink Drinkers winning that one and winning their next one, but like we said, kind of going down 0-2 against TikTok. So waiting on a few more, I think one more set to wrap up on the top 32 side before we head into Alpha Bracket. I also want to give a shout out to like all the graphics team for putting this all together. Like we were just like talking. It was like, I'm going to read off what's going on in the other brackets. And then, our lovely video producer Inkfair is like, oh, I'll just pull that up. And it's like, oh, well, that's cool that you can read my mind and you happen to have this ready. So shout outs to the IPL production crew for all these wonderful like instant updates too. A lot of work behind the scenes to kind of pull all these graphics together. Especially you see like one of the matches are blinking. That means a score was just reported there. Like Fatal Parliament 1-0 over One Trick. Just a lot of the amazing visual cues here at IPL.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's so cool. Wow. Inkfair, that is so neat. You guys are so spoiled. Oh my gosh, a formidable duo of the graphics team by JPEG and by Inkfair. But wow, I didn't know that. You guys are so spoiled here in the chat. You get to see this stuff happening live on the stream.
Yeah, rather than Saf and I just kind of rambling off numbers and teams without you guys being able to see it. Oh man, it's so cool to see. But yeah, these are the 3 live brackets going on. Gamma, Delta, Epsilon. Again, all double elim brackets, different than what we are going to see on Alpha Bracket on stream, which will be coming up pretty soon. Again, just waiting on one more set to conclude before all these teams get situated into their appropriate brackets.
You know, Falco, before we went live today, you and I kind of got to chit-chat a little bit. I didn't even get to ask you, what did you have for lunch today?
I had Costco chicken melts and Kirkland
Classic.
potato chips. I streamed this morning, quickly scarfed down a lunch, said hello to my wife, and went back down into the basement. So, real gremlin basement hours on this lovely Sunday.
Yeah, Kirkland's signature. If you're out there and you're listening, sponsor this man. Twitch.tv/FalcoFlyer.
Well, Saf, how was your kombucha? How was?
Oh my gosh, tasty as always. It's good for the gut biome. It's good for you. It makes my stomach feel good. And the flavor of the day is bold and smooth Master Brew, and it's ginger flavor.
Ooh, love to see it. Okay, so we're getting ready for Alpha Bracket. We do know the teams who are going to be playing. Not sure if the graphic is going to be up on stream as they are getting some of their things situated. But I can read off all the matches, all the teams who are going to be in Alpha Bracket. We do have C Drive, who's the #1 seed. They will be facing Cosmic Cherries first. Secret Elixir versus Wave Break. That's going to be such a fun game to watch.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. That's going to be so cool. Ikaryoku versus Smile, and Distinct versus Dark Masters. And then on the other half of the bracket, Herbert Fan Club versus Surf and Turf, Joke Raiders versus Dog Clan Fan Club. Second to last match here, as you see on the screen, Trip Hazard versus Bloodlock, and then Galaxy Squids versus Equilibrium. So here are your top 16. Single elimination, first round, a best of 3. Very high stakes in this situation, Saf.
Yeah, I'm chomping at the bit for C Drive and Cosmic Cherries. I really want to know what's going to be happening over there at the top of the bracket. That's going to be a really good matchup. But also Ikaryoku and Smile is going to be fantastic too.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like even the seeds here, if you're #1 seed, if you're number 16, it doesn't matter. You're in the top 16. I don't think any players or any teams, they shouldn't let it get to their head on what their position is at this point. Now, of course, you might be facing a team first that you don't really want to face, or you're thinking like, oh, if we face them, I thought it would have been later on. But you just got to get your wins when they're you got to get your wins for every match that's presented to you, Saf.
Yeah, I agree with you there. That's very, very true. And there's a lot riding, too, into this Day 2 Alpha Bracket, right? It's like, I mean, if you make it into top 16, you have to be feeling pretty good about yourself, but it's not going to be easy to move forward from that, Falco. I mean, we just said it right here. With this roster of teams that we're looking at, with this seeding, I mean, these are really strong contenders coming into here, and they want to make their presence known. They want to get into that last final slot over on the right side of the graphic here, you can see, and it's not going to be easy for any of them. There's going to be a lot of fighting to be happening, and it's like you said earlier, you don't want to burn yourself out too early, and right now, with the teams that we have going into this round 1, I mean, this is no time to rest.
No time to rest at all, as this is crunch time. You had your matches earlier on in the pools. You either went 3-0 or 2-1, but here's really where the competition starts for these teams. Now, of course, the teams that make, it's hard when you're in top 32 and you really want to make Alpha Bracket, and then you somehow find your way in Beta. You could be a little discouraged at that point, but you still have a lot of quality games that are ahead of you. It really just depends on, you got to finish the job no matter what bracket you're placed in. So even though we're kind of talking about all these alpha teams who made it and looking forward to these great matches, everybody who's in the beta bracket too, they've got a lot of good matches that are ahead of them.
Yeah, and honestly, we talk about alpha bracket, or I mean, I know I talk about alpha bracket and how awesome it is to get this far, but you're absolutely right. I mean, getting in bracket in general, I think is an excellent feat and is a huge win. Like just seeing, especially in that Discord server, seeing your team's name under one of those lists of the brackets can feel so good, and it's a good accomplishment. It's a huge accomplishment. I mean, and if you keep like moving up in the bracket too, month to month, you can see the progression and how well you are doing, and your success. You can just visually see your success when you get placed into a higher bracket with teams that are consistently based in a higher bracket, and so on. Looking at you, Ikaryoku. You can see your success happening live, and you can kind of look back on it, and so that's gotta feel so good, and it's so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Another team I want to point out, we haven't really talked about them that much, is Wavebreak. They actually won Div 7 in Ludi the last season.
Oh, and, that's right.
Yeah, look, they're facing a very tough Secret Elixir team. Again, Secret Elixir getting 4th place in the last low ink. So that's definitely going to be a matchup that we want to keep an eye on. I mean, especially, again, we talked about seeding. Not sure how it really... we don't see them. But look, an 8 and a 9... You want to get those wins, but that's got to be a competitive matchup for those two. So that will be a good one that we want to keep an eye on too. Yeah, a few of the teams that we have seen on stream already. Joke Raiders, we mentioned they're moving on. Trip Hazard moving on. Smile moving on. Though these are the teams that I'm sure you guys are going to be watching out for as well too. So again, getting ready, getting situated for our next matchup. As we'll see who we're headed to. I'm actually not quite sure yet. We were going to head to Herbert Fan Club versus Surf and Turf first. Thank you for speaking that into my ear, our lovely producer who is running the stream. And yes, so yeah, this should be a good one. We talked about Surf and Turf a little bit earlier today. Herbert Fan Club should be a fun team to watch out for too. Again, small roster of 4 players. You gotta really focus and make sure you're on your A game for that one, Saf.
Oh my gosh, the smiley face emoji. I want to know more about you. That's so mysterious. Who are you on Herbert Fan Club? I want to know. But you're absolutely right. Surf and Turf has a really big roster coming in into this low ink Falco, and both teams are getting kind of situated and settled in. But I was going to say previously, no matter who we get to watch and stream today, it's going to be good no matter what. There's good matches happening across this bracket. So, I mean, I'm going to be pleased. I'm just more than pleased and beaming with whoever we get to watch, and I'm really happy that Surf and Turf and Herbert Fan Club are going to be the ones.
Yeah, and again, this is the first round, the bloodiest of them all being a best of 3. Just it is rough to put yourself in that situation to in this single elimination bracket. So yeah, you can't drop 2 games or else you're done. And losing that first game can be really hard, especially when you're in a position where you know you want to win all of your games. You know that your day could be cut short, especially maybe going 3-0 in your bracket and then having a very tough matchup in your first round of the alpha bracket can really put a damper on things. So both of these teams going to be on their A game as we are starting off with Splat Zone's Sturgeon Shipyard for the first match of this set. And it's a best of 5. I lied about everything.
Yeah, you're a liar. Anyways, Zones on Sturgeon Shipyard, really big middle section on this map, and kind of a weird terrain as well. You have a flat part in the middle leading with 2 ramps on the left and the right side. The verticality of this map is insane. So not only having the range to kind of combat what's happening down in mid, but also being able to have the tools to kind of take your fights in mid as well. Very crucial if you die on the zone on this one, Falco. Very, very crucial, because a splat in the zone can cover literally half of it.
It absolutely can. Let's get started for our alpha bracket game 1. I see the range blaster coming out on the side here for Herbert Fan Club. I am all about that, along with the tri-stringer on their side too. Dora using the wiper that we have seen before, and we see the machine coming out on the side of Surf and Turf along with the 96.
Yeah, the 96 deco is a really cool choice in my opinion, but right off the bat though, Surf and Turf is going to find themselves in a 3-down situation. Hunter going down to Gudra there, but unfortunately the wipeout being taken now onto Surf and Turf, and you can see Herbert Fan Club is going to make their way into this, onto the platform, the higher areas of Surf and Turf to try to get them away and keeping them trapped in the pit area right off the bat. But Smile here on the left side, not only getting a lot of beat coverage down, but also throwing out the tri-strikes to try to displace. But the Booyah Bomb and the Hammer coming in together from Surf and Turf, just not quite enough to take that zone. It goes into the neutral position, but Herbert Fan Club's not going to let that deter them. They're going to go ahead and just recap it. 45 seconds left.
Man, and that was such a good push from Surf and Turf too, because they used all three of their specials, but you just couldn't get the cap and couldn't get the picks, and we saw it was just the Kraken who is alive, and at that situation you're kind of floating around in mid, and you need to get back to a safe spot before your Kraken goes away, or else you're going to get splatted. So Herbert Fan Club just really holding on to the zone. We see one more opportunity with some of these specials coming out of Surf and Turf. Is it going to be enough?
Oh.
Yes, it is. Giving a 73 penalty. You sacrifice all of your bodies. You're a Kraken who's just trying to stay alive, but guess what? You are extending this match, guaranteed at least like 1 more minute.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good push by Surf and Turf. It was exactly what they needed in that moment there. Gruja being able to back up successfully, but unfortunately getting taken down as soon as that Kraken was over. But we once again find ourselves in a situation where Surf and Turf is really far pushed back. I mean, Herbert Fan Club is doing a really good job of not only keeping themselves fanned out, but maintaining their presence in mid right now. I mean, they're able to keep the map in their color as best as possible. Ooh, the delayed splat there coming out from the Reef Slider before the Booyah Bomb could actually be thrown there was, I think, definitely crucial, especially because you only have Luke holding down that left side there. Gudra able to break in now with the reverse wipeout happening on the side of Herbert Fan Club. Surf and Turf now into the middle section of this map. No penalty. They are ready to go, Falco.
And look how far Dory's pushed up using the stamp, getting one pick, waiting for another, getting a second, but gonna go down. But I swear, they are making Herbert Fan Club sweat by just capping at the very last moment every time. Originally giving them, what, a 74 penalty, now a 56. Like, it's been crazy for them, but Herbert Fan Club able to cap once again as they're just like, can we please get this match done with? We've had the zone 95% of this entire game, but Surf and Surf still hanging on even with some of their players going down.
Yeah, they are holding on tightly. They are clutching their pearls on this one, Falco. But I mean, once again, you have Luke being really comfortable in that mid area with the tri-stringer there, but Gudra's going to try to come in with the Kraken to try to push them off, taking some distraction away from the zone capping, almost able to get that yellow to flip the zone up. Now they're able to. There we go. They were looking for it and just couldn't quite get it there, but you have a 2 versus 2 situation in this moment here. You kind of have both members of Surf and Turf that are up kind of bunched together, one of them going down, Luke getting a really good splat there. I mean, Luke has done an excellent job kind of holding on to this left side of the map here, which I think is really hard to do with a tri-stringer.
Yeah, they are doing a really good job just knowing when to back up and when to push up and really not putting themselves in a situation where they're going to be splatted. Right now, they are the last one alive, but they are in the zone, going to be using that killer whale, and it looks like the Kraken is going to try and find them. They are going to be camping this jump, going to be taking down Iris, who unfortunately is going to go down. But look at this Surf and Turf really turning it around in the last half of this match half.
Yeah, they are. They kind of had to find their footing, I think, initially, and then once they were able to kind of be like, okay, this is where we need to be and what we need to do, they were like, okay, all the stops, we're pulling them out right now. And we're almost in a reverse situation right now, Falco, because Herbert Fan Club is now the ones that are in their pit area, now going 2 down, 3 down. Now, the penalty for Surf and Turf has been eliminated. There are 30 seconds and some change left on this clock, but Surf and Turf is just ticking away at this timer right now, and if there is any last-ditch effort to be had, oh boy howdy, it's coming into play for sure.
Oh, this is where if you're Herbert Fan Club, you're thinking, oh man, we had 2 great opportunities to get this win, but it is not over yet. They are trying one last time to push in. 1-player advantage, 2-player advantage, some specials being used. Yes, it's going to flip on the side of Surf and Turf, but now it's going to be contested by Herbert Fan Club. 2 players down. Surf and Turf able to take the lead as we go into Herbert's overtime. We go into Herbert time. We go into overtime as
Herbert time!
It's Herbert time, Seth.
It's Herbert time, baby. They're gonna try their best here. You have Gudra sliding in though with that Kraken to try to push anybody off of the tower. There's only 2 seconds left on the penalty. Oh my gosh, Herbert Fan Club able to clutch it out in the end.
I'm like speechless. I feel like I played in that match, and I have so much adrenaline running through me. Like the number of times that Herbert fan club were like, "Yes, this is it," and then no, and then finally Surf and Turf caps and takes the lead, and you're just like, "Wait a minute, how did this change so quickly?" But oh my gosh, like. What a crazy ending. My dog, I was like yelling and moving, and my dog was concerned for me. I think she was like, Dad, are you okay? What's happening? Are you watching Splatoon 3? Like, what's going on? Yes, I am.
You and me both being like, I mean, I just, wow, Surf and Turf, though, Falco. I mean, I was a little worried for them. I'll admit it. They had me in the first half. I really thought that Herbert fan club was going to clutch this one out, and they were like, you know what? Yeah, we want to get this over with. We're in single digit, yada yada. But Surf and Turf was like, not so fast. Not so fast. We are still in this game. We are going to go to overtime, whether you like it or not. And that's exactly what happened. But at the end of the day, Herbert fan club was like, hey, you know what? No, we're not going to give this to you. We're going to fight you to the very bitter end. And that's exactly what happened. Oh my goodness. Moving into game number 2 with the counter pick, correct?
Yeah, and we actually haven't even talked about counter picks yet for low ink. But basically, you win on a map mode, you can't choose either of those for your counter pick. You know, there's a defined set list. You know, most of you are here. You've already watched low ink before. You know what it's up, or you know what's up. But yeah, for everybody else, yes, welcome to counter picks. The loser chooses the map and mode. You cannot choose a map or mode that you have won on. But since this is Surf and Turf's counter pick, they can really choose whatever they want as long as it is in the map pool at the beginning.
And right away we're going to see, I mean, you and I can see it right now that the stream cannot see it. There we go. It is Clam Blitz on Museum. We got our tickets, Falco. We're going to see the exhibit, see the sights, see the sounds, maybe get a snack or two while we're looking at some artwork here down in Museum de Alfonsino. I mean... Wow, I'm still flabbergasted from that previous match, and I'm like, I'm chomping at the bit. Let's get this next one going. Yeah,
I think we're going to see some really interesting pushes here, especially if they keep that Kraken. You keep some of the stamp players too. You're going to just take down a lot of members who just might be hiding by the basket. Especially if they keep the Tri-Stringer too. I think that will be very interesting if we see Luke stick with that on the side of Herbert fan club, as there's a lot of vertical height in this map that you can kind of take advantage of. So, you know, who knows what was going through Surf and Turf's mind. I like this choice. Anytime somebody chooses clans as a counter pick, I'm all for it, as long as it's not tower control ink blot, which we all know happens a lot. But this is I think a solid choice by Surf and Turf, kind of given the situation. And I don't know, will this one spiral? Probably not, but who's to say? Who knows?
I want to know if Hunter is going to keep holding on to the blaster. That was such an interesting pick, in my opinion, especially for Splat Zones. I mean, Splat Zones, to me, I feel blaster is just not a traditional pick and not normally something that you see, but I really liked that Hunter kind of went against the grain there and brought out the blaster here, and I wonder, is that going to be a similar situation here? We're about to find out, folks! Game number 2! In this Alpha bracket, Dory is actually going to switch over to that Wiper, and Luke is still going to be playing that Tri-Stringer, Falco.
Yeah, and Hunter is going to be switching over to the regular 96, which is actually one we don't see very often.
Yeah.
With Sprinkler and Vac, but hey, you know, that can help alleviate some of the pressure that Herbert fan club might be pushing through. So right now, very much a stalemate here in mid, as you're just trying to take any pick that you possibly can take. And right now, it's working out for Herbert fan club, as they do have a one-player advantage, gathering some more clams. Dory is going to be pushing up, gathering some clams over on their own side. As look at this, some members from Herbert fan club are going to be trying to push up, and it looks like our colors are swapped a little bit. Just I'll take this opportunity to say that, but as they are going to be trying to push up, it looks like Surf and Turf really trying to defend.
Yeah, they're trying their best to defend right now, but not quite successful in it. Herbert fan club's going to be the ones to make the initial pop. Unfortunately, no follow-up, though, as 3 members are going to go down here. You can see them kind of coming back into the map and respawning. The Machine looking to see if they can back up Smile there. Unfortunately, the X across their name into the middle of the map. You could tell that they were trying to back up, though, and wait for their teammates to get back into the map, but were unfortunately unsuccessful in doing so. But Surf and Turf is not going to let that deter them, Falco. Once again, you can see Chrissy having the Trizuka online, using it to their advantage, having that power clamp in their possession. But Iris coming in for the flank, getting 2 members down before the trade happens there. 3 members down now on the side of Herbert Fan Club. This is Surf and Turf's time to see if they can try to make a push.
Yeah, and it looks like they might, especially one player going down. We do see, it looks like that's going to be a Booyah being thrown there by Steven, trying to push up some more pressure. But a lot of players respawning on the side of Herbert Fan Club, making it a little more difficult. Goodra now pushing in, basket is going to break, but no, it's just one player live, and they are going to be able to get that clam before the wipeout. So Surf and Turf throwing everything they possibly can at the basket to take the lead. They are able to take it with just about 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I was a little leery about that at first, but they did get 2 power clams, and they're not only taking the lead, but also, I mean, finding themselves in the wipeout situation. But Herbert Fan Club didn't really utilize that too much, Falco. They didn't really want to push up. They were playing it a little bit more carefully, but you have Luke pushed all the way up here to this platform right now, using their killer whale to try to get some displacement going in there, but you have Goodra being able to follow up and clear that basket space with their Kraken. 2 picks by Goodra. That was just excellent here. Surf and Turf once again going to try to break in, but missing that power clam. Unfortunately, a little bit nervous there for Dory. They're able to stamp back into there and try to pick up that power clam, but now Surf and Turf going into the wipeout situation. Oh man, they were trying there.
Yeah, a missed opportunity for Dory, and I know exactly what they were trying to do. They missed the clam. They're like, you know what? The only way I can pick up this power clam is if I use my hammer, or else I'm just going to get splatted. They were able to get it, but not get the follow-up, unfortunately. And 3 players were now down on Herbert Fan Club, as that didn't really seem to damper the push that Surf and Turf was trying to make in this situation. Remember, they still do have the lead, and they really haven't been letting go of mid at any point. Specials now coming out on the side of Herbert Fan Club. No power clam ready for them just yet. It looks like they do have the Tri-Stringer, who has quite a few clams. But at this point, you need to take down members of Surf and Turf, because they're taking you down one by one.
Yeah, they have them pretty well staggered right now, and they're coming into the mid area also staggered. You can see they're trying to take this right side, but Surf and Turf is just not going to let it happen. Already, Goodra getting 1 pick, looking to see if they can get him a pick on Smile, and they do. A little bit of tick damage coming from their teammate there. You can see Luke is also trying to see if they can get some displacement going and look for a pick as well, and they are successful in doing so with their Killer Whale, but that doesn't deter Surf and Turf. They're going to break this basket open. They have no penalty on the board right now, but unfortunately, once again, no follow-up, giving a pity clam to Herbert Fan Club.
That's right, and now 1 minute left. Since Surf and Turf still has the lead, they don't really have control of mid anymore that they did have, but 3 players down, and that's going to be a soft wipe on their side. This should be a really good opportunity for Surf and Turf. Goodra now just pushing into the spawn by the basket, getting all these players, and look at this, taking 2 players down, going up the wall, even chasing, I believe that was the Gal, but is quickly going to go down. But you apply all that pressure, it's going to allow your teammates to open basket, get a few clams in, get all the way down to 35, maybe get the wipeout. You got to wait for that one. Yep, you got to wait for Chrissy, who's using the Trizuka, who's still alive. Basket's going to close, but now going to be a major uphill battle for Herbert Fan Club.
Yeah, and Chrissy's just going in there with the aggression. They're kind of throwing a Hail Mary here with 14 seconds left to go. But the power clam for Surf and Turf is once again going to jump in. Chrissy keeping themselves mobile to get a basket break one more time on the side of Surf and Turf. And that basket's going to stay open, Falco. Goodra is still alive here. They're going to keep themselves alive. We're going to go into overtime right now. Unfortunately, though, Herbert Fan Club does have a power clam in their possession. The vacuum is now going to get popped, looking for the push. Hunter's going to try to help out as best as they can. You can see Smile also trying to jump in to give some support there, but unfortunately, the members of Herbert Fan Club just so staggered right now. And I'm just laughing at that wall throw coming out from Goodra before they popped Kraken. It was like moments before disaster.
Yeah. Oh, did you even see what happened when that power clam landed? I believe they jumped in, were like, hey, I'm going to get splatted. I'm going to throw it to our vacuum player who's going to stay alive because we need to keep this power clam alive. So like it was just of like, hey, I'm literally going to throw it to you right away so we can try and keep this push going. Unfortunately for Herbert Fan Club, it did not work out, but Surf and Turf getting a needed win here in this situation. They are going to tie the set up 1-1 going into Game 3, and remember, we do have counter picks, and this time Herbert Fan Club will be making their first counter pick. They cannot choose zones, they cannot choose Sturgeon Shipyard for this counter pick, so lots to think about for this team as they want to try and take a lead in this set. But yeah, counter picks are always kind of a mind play.
Yeah, and Falco, remind me again. I know how counter picking works, but there's one thing that I've been kind of questioning in my mind. So, since even though Surf and Turf won Clamblitz Museum, that is the one that we just got to play and witness, does that mean that Herbert Fan Club can also pick this again because they lost?
Yeah, they can choose it again. It's you can choose the same map and mode that you just lost on. That is 100%. Legal. You could have it like three times in a row technically, but it looks like that's not what they're opting to choose. But we are going to be moving on to Rainmaker Mako Mart. So hey, I always like this when we kind of see, at least in Game 3, we're seeing a different mode each time. And the only reason we wouldn't is if they were to choose Clan Blitz at this time. But yeah, Rainmaker Mako. So again, I don't even know really how to predict. Surf and Turf looked way more comfortable in Game 2 than they looked in Game 1. Because zones can really spiral out of control. And I think Surf and Turf did a better job just kind of winning their 1v1s and coordinating their pushes.
Yeah, every time I was laughing, Falco, I was just laughing at Gudra. They not only, almost every time we consistently looked at Gudra, they were Kraken.
Yeah.
We didn't even see the face behind the Kraken. It was just Kraken a lot of the time. And again, I need to bring up that wall throw and then popping Kraken. Just literally moments before disaster, getting into the double pick, trying to climb up the wall, going for the third. But unfortunately, their time ran out there and they had to kind of get out of the situation. But it's just silly gameplay. And the other thing too, I think once Surf and Turf had a really solid lead, Chrissy was just kind of in that basket area, like we said earlier, kind of throwing a Hail Mary. They were like, okay, well, we know we're in the lead. There's a handful of seconds left in this game. I'm gonna just kind of sit here and try to do the damage that I can, and they did it so well.
Yeah. Yeah, for real. It looks like these teams are ready, so we'll get ready for our third game here. Remember, tied 1-1. Loser has a counter pick that they are able to pick, and we're going to see these comps again. Dory back on the Wiper. We see the Range Blaster coming out once again from Herbert Fan Club. That is going to be Hunter using it, and the Tri-Stringer coming back out too.
Yeah, and it's so impressive for me for Herbert Fan Club, Falco, because they really do have a lot of ink coverage. I was a little worried because sometimes when you take out and you do a comp that has two weapons that are not like shooter weapons per se, I get really worried about ink coverage, but Herbert Fan Club does not let that affect them in the slightest. They have a lot of mobility, especially Luke with that Tri-Stringer. They keep themselves mobile. They push up really far when they can, and it works out for them. But right away, Surf and Turf is actually going to just hit the ground running and break this first checkpoint.
Yeah, that left side was seemingly uncontested. You had members of Herbert Fan Club. A few of them were down. A few of them had to kind of like scramble back on their own side to protect it. And look at this, trying to extend that lead. Dory picking it up, pushing it a little further. Two players are now down on the side of Surf and Turf as we see some of these specials being used. Wavebreaker making sure that no members of Surf and Turf trying to break in. But look at this, Dory once again picking it up and just pushing it and says, you know what? I'm going to push this even further. Going to get it to 29. But now, finally with a wipe, they are going to go down as Herbert Fan Club trying to get a little more map control. They actually have control of the Rainmaker right now, but having a hard time pushing forward.
Yeah, you could see Smile was trying to break in there, maybe throw some tri-strikes in from the back area, but not quite successful in doing so. They got two out there, but that third one was just unable to make it to the party. Luke is going to be the one with the Rainmaker in their hands. The wipeout now occurring on Surf and Turf. This is Herbert Fan Club's moment to try to get some more points on this board, and man, they are going to do it just fine with that. They're going to do the same thing. They're going to try to pick it up and push it just a little bit further, anything that they can to get more points on the board, but that 35 is going to be where the end, like where that push is going to end for them, and they're going to reset now, putting it back in the middle. I mean, I thought we were going to just see the tides change their Falco. They tried to just do the flip, do exactly what Surf and Turf did earlier.
Yeah, and I think what was really important, though, for Herbert Fan Club is just getting past that checkpoint. You know, you don't need the lead at this moment. You just need to make sure that there's nothing that's going to be in your way from taking the lead that isn't just the other team. So they're able to clear that. And look at this hop! Able to make it on the side, but look, that's not enough points to take the lead for Herbert Fan Club. I actually don't think I've seen anybody take and jump on the grates for the lead there, Saf.
No, I haven't either, Falco. That was a new one for me, too, here. Only in Alpha Bracket and low ink, baby. Holy moly, that was really cool. but now you can see Surf and Turf definitely, I think, was feeling pretty confident with their lead here, but now with only a 1-point difference, I think they're feeling the pressure for sure right now for Falco. They do have the Rainmaker in their possession. The Kraken chasing Luke. Oh my gosh, a chase to be had there with 2 members, including the Kraken, trying to chase Luke and get them out of there. Surf and Turf is going to bring this Rainmaker back into the middle area, but they are at a disadvantage with 2 members being down at this moment here, but that's okay because Herbert Fan Club is going to be like, hey, you know what? We're going to take advantage of that. We're going to pick it up here, and we're going to look and see if we can make another push in. There's a lot of fighting happening in this corner. This is a bottlenecky situation here. Tri-Strike's going to come out to try to clear the way a little bit, but Chrissy is able to burst through and take that Rainmaker out.
Yeah, and I was going to say the positioning of the Rainmaker, they did such a good job of jump and then just like move over to the left side, let a few of your players push up so you have the paint and the push. But look at this! Speaking of push, trying to get it once more, Herbert Fan Club. As soon as they like touched the ground, I think they would have had the lead. This is where, okay, you have a few player advantage. This is where you need to take the lead. Dory wisely backing up, but no, the lead is still not taken yet, and it looks like Luke has the Rainmaker. Just need to take down one more person, and it's going to be Chrissy, but one is still alive as well. Got to hide from that ink wall to push down, just waiting for an opportunity. Oh, Luke, can they finally make it? No, they can't yet. Not yet, Saf.
My goodness, they're trying, Falco, they're trying so hard, but now they're in a soft wipe. There we go, that is the lead change. That was what they needed. They needed to get Surf and Turf into a soft wipe situation, and they were doing their best there. It's all moving so fast, Falco. Everybody's so bunched up. It's like, is this a 2v1? Is this a 3 versus 1? Is this a 3 versus 3? What's happening in this corner right now?
This is an all hands on deck situation for really both teams. You know, if you're Herbert Fan Club, you want to get the knockout. If you're Surf and Turf, you have to prevent the knockout and try and just get control of the Rainmaker one more time. That's going to be a nice triple there for Hunter, who's going to take 3 players down with their blaster. Can they get that 4th? Trying to eye them down. Looks like it's not going to quite happen yet, but that is going to be very important for Herbert Fan Club. 15 seconds left, just protecting this Rainmaker, making sure Surf and Turf doesn't get it. There's your 4th pick by Hunter. Not the solo wipe that they wanted, but here is where Herbert Fan Club just needs to wisely back up. We're going to see the Booyah thrown, and the Kraken come out. The Kraken is actually going to take them down, so this will give Surf and Turf one more opportunity, Saf.
Yeah, and they're in a 2-down situation right now for Herbert Fan Club, Falco, so it is do or die at this moment. But Luke being on that backside there with Hunter to follow up, they just have them pincered right there. Herbert Fan Club taking the win. Oh my goodness. Like, there was... the fight that was happening in that corner of Herbert Fan Club was unrelenting in trying to get that lead, Falco. They were not giving up.
Yeah, they really weren't. I mean, like... Gosh, that was so close too. I'm so happy that we get such a good match between these two teams, and I love the push that that Surf and Turf was just trying to make in those last moments and able to take the lead there too. Man, absolutely incredible in that last game. You know, the comp too, I really enjoyed. It was more of a comp that we saw during the first game, which unfortunately for Surf and Turf didn't work out, but you know, they just kind of felt more comfortable in the situation. And once again, at this moment, you're going to put, you're going to have counter picks here moving on to our game 4. This is going to be set point 2, Saf. So this one, all the marbles are on the line.
Yeah, it's on the line for sure. Surf and Turf really needs to try to gain another win here. Can we go to a game 5, Falco? I mean, we're all fans of a game 5. I would love to see a game 5 between these two, because I mean, these two games, Falco, have had us screaming the entire time.
They certainly have, and here are the final moments kind of in this game, where after Herbert Fan Club took the lead in that nail-biter push, this is where Hunter's going to get their amazing triple. One player down, you're going to take down Dor then, and then you're going to take down Chrissy, and just kind of set the tone for the next 30 seconds to hold on. That's where we thought the quad could have been, but yeah, such a wonderful win there. And, you know, stopping the Rainmaker at the very last second, Dory knew, like, hey, we gotta pop this. This is gonna be hard, as you just have the machine alive. They're the only one alive. Really nowhere to go if you are Surf and Turf in that situation.
And you can tell, too, Dory was doing their best to try to pop and pick up, but then as soon as they saw those arrows flying in from Luke, they were like, oh, man. Oh, no. I'm caught in this situation, and then you also have the machine coming in to follow up as well, kind of keeping their distance too. So it was definitely the mad rush for the end to try to get that Rainmaker moving once again, but unfortunately just not quite enough. And the counter pick has been selected, Falco. We are going on over to Hagglefish. We're going to the market, we're going shopping, we're getting some produce, and we are going to be riding a tower to get there.
Yeah, that's, this is one that we have seen a lot of the time. Tower. Okay, so controlling your tent, especially on the left side, is going to be absolutely important, as pretty much all the checkpoints kind of surround that area too. So as long as you can kind of keep those, your painted ink, keep those uncontested, you're gonna be in a better situation. But once again, we talk about maps and modes that can kind of spiral if you're not careful. This might be one of them, Saf.
Yeah, and Falco, this just in, we actually just received confirmation on who Herbert is. We received confirmation of who this fan club is about, and it turns out to be about a rat. Yeah. Herbert the rat.
Herbert, unfortunately, a deceased rat that they found on the side of the road. But their spirits live on with this team, and Herbert fan club is rooting for Herbert. I'm sure Herbert's rooting for them too, as they are up 2-1. So game point to move on for Herbert fan club, where Surf and Turf looking to hold on. And look at this, we see the Stamper come out, Seth.
Yeah, this is an interesting pick, I think, for Smile, especially because Smile has been playing that Neo Splash a lot of the time, so we're actually going to be opting for the sword pick. We do have a sword fight happening in front of us here, Falco, with having that Wiper out. Why away, though, Surf and Turf is going into a 3-down situation from this top-down view. There's only one member left alive, Steven opting to jump out and push back in with their teammates here. But, I mean, Herbert fan club, they know that this is their game to win, and they gotta do it quickly, and that's exactly what we're gonna be seeing happen right now. Smile being the distractor with this with this zip caster right now. I mean, oh my gosh, they were circling around 3 members, Falco.
Yeah, and since we haven't seen Zipcaster yet from either of these teams, it's going to throw a little bit of curveball for Surf and Turf. And you use the Zipcaster to just kind of serve as a distraction and be like, hey, look at me, don't pay attention to the objective, that's not important. Any picks you get along the way are going to be really key. Herbert fan club getting all the way to 41 pretty early on, approaching that second checkpoint. And look at that, Dory taking down 2 players as they're trying to take more control of mid. Tower now also approaching mid as well, and Dory's going to be throwing that stamp. Unfortunately, going to go down as Herbert fan club really did not let this push player advantage from Surf and Turf really get to their head.
Yeah, I'm really liking this movement that we're seeing from Smile right now, Falco. Not only did they jump on the tower to kind of get it moving and get it into the front there, but they were able to jump off and kind of once again go in for the 1v1 fight that they wanted to have there. But as I say that, though, Steven getting an excellent double pick, kind of a delayed double pick there. But now that Surf and Turf is going to be finding themselves on the tower and getting some points on the board. The Booyah Bomb coming out, maybe trying to clear a little bit of space. Steven trying to look and maybe help out with that fight, is a little bit late to the party, but still able to find a pick anyway. I'm pretty sure Steven right now is on a 3-kill streak at this moment. And now 3 members down of Herbert fan club going to be taken out of this map. Dory's going to be riding this tower. We're going to checkpoint number 1.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Surf and Turf to really try and cook something up, as they haven't had that with just about 2 minutes left into the game, and they do have the support of their teammates. Look at this, Goodra getting 2 picks. One more's going to drop from the tent. That's going to be triple and a wipeout for Surf and Turf as they are pushing to this tower. Man, if only these checkpoints weren't in the way, they could really get these things cooking. They're going to be taking down 1 from that Trizuka as well, and some of their players going to be pushing up even more. Can they get past this 41 mark that Herbert fan club got to? And it looks like they are, Saf, but not without a lot of players going down. It's just Dory who's still alive with that stamp, going to wisely back up, say, hey, I did my job, I'm going to back out just for now. We have the lead, let's hold on to this.
Yeah, exactly, and Falco, once again, Surf and Turf definitely not comfortable with this lead, but they know that Herbert fan club have to come to them with this tower. They are the ones that have something to gain here, but Surf and Turf has a lot to lose. So they know that this is where they gotta be. Iris getting enough damage with that Reef Slider on Steven, taking them down before that Booyah Bomb can come to fruition. Once again, Herbert fan club is gonna be jumping onto this tower here, getting it moving a little bit. Iris is gonna be successful in the 1v1 with Dory. Luke looking to get themselves comfortable on this tower. That's 2 members going down now on the side of Surf and Turf. This tower moving once again into this second checkpoint area here for Herbert Fan Club. They only have 1 point to gain here, Falco, and Smile is going to be doing what they did earlier, maybe providing a little bit of distraction with taking 2 members down. That lead is so close to flipping, and there we go once again.
Yeah, it was just Gudra who is alive, but unfortunately they're going to go down too. Now it's just Dory who's by the tower trying to get some of these jumps, and I don't know if they're going to be able to get it in time with all the paint coming out from Herbert Fan Club. And with this wipeout, okay, you're Surf and Turf, you're setting yourselves up. You need to just take care of mid for now and then push together as a team. Specials coming out right now. I think that's pretty wise. You can build them up once again for your push, but you don't want to go down and allow Herbert Fan Club an opportunity to get these pushes. 2 players down now on the side of Herbert Fan Club, where Surf and Turf has control of the tower. They are still trying to push it. Again, they need to get past this 30 mark, 10 more than where they were before. And Chrissy's still cooking, pushed up so far, getting some splats. And Saf, with just about 30 seconds left, this will be the last opportunity for Surf and Turf.
Oh my gosh, Falco, Chrissy is so brave. So incredibly brave to go into that fight there, but once again, you have Hunter getting a double pick. There's 3 members, though, going down on the side of Herbert Fan Club. Gudra kind of waiting for these jumps to come in before they want to push forward, getting a good pick off of Luke. There's one in that elbow area, and they know that they're there, taking Iris down, too, in the process. We're down to the 38 mark. Falco, Surf and Turf is going to do it right here. They're going to flip this lead with a few points left to go. We have 5 seconds left for Herbert Fan Club to try to get on this tower and maybe flip it once again, but Surf and Turf is not going to let it happen. We're going to Game 5, baby!
Going into Game 5 of our first set of Alpha Bracket. We love to see it on stream. Surf and Turf, really, these 2 teams are giving us a show this entire series, with, you know, domination really from both teams too, and how well that they can group up and coordinate and just push up together. So Surf and Turf getting this win. Herbert Fan Club has the counter pick now, and remember, we'll have to take a look and see which maps and modes in particular that they chose, so we can see what's eligible this time. But the fact that we saw every mode just kind of makes me happy in general. So Game 5, again, winner moves on. The winner will actually move on to face Dog Clan Fan Club, who defeated Joke Raiders 3-0. So, going to be a really interesting game. This is also not the only game in a Game 5 right now. Galaxy Squids and Equilibrium tied 2-2. The winner of that set is going to face Bloodwalk. You guys can take a look at the bracket here on stream and see who's moving on. C Drive won 3-0 over Cosmic Cherries. They're going to be facing Secret Elixir next. Going to be a very fun matchup. And Saf, Ikaryoku versus Dark Masters. That one's going to be good too.
Yeah, Ikaryoku is still moving on up. Falco, I mean, I'm really interested in C Drive and Secret Elixir. That is going to be such a good set. These 2 teams are so incredibly powerful, so having them face off together in that round 2 is going to be really, really cool, and that's going to be a really fun one, I think, for both the sides. But looking down below, you have Bloodwalk and Equilibrium also moving up here. Falco, I gotta talk about this set with Herbert Fan Club and Surf and Turf. I gotta say, this is probably one of my favorite sets I've ever witnessed.
Yeah, I mean, especially this early on in the Alpha Bracket. Like, obviously, if this were Grand Finals, like, we'd all be standing up applauding and very happy. But what's really cool for you guys watching, this is the only set that's still going on right now. There's no need to really, like, have a long break. Like, this is the game that everybody is watching. Especially for all of the 7 other teams who are moving on. All eyes on this match, and it looks like the counter pick is going to be Tower Control, Undertow, Spillway. So staying with Tower Control, moving on to Undertow. Again, this was Herbert Fan Club's counter pick, and, you know, they didn't win on Tower, but they came darn close to it, Saf.
Yeah, absolutely. They came really, really close, Falco. But also, one thing to note, too, it's like, it seems like whenever these teams are in the counter pick situation and they make their choice, it's like clear as day when we get into the game why they made that choice. I mean, prime example was Surf and Turf in that Clams Museum game. They were so incredibly strong and held together in that game, but then you kind of take it on the flip side and they took Tower Control on Hagglefish too. They were also incredibly strong, but it also seems like Herbert Fan Club has a really good time with Tower Control too, so them making this as their counter pick choice I think is going to be really excellent. So, I mean, 2-2 right now, Falco. We are toe-to-toe, everything on the table, all the cards are laid out. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. I'm blown away by these 2 teams right now.
2-2, toe-to-toe in Undertow. as yeah, getting ready for this final set. And you really gotta be wondering how some of these players are feeling too, kind of in this situation. And I think too, what makes this set so fun is we have fun comps too. I love seeing a blaster being played. Just like all the pop-offs that they're able to get to. Obviously seeing a Stampered Wiper is always exciting as well, but just really kind of, you know, not the same meta that we're used to seeing kind of at the top level at this stage. So providing entertainment for us all. Speaking of entertainment, let's bring you to our final game of this set. Game 5 between Surf and Turf and excuse me, between Surf and Turf and why am I choking on the team name, Saf? What is going on?
It's Herbert's fan club, baby!
Yeah, this is Herbert, yeah.
And we actually, Falco, we have the blaster fight! We have Hunter!
The blaster fight,
and we have Gudra!
Yes!
Oh my gosh. That's insane.
One range, one vanilla. Vanilla blaster, especially, you don't really see very often on in comp. You know, range blaster a little more common, still not common at all. And we see this is going to be a very quick take there by Surf and Turf as they're able to really just keep up the player advantage and quickly get past that first checkpoint.
Yeah, you can see it right there. There's a Booyah happening. There was also a This Way coming out. The Booyah is going to come out here looking onto that back podium area to see if there's any picks, maybe some displacement happening. Dory able to push up here successfully with Gudra as well to try to get that pick, getting 2 picks. Like Dory, 3 members down on the side. Herbert fan club leading them into the wipeout. We're going to checkpoint number 2, uncontested, Falco.
Yeah, uncontested with a ton of paint in front of the tower, which makes that even more important. Still getting these picks, still having a 2-player advantage. One of the players from Herbert fan club flanking on this right side, but still 2 players down. Look how far pushed up some of these Surf and Turf members are. Even jumping up this far too. That's going to be Gudra getting a nice pick, staying alive. Tower getting all the way to 32. This push is not over, Seth.
No, it is far from over, Falco, but as I say that, we have 3 members going down onto Surf and Turf. 31, though, in the first 2 minutes is just excellent here. You can see Chrissy maybe was kind of waiting for a sharking moment and opportunity, but unfortunately was sought out pretty quickly. The call-out was happening live right there, folks. But now we have the members of Herbert fan club moving back into this midsection. You have Luke posted up on the top area. Killer Whale is online and ready to go. Kind of waiting to use it. Yeah, here we go. Waiting for that tower to kind of start moving. Waiting to see if we can get that first checkpoint going, kind of clearing the space into that left side area there. A lot of firefights happening, though, really close up into the turf of Surf and Turf at this moment, though, Falco. I mean, the Herbert fan club is trying to bring the fight to them, but I think now, since they were able to do that with 1 member going down, Surf and Turf is going to take full advantage of this 2-man down situation and push this tower once again.
Yeah, and what Surf and Turf is doing really well is they are making sure that the players just get nowhere near the tower. They're even like just stepping away from the tower, drawing all of the attention, especially when you have somebody pop off like Gudra who can just take some players down. But that is going to be, they're going to be the last player alive, so that's going to be a soft wipe, and now the full wipeout on the side of Surf and Turf. So Herbert fan club, this will finally be their first real opportunity, but look how much yellow paint has kind of been extended on the side of Herbert fan club's map. So a major uphill battle in the situation, but the good news is you still have over 2 minutes left to play.
Yeah, Surf and Turf, Falco, they are not afraid to push forward. They are not afraid to get as close as they possibly can. We've seen it with Gudra, we've seen it with Chrissy especially. They are not worried about the firefight that is to come when they get close into their faces. They are not worried about it because they know if I can apply the pressure and kind of take the distraction off of what's happening in the game right now, I will be successful. But we may see a lead change here happening with Herbert fan club. Right now you have Luke on the tower, just a few points left. Only 1 point left here to get this checkpoint to try and take the lead, and they are so close to doing so. So many people getting taken down on that tower. The firefight definitely strong and is happening here, but Surf and Turf is going to say, not today. We're going to push this tower back, but you have 2 members now of Herbert fan club trying to circle around the backside to take them out.
Man, and Hunter was right by the tower. I feel like they may have could have jumped on the tower just to push it a little more when it was uncontested. Oh my goodness. Such a close push there. It just kind of seemed to come out of nowhere too for Herbert fan club to try and get that push. But look, they are still pushing. They are still cooking, getting some of these Surf and Turf members trying to push up. So again, you got all the way to 26. You just really need to touch that checkpoint. But now when you have 3 players going down, Missed opportunity. Is this going to be the full wipe for them? Are they going to be able to get Iris? They are. A few players from Herbert Fan Club were able to respond, but with Surf and Turf having just the 1-point lead with about 45 seconds remaining in this match, once again, all hands on deck for Herbert Fan Club.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hunter getting a really successful double pick there, able to kind of ignore the bubble that Gudra was able to launch and kind of went over and was like, you know what, there's some fights to be happening here. I can help out over here. And they were successful in doing so, getting that next pick. But once again, Gudra and Hunter kind of trading back and forth through a lot of this game. We have a lot of manpower down on this map right now, Falco. You only have Chrissy being the last one alive here. Herbert Fan Club is going to try to make this push one more time with 15 seconds left. They're looking for the picks right now. Falco Smile getting a good double pick. You have 2 members of Surf and Turf down, but Hunter trying to take the fight with Steven. The jump in also trying to help with assistance, but Dory is there to help with the fight. Oh my gosh, Surf and Turf now has the 1 point going, like only 1 point left. I didn't even realize that the lead changed.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Herbert Fan Club took the lead in that skirmish, whatever happened on the tower. So how the turns have tabled here, Seth. Going into overtime, we see a GG buoy, not a GG buoy come out, but we see a lot of pressure come out. Can Hunter get on the tower? No, they can't to keep it alive. Tower is still uncontested right now. It is just a Blast who is alive, and Herbert Fan Club able to hop onto the tower, and it looks like they will be moving up into the bracket to face Dog Clan Fan Club in the next round of Alpha Bracket.
What even happened there, Falco? I didn't even see the lead change. I just saw like maybe 6 bodies on the tower at once. Everybody's kind of dancing around the pole. Couple of X's, a lot of ink flying everywhere. I don't even know what happened.
Again, in that situation, all hands on deck to to just throw every special and all the splats at your opponents in that situation. Man, what an exciting game there. Both of these teams have to be very proud of themselves. Like, Surf and Turf is such a fun team to watch, and Herbert Fan Club overcoming so many obstacles to get that win. They are going to be moving on, and we do have all of our teams settled for the top 8 of this now single elimination bracket as we head into the next set. But Saf, that is going to be it for us on the mic today. Believe it or not, this is only our 2nd time ever casting together, and the first time we did 1 set of a Ludi match. So it has been such a pleasure casting with you, Saf. Where can we find you?
Oh, absolutely, Falco. You can find me on Twitter. That is at Safirea, 2 P's, 2 A's, or you can find me out in the sunshine today because, man, oh man, it is beautiful weather here on today with Day 2 Alpha Bracket Low Ink. Falco, where can the good people find you? And it is always a pleasure to be here with you.
Yeah, you can find me at my in-laws' house for dinner tonight. She's making, my mother-in-law's making meatloaf and mashed potatoes, I think, so come on over if you guys want, but you can also find me on Twitter at FalcoFlyer11 and on Twitch FalcoFlyer, and on Splatoon Tourney on Twitch and Twitter. But thank you all so much. We are going to be taking a little bit of a break before tossing it over to our next casters. You guys are going to have a good one. Popgun and Brush are coming on the mic next. So thank you for watching the beginning half of Day 2, May 2023 of Low Ink. We will be back shortly.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink, Day 2, May 2023. I am Popgun, joined by Brush, and we are going to be taking you out through the rest of the tournament here. We are in round 2 of Alpha Bracket. We're going to be bringing you guys Ikaryoku, sponsored by Octopi, taking on the Dark Masters. Brush, you excited?
Oh yeah, I mean, the sponsored by Octopi made my life in verification a little bit scarier this month as we said goodbye to Octopi, leaving Ikaryoku alone in this event. Dark Masters, on the other hand, playing with a sub. We can't see it there, but Matt R of Aquatic Vanguard is going to be joining the roster, though I'm not sure if I see them in the lobby currently.
They're not yeah. It looks like whoever Matt was subbing for has now since come back. To my knowledge, no team that has been sponsored has ever won Low Ink. So if Ikaryoku can do it this month, that'll be the first time ever a sponsored team. I don't know how much money Octopi is giving to Ikaryoku. Probably the waived of registration fee for this event. But that'll be exciting to see. Dark Masters plays in a lot of events. They play in like Proving Grounds, SOS, Squid Junction. Grandma got run over by a Reindeer Cup. If it is a tournament, they have played in it. And that success that they have in those other tournaments should translate well. It's got them this far into the tournament so far. They're looking to keep that streak going. Ikaryoku, same exact situation for them. They play in every tournament on God's green earth as well. So these two teams, very experienced in tournaments outside of Low Ink. How about that? Teams that play in tournaments outside of Low Ink. What a crazy concept. Maybe it has something to do with the fact they're both top 8 right now. Just saying.
There you go. And one of the things that I think is more specific to Low Ink, especially at this level, is, you know, the counter pick format. So we're going to be going into a set map mode here. Museum de Alfonsino on Splat Zones. But after this game, right, the losing team, they're going to be able to pick their map mode and use that to their advantage as they move on.
Petra's coming out from the side of Ikaryoku, and a whole mess of shooters coming out from the side of the Dark Masters. Most notably the Forge Pro, the Ninja Squid Forge Pro. Actually, all Ninja Squids going. What is this? Hanron, the second coming, run and gun coming out very strong from this side.
A little bit of a slower opening from the side of Dark Masters, and they're not going to be able to find an opportunity in. Going 2 down early. That leaves Phantom on the left side. Going to get called out there by Gui. Gui, though, able to find the pick. A lot of trades going down, but ultimately, you know, the zone has been capped here by Ikaryoku. That's a first cap, and they're going to be able to tick down some points early on.
You know, the longest range weapon in this game, I think, is either the Forge or the Machine. So, on a map like this, you traditionally, if you can afford to get a charger up or some sort of splatling on that mid area, can really help you out. But right now, I wonder if they can just find a way to just start being more aggressive with the 4 things that they got right there. What am I even saying?
Yeah, well, it's the second time. It's the second time we've seen Gui drop down to that bottom right area. Both times a trade. And honestly, I mean, fine. In favor of Ikaryoku, if you can find a trade there, you're in control of the zone. That simplifies it. Maybe even makes it easier to hold. You've done your job as a Tetris to simplify the field and make it easier for your teammates. And that's exactly what we see there. A trade going out from Navy on the Tetra dualies. That leaves more space for their team to push up here. And even though they're 2 down now, they're at 5 ticks. They might even be able to close out the game here if Dark Masters can't get into the zone.
Nope. They're pausing it. They're bringing it right back. What was sure going to be a KO is instead going to be dragged out just a little bit longer here. Nice little situation by the Dark Masters to able to get a couple of splats and keep this one going.
A little bit of a slow push back into mid, but Ikaryoku is able to do it and find 3 down on Dark Masters. You know, it doesn't matter how quickly you're retaking the zone when you've got a lead of 99 points. You have a lot of space to play, and you just got to play slow, find those specials, and find a way back in. Maybe Splatoon there a little bit early. That's going to get called out by the other side. Dark Masters looking for a way back there.
Oh, boy. I'm sorry. I'm so lost right now.
It's one
Keep
of
talking, Brush.
No, it's one of the Popgun, you're right. It's one of these games. It's back and forth, and it's hard to find anything to talk about because it really is just players going in one at a time, looking for a pick, unable to find anything, and the game just gets stalled out. The difference, of course, is that Ikaryoku has a lead of 99, so the stall is good for them. But now points are starting to tick, and it's looking dangerous.
It is looking a little. Danger alert. Hey, a couple players getting splatted or across the board. Okay, so nice back and forth by both teams. Dark Masters needs to find a way to hold onto the zone a little bit longer right now. But really, that was just one giant push that Ikaryoku got off in the early settings right now, but they're threatening to get the KO.
2 minutes left, but, you know, it's not looking like we're going to get there. The Dark Masters has done a good job of stalling the zone so far. Phantom moving in for a pick, not able to find one. Strikes coming out in the side of the Ikaryoku. That's going to be huge for them as a 4v2 situation starts. 6 points remaining, make that 5. And finally, it looks like we're going to have a game. Have those ropes come across the screen. I feel like Popgun, that should have ended 3 minutes ago.
Nicely done. Speaking through that one, Brush. My brain literally just melted. Ikaryoku won that one, yes? They should have won it a little bit earlier. They just dragged it out to make it a little bit more exciting. So be it. So there you go. Game 1 going to Ikaryoku. That means Dark Masters gets to make the counter pick. And we'll wait to see what they come up with there.
You know, Popgun, we've been spoiled the last couple weeks just getting to come the highest of the high level gameplay and find all these little storylines. But, you know, you come back down to low wake and it really is a dogfight. It really is just players looking for these hero plays, looking for these opportunities and trying to change the tide. The difference between this and I think the highest level is that the tide does change and it does switch sides and a hero play can go a lot farther.
Yeah, and there's also, well, there's not more pressure. It's not like top level players don't deal with pressure a lot, but this is, for these players, this is the one tournament that they want to win. This is the most pressure that they've been feeling up to this point. You can't scrim this, you can't simulate this kind of feeling. And it looks like we do already have a counter pick coming in. Tower control Hagglefish. Wait, what is the confusion coming out from that? Yes, tower control Hagglefish. But they have a. Hold on. Wait, why? What's? They can pick that. Is it not in the map list or something? I don't.
So our producers in our ear saying they accidentally selected the wrong one.
It looks right to me.
But it's good now. TC Hagglefish is where we're moving.
Okay.
And so, you know, I mentioned earlier, counter picks are not something we see often in low-level gameplay. So Dark Masters, you know, not going down into the Inkblot Art Academy trap we see in a lot of counter picks. I know you tweeted about it earlier.
Okay. That's that. You don't typically see low-link teams do that because they actually practice other maps and they're kind of used to counter pickings all the way across the board. Now it's not like Tagglefish, tower control. Hagglefish is some sort of like very unique out there kind of counter pick, but I mean at the end of the day you just gotta go with what you feel you're most comfortable with. Maybe try to get your opponent to come off the weapons they used last time. Game 2 is where you really get the good sense of what your opponent's gonna do. You know, is that the same comp that they used, or was that just because of the Splat Zones museum game? As we see the team start to ready up right here. No real changes from Ikaryoku. And hey, somebody's. Whoa, yeah. What happened to range? What's the longest range weapon they got? The Gal? Maybe the Ink Zuka? That's basically a triple splatter shot comp they got right there.
It's not big.
Not a single crab.
It's triple splatter shot and quadruple ninja squid. So really trying to play the shark game. The issue is that I don't know if they're going to be able to have the paint to do anything with them. I mean, this field is completely orange. Just the difference between the splash and the splatter shot there is able to do enough. And Ikaryoku, though, going down early, the Tetris unable to find an opportunity in. It's looking awfully orange. Well,
it might not last that way for much longer. The blue team does have the better painting comp technically. A lot of killing power too, but they have zero range. That machine can just kind of feast on them if they can find ways to just get some safe spots. But right now, it's all the players for Dark Masters that are able to kind of swarm. And just as I say that, Navy, who does have the machine, has something to say about that. Getting the wipeout on the final player trying to escape. First checkpoint does fall for the Dark Masters, though.
So here you go. Now, Dark Masters got that first push, got that first checkpoint down, but Ikaryoku, we saw from last game, was able to get a push and hold it. And a lot of that was because of Gooey on the Tetris. Gooey, though, going down, not able to find a trade out of it like we saw in the last game. That leaves a 4v3 advantage. This checkpoint is not going to fall. Navy popping that easy.
It might fall. As soon as we say it doesn't, it always ends up going to. So what do we actually know? But still, one more player left to go, and they're nowhere near ink strikes, and they just got splatted anyway. So yes, this checkpoint's going to fall. Likely going to be lead, actually, into the favor of Ikaryoku as they try to extend the lead that they have overall in the set. Gooey's just going in, getting a nice splat against the ink wall up top there. Gooey's outranges pretty much everybody on the other side of the map as well. And they do find a way to clear that checkpoint, though. A lot of confusion going on with that. Tetris kept the fight away from the tower just long enough for that second checkpoint to fall. So a true lead now in the favor of Ikaryoku.
It's exactly what I wanted to bring up there, Papa. Gooey able to find the one chance to move in and make something happen. You know, that first time they tried to move in, they went down pretty early and that first checkpoint fell and it was looking risky. Somehow Ikaryoku was able to stay alive, stay on the field, give enough time for Gooey to jump back in and make something happen. Now Gooey's in your face. Now the second checkpoint is falling and now you have a huge lead.
You do, and you got to burn all these specials on the defensive end. But really, they don't really have much offensive specials, really, unless you just find ways to kind of use those ink strikes in effective ways, which, of course, nobody in this game has truly been able to do that up to this point, regardless of what level you actually play at. Still, the tower does stop for now, and you see Sabino trying to just go in, try to get some space for mid for the tower to go with, and they're using ink strikes rather early here, just to try to create some space around that first checkpoint, I think.
You know, this dogfight in mid, we're not seeing any more points go down in the last, 2 minutes. I feel like a lot of points happening very early, but there you go. Sabino able to flip that skip, find one on Gooey. That was their playmaker from before, and now finding a way behind this crab. Unable to find the pick, but the crab does get popped down, and that is huge. As now, finally, the checkpoint, the tower is back to moving, and it's 3 down in favor of Darkness.
Yeah, they're threatening to get the lead here. They don't really have the man advantage. They're going to have to get away all the way through that second checkpoint. Nice flat right there. Bo, actually a nice little double. Hey, you got 3 splatter shots. I only got 1. That's the one we need as Ikaryoku holds serve.
Tekko is finding a beautiful 3 there, single-handedly playing the defensive for their team. And, you know, a pick's a pick. It doesn't matter how it happens. So a little bit of a cheeky gameplay from that wall, and you're going to be able to hold that defensive.
You didn't bring enough splatter shots to stop me. So far, Gooey able to go right in there. And this is that same spot they were at last time, and that's the spot they absolutely want to be at. And how do you deal with that? You say, just screw it. If you want to just dance around over there, fine. We're going to dogpile into the tower. Forces the Tetra to jump back. Nice play right there. Not getting distracted by the fly buzzing around your base. Instead, focus the objective.
And focus the objective they're going to want to try to do here in mid. They still have to find the lead, and we're looking at the last minute of gameplay here. 38 seconds on the clock, but the players are even, and they're trying to push the tower forward. They do have the Trizuka ready, and they need to find an opportunity to pop it. Finding an early pick there is going to be big, but Gooey comes in and finds a trade. That leaves a 2v2. Gets rid of that special online, and now it's Mirai with the crab in mid, trying to find this player. They're not going to find the pick, but they are going to stall. 20 seconds now left, and the tower's going to be stopped.
That's the meme of the Terminator looking for the girl who's scared, crouching over in the corner. Ultimately, they do survive it, but they don't really have any kind of resources right now. Unless that player gets some sort of miracle wipeout, it is not going to happen as a player jumps over the side celebration. Gooey goes down as Ikaryoku goes up 2-0.
So one more in a best of 5. You said, you know, they have some time to switch their comps and learn, but that time has run out. It's not that long. It's no Ludi best of 9. You know, if Dark Masters wants to stay in this, they have to find the next 3 back-to-back. 2 of them not on their counterpicks.
Okay, you don't misquote me now. What I said was, or what I was attempting to say, I'm like running on no sleep here, so this is going to only go downhill from here. What I was trying to say is that the longer the set goes on, the more you get to figure out what your opponent wants to do, how they want to play. Was it just the comp they use for a specific map and mode, or is that their true identity? What is the true identity of Dark Masters? Run and gun. Not a lot of range. And now if you're Ikaryoku, you kind of realize, oh, our Tetras outranges their entire team. That's kind of a new scenario for us, but we don't really have that much of an issue with it. But Dark Masters, again, they get another counter pick in a row. Which one they're going to pick this time around, I don't know, but I would assume they're going to pick something that's going to allow them to use a little bit of a different comp that might give them slightly more range, or they might just be Hanran Jr. with this extremely short run and gun kind of nonsense we've
talk about scrimming a map mode and getting ready for it. I wonder how much, like, what the calculation was for triple shot 52 gal. Like, it's not something we've really seen anywhere else. It's a different idea, and we're doing it on tower control, where you have to be able to poke these high ledges. So it's not going to fall in their favor, and they're going to move to Rainmaker Undertow next. You know, honestly, strikes can do something here.
Yeah, I was about to say, they wanted to do the ink strikes in the last game. That's why they used those double T-techs. It's just a really good get off the tower kind of special. And can be used on the offensive side of things, but again, they had difficulties getting anything established on the offensive side with just that Ink Zuka that they could use to try to initiate things and try to hope the RNG of the little swirling shots connects on some other people. And I mean, just Killer Whale is, yeah, I mean, it is what it is, but Rainmaker Undertow. Okay, so if they're keeping that same kind of short range comp and they want to keep that speed that they were using, they have the ability to get some things going here on Rainmaker. Maybe that's what they're thinking of. Let's maximize the speed that we have since we don't have a lot of range.
Talk about those strikes as a GG special in tower control. They also work, though not as well, but a GG special here. If you can find the Rainmaker and call him out, pop strikes behind him and in front of him, they're not going to get through. So what that means is that they need to find the points early. They need to find a push here in the first 90 seconds and then stall out the rest of the game. So far, we have not seen Dark Masters been able to really push like that. It's been Ikaru, both of these games, who's been able to take a lead early.
By the way, shout out to Secret Elixir, who beat C-Drive in a Game 5 off stream. They will play the winner of this set that you are watching right here. So that was probably a fantastic set that was played a little bit earlier. How'd they get through all those sets? Oh, it's because we made this one wait for the stream. Fair enough. What are you going to come out here with? No surprises there. And that is a tri-slosher, so they dropped one of their shooters. In fact, it was the gal. Instead, they wanted a little bit of soda to give their even highlights their speed even more and allows them to hold forward.
And I like those fizzy bomb picks. There's a lot of close corners on this map where fizzies can actually make a difference. So we're gonna have to see how Sabino can make something happen. A pick early going down, making that a trade, a 3v3 now on.
Nice use of the crab to kind of create some space on that left side, but nobody else from Ikaryoku is able to kind of rotate over there until all the players from Dark Masters are already set up. So Navy's, there's nothing really there, and they're just trying to force something right now. And if they find a way to get a pedestal, it'd be beyond me, and of course they do not. And instead, they start to lose a lot of other players in the process right now. So what was a dead push is now starting to backfire significantly for Ikaryoku, because all these players for Dark Masters are able to get control of mid.
Dark Masters,
they should have. They
had an opportunity for lead, but something they have not been able to do so far is take advantage of the Masters. But out of nowhere, 3 go down in favor of Dark Masters.
Where are they going?
Mirai behind the scenes looking to find a stally pick. Navy doesn't go towards the checkpoint in time. They're going to get called out. They find a lead here, but the respawns are back out for Ikaryoku, and they're not going to be able to move through.
They were going to that right checkpoint and then juked somebody out and said, nah, we're actually going to go left, before realizing the Splash-O-Matic player was the only player that was on the left, and by the time they tried to rotate back right, it was already too late. Everybody said that indecision, and maybe just a little bit of a lack of callouts in the VC of locating that Splash player, because that checkpoint was literally right in front of their face, begging to be dumped.
Yeah. And so now you see 90 to 62. It's Ikaryoku looking for a push, though Gooey going down on those Tetras. That's going to make it a lot harder. Navy popping those that Trizuka, not able to find a pick quite yet as that third shot expires. A stally game here from Ikaryoku as they hold that Rainmaker, looking for an opportunity. 3v3 is really a 2v3 though, with that Rainmaker being held.
Yeah, and it's basically a tied game at this point, but Ikaryoku's just, again, trying to force something that's just not there on the other side. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Dark Masters has no idea where they want to go. Finally, they're committing to go to this right side right there, into the waiting arms of Ikaryoku, and 3 players instantly go down. The Tri-Slosher able to get a trade. Honestly, that is a good trade for the Tri-Slosher. And look at all the speed. That's where you want the splatter shots coming in right now, because Ikaryoku doesn't have a free path to that right slower pedestal. Dark Masters can close the gap really quickly, as you see them do right there. 1v1 for the whole thing.
Finding a pick, and it's going to be Sabino with the height advantage, able to find the pick with the Tri-Slosher now, getting another pick on that jump in. And, you know, the full wipe, the speed came out from Dark Masters, as you called it, and that's the huge difference. That's why they're able to hold on and not have that lead shift in the checkpoint.
And everybody getting soda inside of them, so they're able to rotate into the right spots that they want to be in and start putting that paint down for the Rainmaker to go with. They're opting to go to this left side right now. The only way they can add to the lead is actually dunk the Rainmaker. They're nowhere close to doing that. All the players got splatted. They do have soda, so they should be back rather quickly, so they can keep this push going a little bit further. But they still have a little bit of ways to go if they want to finally dunk that checkpoint. And there's an Inkzudik that's going to be waiting for them. Unless, it does actually connect slightly on that Rainmaker. Ooh, okay.
You know, the back and forth styles make me remember like LSL style Clamblitz games where it's just running to the other basket and dunking the ball, hoping for something to happen. But ultimately, one team here is going to have to be able to find the lead, and out of nowhere, it's Ikaryoku able to dunk that checkpoint, and there's the lead. That puts them in a great position with 60 seconds left in this match. You know, they just have to play some defense now.
Yeah, as difficult as it's been for any team to accomplish anything, that was suspiciously free as Gooey starting to pop off right now. 3 players getting eliminated instantly, and this looks like a dunk situation unless the Tri-Slosher can stop it. They do, but Gooey's still alive, causing all kinds of hell off in the base.
We were talking like this game was going to continue to be this stalled nonsense. And out of nowhere, Gooey wakes up and shows why Ikaryoku has made it this far in the bracket.
Nicely done right there. And again, Dark Masters had a lot of opportunities right there. Just a little bit of hesitation trying to clear that first checkpoint. And if they do clear that first checkpoint at the very beginning, going to the right there, once they recognize where the splash is, that changes the whole game. That changes how they do the rest of their pushes going forward. But because they never cleared that first checkpoint, everything was kind of stalled. They couldn't really get into the positions they wanted to, even when they had soda in them, and that slowed them down just long enough for Ikaryoku to finally get that Tetra player to pop off. Wow! Ikaryoku's looking pretty strong today.
Yeah, and you know, it's all about holding your energy for as long as possible during the tournament. So I think Ikaryoku is still building up to their full potential. You know, I think we saw them getting stronger during that set, and some of that is coming into the set cooler. I mean, we said that we made them wait to get on stream there, and sometimes that shows in teams a lot stronger than others. So as they move straight into their next set against Secret Elixir, they're going to be nice and warm, and they're going to be in a position where they might be able to keep this momentum and keep steamrolling forward.
So here's what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen and idiots in chat. We are going to stay with Ikaryoku as they play Secret Elixir. If this set gets done a little bit quicker, and as opposed to when the next semifinal set starts, we'll hop into that semifinal set mid-set. We're not going to do the thing we used to do where we stream the entire both semifinal sets because I want to go to bed, and I know you guys in across the pond do as well. But if we start streaming the Secret Elixir Ikaryoku set now, we might be able to catch a little bit of action of both of them so that we go into grand finals, so we have an idea of who some of these teams are. Everything is set Blood Walk. That is a name. What is with all the... You've got Dark Masters and Blood Walk and Herbert fan clubs named after Roadkill. Like, what is going on with you guys today? What is wrong with this community?
I missed the day of fish puns and BLTs. I don't know what happened.
You know what? I can't complain because I've constantly made fun of people who have ink in their name or cephalopod or whatever. So I guess this is the monkey paw curls. We get these middle school kind of, I wouldn't say cringe, but very very serious kind of names that were coming out here.
Yeah. Show me some glitter gel pens, why don't you?
Okay, and you know what? I've made fun of their name as well. I think I just made fun of everyone at this point.
That's just on you, Popgun. It's a great team name. I don't know.
Okay, glitter gel pens.
Yeah.
Glitter gets everywhere, and it takes you like 6 years to clean it all up. And it's going to be like a decade, and then you're going to still find glitter in the carpet. And it's like, who's ever like, oh, goody, I found some glitter. This makes me... No!
So have you used a glitter gel pen? Because they're amazing. They glide right across the paper.
Okay, I've used a pen, and it works just fine. Okay.
And yours is not pink, I take it.
You know what? My IPL pen is kind of running low on ink, so I'm kind of... I honestly would take a glitter gel pen at this point.
How many podcasts have you written with that thing?
None. I usually... because it doesn't work. Anyways, Secret Elixir. These guys finished in second place, Brush, back in March. Finished in place, fourth or fifth place last month. So they've been finishing at the same kind of spot. The first 2 times they played in low ink. This is their 3rd time. They're going to finish roughly 4th or better. So Secret Elixir continuing the consistency. I don't think they played in many tournaments, if any tournaments, since the last low ink. So they're going up against Ikaryoku, who's been playing everything underneath the sun. But Secret Elixir knocking off the number 1 seed. That's not like the number 1 seed just based off of record, not because of like, oh, we think this is the number 1 seed. That's not how we do things on day 2. They beat Sea Drive 3-2. Beat Wavebreak 3-1. And I believe Secret Elixir did drop 1 game or 1 set yesterday. I will look that up as Brush entertains the people in chat.
Good save. You know, I think just like you and I, Popgun, a lot of these players are also coming off, or at least a handful of them, coming off from that LTC LAN high. And not only that, not only maybe some sleep deprivation, it means that a lot of these people have played in higher stakes and a different energy. You know, you were talking last set about how low ink is the event and how you feel that pressure. Well, these guys
didn't
just
say
played...
it like that.
Okay, well, it was the message. These guys have played. Some of these guys have played now where you can make eye contact with your opponent as you kill them. Like talk about some insane stakes.
Who are you talking about?
OBT there last week.
Yeah, but okay. And Cornflower, but they're not actually playing in this lobby right now. Yeah. It's Soda, Kurta, Jarence, and Twig, which I believe is the main roster that Secret Elixir has been rolling into these tournaments so far. Jarence, a couple of low inks ago, was using the orange in-zap with Super Chump. They dropped it last month, so we might, I don't think we'll be seeing it going forward. But Twig has been rocking that gal, that 96 gal, with the Kraken shenanigans that we saw a little bit earlier on stream. I think they still might be using that.
You know, a lot of this stuff we talk about, Popgun, I always bring it back up because you get in the lobby and you just have to play Splatoon. And we can talk about counter picks, and we can talk about mental, and we can talk about, you know, who has the advantage on the comp on the map mode. But ultimately, you're loading into Splatzone's Manta Maria, and you just have to win. You just have to play. You just gotta show who's great.
Yes, I'm glad that I'm glad that you have just told the audience that the key to this is just winning. Because I know many of them were really confused about how we go about. How do I go through this tournament? Just win your games, forehead. It's not that hard.
No, just play the game. I mean,
come on,
really,
guys. But not right now. Watch this right now.
That's true.
Then you can play the game afterwards. We need your views so that we can pay our producer at some point. Unless we can't. Ikaryoku coming out with the same exact roster they just had. Gooey was ripping people apart with those Tetras. Also Machine and Crab and Ink Strikes coming out from them. So it just really comes down to what Secret Elixir is going to be doing here. And again, the advantage here of Secret Elixir not being on stream and finishing their set early is that they get to take a peek at this stream and they get to see what Ikaryoku is working with. So they kind of get a sense of what's going on right there. By the way, Herbert Fan Club and Dog Fan Club, the Battle of the Fan Clubs is going to a Game 5 off stream as well. Winner of that one will take on Bloodwalk in the set opposite this one.
You know, Popgun, something I don't think I've ever seen Secret Elixir do, a team that, you know, we see in events all the time, though a little bit of a break recently, is I've never seen them run triple shot. So I think GUI has a little bit maybe more range to deal with here, no matter basically what they come out with here. And it's going to be a little bit less of a cakewalk as GUI looks to move into spawn with those Tetras.
A cakewalk? We'll see. We'll see. Maybe GUI's just that good. Maybe they can cakewalk anybody right here, especially when you got double splash working your way. Kurta using that splatling. Probably, I wonder how they feel about the heavy deco going to be having Kraken. They could do double Kraken comps going forward to the next season. But yes, that is roughly the same comp. And yes, Jarrett's not using the the orange in-zap, instead using the one of the arguably a better weapon in the vanilla splash.
So here we get GUI looking for an opportunity, but they're going to go down, get called out there, I think by the 96 gal. Twig there, working that bunker wall, looking for an opportunity, but unable to find a way in as their team is actually working off of respawn, struggling to survive the paint there. Ikaryoku, to their credit, they're the first ones to move in, and they're the first ones to take a push.
If Secret Elixir can get Kurta established with that splatling up top of the mass, this is a pretty decent comp to go up against. If you can find ways to just kind of stay safe from whenever the crab is coming out, because it's using it does have more range as you see it kind of working along this left side right now. But the problem is Secret Elixir can't turn that corner. They're trying to attack on this left side, and they should be able to swarm and at least stall that other zone as you see the rest of the players for Ikaryoku starting to back up and just hold on to their side of the zone, stalling out and waiting for their teammates to jump back in. But finally, Secret Elixir finds a way to round that corner, which is really tricky to do on this map.
Finally, a cap goes in favor of Secret Elixir, and a Twig with that Kraken looking to make something happen. There's the pick on Navy. A pick on a respawn it hurts so much for Ikaryoku here, because now you got to wait the entire timer to come back in, and you've got players like Mirai who just stuck to waiting here. Crab ready, but can't make anything happen. They're going to pop it early, but GUI goes down on the front lines, and that just leaves the Crabs alone, defend for themselves, able to find a trade at least, but trade's going to the defender here, as Secret Elixir is able to count that timer down and find the lead.
Yeah, I wonder what the plan was with the crab right there. I think they were trying to time it in conjunction with somebody else, like that Tetra you were kind of mentioning, and maybe the Tetra going down just left that crab alone in that awkward spot, or maybe they were trying to make a hero play. Still, I think maybe the Tetra in conjunction was what the original plan was. That was kind of weird. Still, the lead does go into the favor of Secret Elixir. And is this Twig just ripping everybody to shreds right now? How many kills did that just get right there?
I mean, I did not catch the number there, but a great job by Ikaryoku there to be able to punish the Kraken for moving a little bit too far up. And that's exactly what you need to do when you've got those double splashes. You can shred that thing if you can find the space to do so. So
no, you can't.
Okay, but they did. So Twig goes down, and that is huge.
Kraken is unshreddable. Whether that's a good thing or bad thing, we'll leave that up to decision. Navy doing a good job of attacking the enemy spawn right there, or in the enemy bunker, before saying, nah, I don't think I got enough teammate support. I don't think I can hold on to this a little bit longer, as we see another crab being popped along this right side. The zone should flip back into the favor. Certainly it's going to do that for Ikaryoku, right? I mean, they're in a good position. They got the Tetras taking the fight away. They got the man advantage. And the rest of these players just kind of stuck on this right side here for Secret Elixir. And this is what you don't want to do. You don't want these two players that are stuck on this island right here to die. You don't want this delayed wipe. And they're kind of in a situation where it's likely to happen as we see them both go down. Yeah, that might be lead. That one individual play might be lead right there. You don't want to leave players stuck on that island.
I'm really enjoying watching these teams. They're able to pull the fight away from the zone. They do that with players like GUI, pushing up into spawn and making sure the fight is nowhere near the zone. And then you see that on the other side with the back line, able to, with that heavy, pull players in and make them move away just with the honest space they have. But now 50 ticks on the board. Ikaryoku's got a strong hold.
Yeah, and okay, I like Secret Elixir attacking both sides of the zone right now. They just got to stall out one if they want to extend this one a little bit further, but Ikaryoku is not dying. And as soon as I say that, the Tetra instantly goes down, and now the rest of Secret Elixir comes back in and swarms, and they keep the set the match going a little bit longer right there. Again, they were having difficulties rounding the corner. Instead, they decided to send 2 people to the cut that time and started attacking from the opposite side. They were able to break through.
That jump through cut was vital because the crab can see that entire zone. So when that crab goes online, they're able to take space and take control. And conjoined with those tri-strikes, they were able to cap both of them eventually. 25 seconds left in this game. Penalty points, though, gone for Secret Elixir. They are also in KO territory now, as both of these teams are just so close to taking it off.
And Ikaryoku has no specials. That Ink Strike was all they had. They were close to a Reef Slider, but I don't think they're going to get it in time, and that machine gets taken care of as now. So Ikaryoku is going to have to do all of this without any specials. They're able to cap one zone. They're able to get a couple of splats. Hey, who needs specials when you got a Tetra player that is just lighting people up right now? Gooey is on something else, and they force Ikaryoku to win game 1.
Ikaryoku, I called it earlier, Gooey, less of a cakewalk were the words I said, but as I got a message from my boss, it's that they wanted it more, and they found the opportunities, and they pushed in, and they made things happen. I mean, it's a joke, Popgun, but genuinely, Gooey, able to find the opportunities, able to move the fight away from the zone, and yeah, it was not the range, clearly, that we saw in last match that gave Gooey the advantage. It's just the Tetris being able to roll around, make things happen, and Gooey's ability to use them effectively.
I'll tell you what, Brush. After this set's over, I'll DM both teams. We'll get a want sample from both teams. We'll take it to the lab. We'll see which team actually wanted it more, just for scientific sake. The problem with Secret Elixir throughout that entire game was trying to find a way to break through that mass. It's so difficult to like turn the corner on the right side or to split your attention, especially when that Tetris is going off in your side of the base. You can't even get to the zone, as you've alluded to several times. That one play in particular, where Secret Elixir had 2 players down, and then they had 2 stuck on that right island. You can't jump out right there is their mindset, because, it's so difficult for us to even get here. If we surrender to the space, we might not even get it back. Instead, they just stayed there too long. Their teammates couldn't get there to help them out in time, and they get this delayed wipe, which was a free lead for Ikaryoku, and they never looked back.
A nice and early counter pick coming out here from Secret Elixir. Clam Blitz on. Popgun, your and my favorite. Scorch.
With how much brain dead I was in that first set, I probably should have done some Scorch Gorge warm-ups before we came into this one. Clam Blitz, Secret Elixir is really freaking good at Clam Blitz. This was the Minnow Cup mode that they won back in March, I want to say. So yes, it makes perfect sense why Secret Elixir would want to go with Clam Blitz right out the gate. They don't want to go down to 0-2. Let's pick one of our most comfortable mapping modes and try to tie up this set. Expect some lot of jumps to those Krakens.
That's exactly what I wanted to bring up, is Twig was shredding with that Kraken, able to move in and find opportunities, and even at the end there, they were in a 3v1 with the Kraken on that last map mode on Splatoon Manta Maria. Their Kraken ran out. They still found a trade in a 3v1. I mean, they're just that good. They're just able to find the opportunities, open the door, and make space happen. Now at an objective that can move around the map, and Clam Blitz is looking like a strong counter pick from Secret Elixir.
Best of 5 set. Ikaryoku's up 1-0, trying to extend that one to a 2-2. Secret Elixir's trying to tie the setup at 1 apiece as we see the comps coming back out here. No surprises from Ikaryoku, and basically the same exact comp, yes, roughly coming out from the side of Secret Elixir. Heavy works out really well on this map as well. Vanilla Heavy's really good here, so just it makes sense why they picked this mode and this map in particular. It just really works for the comp they naturally like to use.
You know, the interesting thing about not changing any weapons is that you're really getting to see a window into players and their playstyles. It's not about, getting the right composition to counter your opponent. It's about just playing the damn game. Secret Elixir, they're the first ones looking for a push. Their damn gameplay is just a little bit better here on the opening.
What are you on about? They're playing the game. We're watching it. We're commentating it, silly. And Twig is getting some nice RNG shots. with the 96 gal right there through the wall, and that's clearing this space for Secret Elixir to try to get something going here on this right side. The only thing Secret Elixir is kind of missing right now is some more clamps. They should be able to pop the basket right now, but they don't have any clamps to make this push actually worthwhile, as more players from Ikaryoku are starting to spawn back in. They're not going to get anything out of that push. That is the worst thing you could do, is just pop the basket at the beginning with nothing, because now you just get a free clam for Ikaryoku to work with.
You know, we saw Curta there with that heavy. They did a great job backing off, but I don't know if you noticed it. They were able to keep pressure. They didn't give up mid more than they needed to, and they forced Ikaryoku here. What we're seeing, burn specials to even just take back mid. That means that they're running out of gas in the tank to try to push in and get a push moving. That's why the turf's going to be purple, and that's why Gooey goes down.
You see Ikaryoku starting to be a little bit more aggressive right now as they get some map control, building up a clam and jumping all the way back, leaving their teammates to die. Forget you, I got what I needed, you guys have to deal with it. But Gooey didn't get the invitation, just doing Tetra things. There's a fight somewhere, I'm gonna take it even if it's a 1v4. Ultimately gets splatted yet again, and Secret Elixir has a ton of map control. They got a right space around that right side, but now they have none of the clams kind of built up. They're starting to pick up some clams together, but they don't have a way to funnel them towards each other to make a power clam, and just having that complete lack of resources. Look at Ikaryoku being very quick to respond.
A nice fast push there is going to leave space for Gooey to roll around and find something, but unable to find a pick, and they're going to go 3 down here. That's a delayed wipe as Mirai comes off of respawn. Oh, good defense from Secret Elixir. You know, I don't care if they lose the lead. It's 1 ball, and they've got it back.
Yeah, exactly. This is essentially a tied game at this point. This final score is not going to be 80-74. Don't flip that. As we see Secret Elixir. I mean, look, all Secret Elixir has to do in the next 2 minutes, if the score is just like this, make a Kraken in, and super jump to the Kraken. Pop the basket, boom, you instantly get lead off of that. So, yeah, there's going to be some more fireworks going off right here. But what team can pop the basket and get an actual sustainable push off in the next 2 minutes is going to be the difference. And the team that does it first is going to be the team that wins, because both teams are having a lot of difficulty finding all the resources they need at one time.
Yeah, but the amount of trouble they're having finding one is making me worried we're not going to even get to see it. You know, another 20 seconds tick by, and we're just seeing single picks in mid, and that means that no one has the gas to make anything happen. I used that twice now, but, you know, with specials pops, Jaren's crab ending there, unable to find any reward, the tri-strikes not doing much damage, and it's just back and forth, no plays really happening. Even Ikaryoku here looking for something, maybe he's jumping out with the ball.
But it's on Ikaryoku to be the more aggressive team. Yes, they technically have the lead right now, but they know Secret Elixir has a cheese strat that's instantly going to take it from them. Ikaryoku has to be the more aggressive team. They can't just stay back here and wait for the stalemate, because the more time comes off the clock, the more time... You see Curtis just been holding that power clam for 1.5 minutes right now. They're just daring Ikaryoku to try to move up into them and make the mistake.
Unable to find a pick quite yet is
There's the Kraken ready.
Tecco on the right side now, moving around to the left, going to get called out and go down. The Kraken helping out from Twig. That's 3 down as Twig moves straight into that basket. A decent control of the clam economy is Secret Elixir there with 10 clams, 11 ready to go in, and they're able to push right on in, find the sustained push as we talked about. Look at how late in the game they did it, though, with 23 seconds left on the clock. I think they're not even going to let an overtime happen.
I think that was by design, though. I think they purposely let time off the clock, made Ikaryoku be the more aggressive team, and just kind of turtled up and endured. And now they picked up all the clams along the way to get this huge lead. The only problem, though, you never want to get wiped out in Clam Blitz, even when you're the team that's scoring, because you're just opening the basket straight open for Ikaryoku to respond. They're able to pop the basket, jumping in with the power clam, and they get everything right back. Oh, that push by Secret Elixir was so good until they just got a little bit too greedy and just gave the game away.
What a beautiful 4 minutes and 50 seconds of nothing, Pop Gun, into a big push to 30 and an Uno reverse card to send Secret Elixir right back home. That puts Ikaryoku up 2-0. They need one more in this set to move on.
Okay, yes, if you're just watching that, it looked really boring. But when you like start to pick apart what each team is kind of thinking based off their play style, you start to see the little chess match that's going on in the middle of it. You saw Secret Elixir saying, let's try to bleed some time off the clock because we have the strat that's going to auto get us the lead based off of how slow the score is. And you saw Ikaryoku being like, oh, we don't really want to commit to doing something because we have a little bit of a lead, even though we might recognize we need to be the more aggressive team in this scenario. So you saw both teams like trying to solve the puzzle in the middle of the game, and that's why it became a little bit stalematey there at the end. But yeah, Secret Elixir made the right play until they just got a little bit too greedy. They didn't have a way to close out the push until it was just too late.
You know what? Honestly, talk about using cheese. Had Secret Elixir waited and just used the Kraken in a 4v4, they might have won the game. But in their 3 down there with 20 seconds left, they got greedy, as you said. They saw an opportunity to end it all, and they wiped for it. And that is why Ikaryoku came back in.
So going in, so they used the Kraken and got some splats with it. There was like 30 seconds left on the clock, but basically Ikaryoku gave them the basket. They had to go in. They had to get the score right then and there. But yeah, I think they tried to just grab every clam and throw them in instead of just, all right, we got this good lead. Let's keep a couple of players alive. Let's keep control of mid. Instead, they just sacrificed everybody. And now they're picking tower control at Eeltil Alley. They're doing this exclusively to shut down GUI. GUI cannot flank on this long map like this, and they're going to keep all the fights in front of them. That is exactly why they're picking this map mode.
There's also enough of a height differential here. I think that GUI's going to have an extra hard time. We haven't seen them play anything else other than those Tetras, and we're not seeing a composition switch here. But man, it's going to be difficult for GUI to find opportunities in.
Height? Everybody's the same height.
No. The map.
Differential.
The map.
The map
moving
height.
up. There's no room to roll around on those little bridges. Now you're back on the floor and you're getting called out from above.
Okay, I thought you were talking about GUI. I thought you were saying GUI was short.
GUI's a 6'3", actually, and that makes it a lot easier for them. No,
it's hard to slide around with Tetras when you're 6'3". That makes it even more impressive. Also, I'm pretty sure you don't know how big they actually are, height-wise. Tournament set point here.
Not tournament. We're not going home quite yet.
Not yet. We still got a long way to go. But Ikaryoku, they didn't lose any in the last set. Are they just steamrolling everybody so far? They're undefeated in Alpha Bracket. They are 8-0, and they're about to knock out Secret Elixir. Potentially, it's GUI's going to be sticking with those Tetras. Again, can Secret Elixir keep the Tetras in front of them? That is exactly why they're picking this one. Smart pick, honestly.
Mirai moving up the left side, trying to get an early crab, and that they do, though. Not able to find a pick directly, but finding 2 in the crossfire. That leaves a 3v2 situation on the field in favor of Ikaryoku. They want to get the first push here, and they're hungry for it. As Mirai pushes up the right side, not able to find a pick, and actually it's going to be Jaren finding 2 on that defensive. A beautiful play there, beautiful position.
Yeah, nice response by Secret Elixir because they did lose the initial fight there, but keeping their players alive, able to take advantage of the little positioning that they were having. And now you see them quickly respond, quickly starting to push up, keeping the fight in front of the tower. You see Twig fighting GUI. It's a lot easier to fight GUI when they are going to be stuck right in front of you, but still, even then, GUI's able to drag one player down with them in the splat.
Echoes now putting paint down. That's what this game is going to be all about. How quickly can you get paint back down on the map and be able to push back up? But Navy and the rest of their team is just way too far. Ikaryoku has no paint behind them. They're going to be able to get that first checkpoint. And if they're not able to KO here, Secret Elixir has a path right back.
Yeah, but again, good positioning by Ikaryoku here on this right side, but they're losing a couple of players. They're probably not going to find a way to get lead right here, but that doesn't really matter at this point. There's still so much time left on the clock. You want to knock out some checkpoints when you can. Wisely backing up, saying, let's not try to sacrifice everything for this checkpoint that we know we can't clear. Even if it might give us a lead, we want to hold control of mid, as you see Secret Elixir starting to burn through some of their specials, but getting some splats to go along with them.
I am consistently impressed by these teams' abilities to back up and not get greedy. But as I say that, there is no backup from Ikaryoku, and it's Secret Elixir steamrolling ahead with a complete wipeout.
And look at Soda and Jarence immediately starting to push up. They recognize we need to get into the position that we need to be in to make sure we clear this checkpoint, and they will do just that. Now, this third checkpoint along the left side is very difficult to get across. Most maps in tower control, it's that second one that's the most critical one. There is that third one, and it looks like the defense for Ikaryoku is just where it needs to be with this player's just the last one that's staying on top there, and that checkpoint falls basically for free. The crab coming out, able to stall the game out a little bit more. Can Ikaryoku make sure this match gets extended? It looks like yes, but still that is a monstrous lead. Clearing that third checkpoint was huge for Secret Elixir.
You've proven that a good push is not the end all. So Ikaryoku certainly not out of this game, but diving on a tower for a crab is a risky place to be, and Mirai's crab is going to go right down. Not able to find a pick on a 3v3 situation. They are able to move up to their credit, and they're going to be able to convert that actually and find 2 picks. Kurta going down. A 3v1 situation. Just Twig stuck in mid. Plenty of orange paint though for them to back up.
That is a scary situation right now for Secret Elixir. You have to win this game to keep your tournament hopes alive. But you got a couple of checkpoints to work with here. You got some time to build up some special as that second checkpoint does fall, but they lose a couple of players in the process. So it looks like this push should be over, except Twig is the last player left alive. That is a critical splat they got right there, and they're going to need to get some RNG help if they want to slow this down, because the rest of the players for Secret Elixir probably won't get there in time to hold that third checkpoint. It looks like actually they are. Okay. Nicely done.
Twig did a great job there, was not in range to help on the defensive, but was able to wait just a couple seconds for the teammate respawns to come out, take the attention away off of them, and then drop into that little down mid area and find the picks that way. So good patient play from Twig. That's the difference here. That's why their team is winning it.
And a lot of specials online for Secret Elixir as they try to close this one out. Twig going in with that Kraken, causing a lot of distraction and causing players to be displaced. And now forced to turn their attention away from the towers. They try to get the splat right there. Excellently done. And now you start to think, okay, what is your end game for Secret Elixir? You see the Jarence holding on to that crab with the Splash-O-Matic, not going to burn it at all, recognizing that's the only special that they have left. And Ikaryoku is starting to be a little bit more aggressive now, taking control of this left side, trying to get some splats with this crab on their own. But the question is Soda gets a nice splat right there. Where is Jarence? Are they going to be set up on that right side? And it looks like that's exactly where they're going to be with that crab ready to go, just trying to shut this down. Cancels the reach slider before anything can happen right there. And the counter pick works as Secret Elixir extends the set.
First team today in Alpha Bracket to take a game off of Ikaryoku, ending their 8-0 streak, as you called it. That's a big hit. When you're 8-0, you feel good. And Secret Elixir has woken up, and they're able to take the first game. A brick wall. They need to find momentum in another, and the third one should be theirs.
That's just the second game Ikaryoku has lost all day. Neon Palm Tree took a game off of them, but they have yet to lose a single set. Ikaryoku played extremely well this time around. Do you know what they did last month, Brush? That's a trivia question.
Can I guess?
Yes.
Third.
Of what?
Oh god, I was gonna say alpha, but now I'm thinking gamma?
Close. They won gamma.
Okay.
Now, they fell to gamma as a 4-2 team. And gamma was a double eliminate. Well, gamma's always a double elimination bracket, but we didn't do the top 32 thing we're doing this month because we had less than 128 teams. But Ikaryoku only had 2 losses per matches last month and steamrolled gamma. And they beat a lot of tough teams in gamma bracket. They had to beat Last Wish twice, Audentes, and Aquatic Vanguard in gamma bracket. Now that they have a better Sunday and they can qualify for top 32 in Alpha Bracket, they're getting the best of it. But Secret Elixir is the toughest opponent they've seen so far. Secret Elixir has played in a Grand Finals before. They're used to making this kind of a deep run. The problem is Secret Elixir has burned all their counter picks, and it's up to Ikaryoku to figure out what they want to do. Ikaryoku cannot do Clam Blitz. Fair enough, they don't want to do Clam Blitz against Secret Elixir anyways. They can't do Splat Zones. Instead, they're going to opt to go with Rainmaker instead of Tower Control, this time at Mako Mart.
You know, it's an oldie but a goodie, and it's a map mode that allows your Tetras to shine. It's a map mode where those flanks can do so much damage if you can get set up, especially in that open bottom right area or bottom left on your defensive. Or on your offensive, sorry. Those are great space for your Tetris to get set up. So this game is going to come down to can Twig, I think, with that range 96 gal, assuming they still play it here, find Gooey and call them out earlier rather than later.
And by the way, on the opposite side of the bracket, Dog Fan Club beat Herbert Fan Club in a game 5, winning the set 3-2. Bloodwalk is currently up 1-0 in that other set. If this one finishes in time, we'll hop in and get a sneak peek of that other set. If not, we'll just move right on to the grand finals. It turns out a dog is better than a dead road-killed rat. But it took 5 games to us to determine that, apparently. Secret Elixir trying to force a game 5 of their own right here, like they did against Siege Drive. Ikaryoku's trying to end this one, and I'm just looking for anything remotely different, and I'm not seeing it initially. Other than Jarrett's using Ink Strike instead of Crab.
More of the same doesn't mean it's not going to be a different game we see on the field, because so many of these weapons come down to just individual plays, and individual plays we see as Ikaryoku comes out swinging, just Mirai alive as this first checkpoint is able to fall with no troubles whatsoever. Navy backing up, popping those, or getting those bombs out, the fizzy bombs. That's going to be great for control.
By the way, this is Ikaryoku's first counter pick all day long. They have yet to make a counter pick, and they made the right choice initially, able to clearing that first checkpoint. Gooey's trying to go in and make some shenanigans. Should not be able to get away with that. Should not be able to get away with that. And now they're behind the base. They can add to the lead if they can find ways to get some more teammates back there. And it looks like they're not, but still, Tetris are so frustrating to fight against because they can just jump in to a 1v4 and do things like that.
I hear the Hydra player in molding there, Popgun. But here we go, back in mid. Secret Elixir, grab that Rainmaker. That puts them in a little bit of a player disadvantage here, but able to find a pick on the right side. Is a full wipeout moving now. Jarrett's wisely moving the Rainmaker to the left side, but they might even have the time to grab a lead here. They're able to keep Jarrett's huge opportunity to move to the top.
Did we see a squid roll after dunking it to the left right there? What a heck of a play. I didn't even know you could do that with Jarrett. And they're not going to... they are going to get a splat right there. Is anybody going to pop that Rainmaker? Are they just going to let it reset? Oh, wow. Okay, so they're having difficulties getting to it, but it's just the splatter shot up top there. This is going to be lead for Secret Elixir, and they're going to get a whole heck of a lot more on top of it as well. Probably a dunk with these ink strikes guiding the way. Courage is trying to land it right there. 1 point remaining. The push is still not done yet, though.
Mirai, the only one looking to pop that Rainmaker. Doesn't look like anyone on Secret Elixir is in that type right area. Mirai able to reset it this time. Last time they got called out trying to drop that into Freezer. Rainmaker's back in mid. We're not even 2 minutes into this game, or we're just barely past the 2 minute point in this game, Popgun. We got to push to 52-1.
And I'm learning a lot. I didn't know you could dunk the Rainmaker off the backside of your own map right there. If you're in a situation where you got to do that, you know it's not a good thing, as the map is already orange, and Kurt is able to pick it right up instantly. Now the one player left alive for Ikaryoku is able to shark in that right kind of spot and get the splat right there. But man, this is a monstrous mountain that Ikaryoku has to climb, and Secret Elixir is just having a party right now.
Twig is a beast. You saw 2 sharking picks with a 96 gal chained into a Kraken playing frontline gameplay and able to stall 3 down. Now, ultimately, Twig is unable to find the 4th, and Navy's going to be able to call him. That actually is enough to neutralize in mid. But still, what a wonderful sequence there by Twig.
Yeah, and now Ikaryoku's... they're just trying to make something happen right now. Like, they're just trying to get some sort of miracle wipeout because they know how far they got to go to get the win back in their situation, and Secret Elixir's just keeping the aggression up. This is such a good thing for Secret Elixir going into Game 5 because they're able to play this last couple of minutes very loosely. There's not a lot of pressure on them right now. They're able to kind of go make those splats you were talking about with Twig on that 96 gal. And every one of those splats is going to help them mentally into Game 5. Play a little bit more loose right now. And Ikaryoku, yeah, this is not a good situation, to say the least.
70 seconds remaining in this game, and the Rainmaker is stuck in that top left area, but Secret Elixir does not care. They can play this like a zones lockout if they really want, because eventually Ikaryoku has to pick up that Rainmaker and effectively be down a player. So a 4v4 becomes a 3v4 very quickly, and Twig keeps making plays.
Well, yeah, when you have that much map control and you have the whole kit working out in your face. Oh, Twig's just having fun. Oh, Twig, you need to stop it. You need to save some of this for game 5 right now. Wow, okay, yeah, but when you have that much map control and a team that has that much of a mountain to climb, you're at more liberty to just kind of make plays like that.
And look at how Ikaryoku keeps popping that special. That's the second time we've seen the Tri-Strike come out chained with the Crab, and it's the second time it hasn't been able to find anything. Ikaryoku popping the Booyah now. They're trying to throw everything they can, finally finding a pick, but it's still a trade, and they're not making anything happen. 10 seconds remain. They're only in a 3v2, and that's not enough to get a comfortable push as the Rainmaker is picked up by Ikaryoku.
Hey, this is their second push they're going to have the entire game as well. They got the opening lead, and now at overtime, they're just now starting to grab it. There's nowhere to go except backwards. You can't escape the Kraken. Secret Elixir, by hook or by crook, forces a game 5.
Look, that was just Twig's playground. After you get that push to 1, after you say, come at me, bro, and KO, Twig just had a party. Talk about the practice of solo queue and just finding those one pick after another. Keep stalling is all they had to do. And, Twig, a masterclass in doing that.
Very excellently done by Secret Elixir. Now, Ikaryoku gets to control the counter pick for game 5. What they can't do is control the momentum. That belongs solely to Secret Elixir right now, especially the fact that they got that huge lead and they got to have a little 3-minute celebration party at the expense of Ikaryoku. That is gonna be a little bit of a factor going into this game 5. And keep in mind, Ikaryoku very limited in what they can pick. They can't do splat zones, they can't do clam blitz, and they've just lost on Rainmaker and tower control. So whatever mode they're going to pick, it's one of the mode they've already lost on in the set. And where do you go? Which one? This is going to be a very critical counter pick for Ikaryoku going forward.
And it's a game 5, so, everything goes out the window and all your nerves you have to force to reset. And, the counter pick here, obviously, getting to be picked by Ikaryoku gives them something, but, it's so hard to say. You haven't had to do it all day. You're out of practice. You don't know where you want to go. It's a struggle here, and it makes sense why they're stalling to pick this map mode.
And again, they could only pick tower control or Rainmaker. I think maybe tower control might be the best play. Obviously, you don't want to go to Eeltail. You want to go to a more open map to where you can get something going with their Tetras. And it looks like did they make a counter pick? They can't pick that. They won that, didn't they? They won Splat Zones. So they can't do that. Cheater. You won on Splat Zones. What was the map they won on Splat Zones?
Manta.
I forget. Manta. And the Clam Blitz game was Scorched Gorge. So they illegally picked Splat Zones at the museum, which they cannot do because they already won on it. Showing their cards a little bit. We know where they want to go, but they have to pick Tower Control or Rainmaker. And they starting to... Eventually they'll look at Battle 5 chat and make that recognition.
There you go. So, clearly talk about struggling to get a pick out. Not even knowing where they can go.
Before you get into that, can I just gripe a little bit, as I like to do here?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're in the, you guys can't see it, but we're now in the point where you get to select the weapons going into the thing. But once you get to the screen, you can't back up. So we're just stuck. We have to start the game and then end it and then make a new map and mode instead of just being able to hit a button, go back and change the map. So
what does the cancel button there do?
It just, if you were to ready up, it just unreadies you up. You can't cancel the actual thing. So yeah, thanks. Because of that one little thing, we get the little awkward situation there that you guys don't get to see. Okay, Tower Control or Rainmaker is the only thing they can pick. I think if I if I'm Ikaryoku,
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe, and you're gonna flip here in this. What if you went to Tower Control Art Academy?
Pop gun.
Yeah.
What? Why?
Why not?
Okay, well, so I get it.
Yes.
But also, like, they have a Kraken. Twig will just tear up top left, and you'll never be able to.
Okay. Well,
play
where
defense.
that's the scenario for anywhere. Shipyard, the Kraken's gonna tear up the window. You go to Undertow. Okay, maybe Undertow actually might be a little bit of a better scenario for them. Now that I think about it, because that top left area that you can defend on the second checkpoint, you can't get a Kraken up, or you can't get a Kraken up there very easily. You got to go up that uninkable ramp. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you want to go back to Rainmaker.
So that's where I was going. I said you're gonna flip your entire commentator career, but I was gonna say I was expecting a Rainmaker pick because hey, just because you got your butts kicked on Mako Mart doesn't mean it was Rainmaker that's the problem. They've done a lot of Rainmaker maps where they might have a little bit more space where they're not as tortured by that Kraken moving forward. I mean, I hate to make that the plotline here, but I mean, we watched Twig.
Oh, I mean, it's. Yeah,
there's
there's nothing wrong with making that a plot line. That is how Secret Elixir initiates everything. They move with the Kraken in the same vein that Ikaryoku moves with the Tetris. So that's why they were picking Mako Mart. They want that extra lane, but again, it just kind of worked against them as we need Ikaryoku to make a counter pick, a legal counter pick at some point today. And I think they control the lobby, so they just kind of wait things. They're picking Tower Control Undertow.
Are they listening
I
to
think
stream?
that's the right play. I think that's the right play.
Are they listening to stream? Are you DMing them, Popgun?
No, if you look at the other stream that our lovely and talented producer has put in the Discord chat, you can see the actual game and the stream at the same time.
No, I know. I'm saying like you called that out. TC Undertow.
Oh.
And
Are they listening to the stream?
Are they listening to us? Like,
no, if they're listening to us, they're. That is a.
They first had it on Inkling. You're right, because Inkling, you're not controlling the room, so they almost went to Inkling.
Look, if they're listening to us, they're in for a world of hurt because I'm running on 2 hours of sleep and you are brush. So this isn't a good combination for this.
I feel like, I don't know, Popgun, I know you and I are chess players. I feel like a chess player trying to bait my stream sniping opponent into playing a bad move. But honestly, TC Undertow, I don't think that's a bad pick from you. I think that can help them out here as long as they can find space to move up ahead of the tower. There's no real chance to move to top left. There's a small window of opportunity to get to those grates after that second checkpoint. But beyond that, it really is a map that favors range.
And again, it makes it a little bit more difficult for players to get to that left side defending that second checkpoint. I think that's all that it really comes down to right there. So here we go, decisive game 5. This is where Ikaryoku eventually wanted to go to after their first counter pick got denied. And we're not going to see anybody. Excuse me. Did they drop their Tetris for a machine? They picked this map to not use Tetris.
What? I mean, like, sure, get those upward sloshes, get the momentum moving, but we've never seen it, Ikaryoku. Gooey was making your plays for sets now, but he's still making the plays, finding 2 there early. Sure, it's going to be ultimately a trade, a 2v2 on the field, but Gooey, oh my gosh, they're still the instigating slayer.
But as the dust settles, the Kraken is still in existence, and they're still causing the displacement that the rest of Secret Elixir can feast on. Twig now able to help them guide across that first checkpoint, but who cares? It all comes down to the second checkpoint, and they're using their ink strikes early. They're trying to melt that crab that was on the tower. No way they can escape all those ink strikes right there. So nice defense by Ikaryoku. But yes, we're going to be queuing in on the fact that they don't have the Tetris anymore, but it's the double machine that's going to be working out for Ikaryoku. How ready are they to play knowing they've been warming up Tetris this entire day?
I mean, it's gonna come down to finding paint control, and they're struggling. Ikaryoku is struggling to keep both of those shooter weapons online, and that means that they're not able to put paint down. And Twig finding one, making it a trade, whatever. That's still big because you're still the team pushing on the other side of the map. Great distraction on the right side.
Here we go, Secret Elixir trying to clear the second checkpoint. If they can get it right here, that blows the game wide open. And I don't see any Ikaru players in a situation they can do anything about it. The checkpoint falls. 2 more players are down. It's just the crab that's trying to keep things alive a little bit longer, but now the crab is gone. But everybody that was on Secret Elixir near the tower seems to have dispersed a little bit. This is going to create an opportunity for Ikaryoku to get back in and start to do some defense. But just as I say that, it's the monster rearing its ugly head yet again, and Twig is just having a way too much fun here.
Navy stuck in spawn because a crab on the other side forced them there. Now the 3rd checkpoint is falling. Jarren's holding this tower. 3 ticks remain on that checkpoint. Now 10 in the entire game. They're only 2 minutes into the set, and the whole thing is over. Secret Elixir is moving on to finals.
Wow. What a comeback. They were dead in the water against Ikaryoku, down 0-2. Finally was able to win a counter pick and beat. No, they didn't beat. They destroyed Ikaryoku on their own 2 counter picks. Those last 2 games weren't even close. Wow, Secret Elixir just turned it up a notch after getting beat on their best map and mode as well. Clan Blitz at Scorched Gorge. Wow, what a huge shift of momentum right there.
I mean,
wow.
What a wild way to come back. They felt strong, and that we weren't sure. I like the idea. Throw GUI on a weapon that really favors a map mode, completely flip the script, and do something new. But in this case, I mean, it's too much to change when you're going up against such a strong individual player. And that player is still, unless you're countering that weapon, you're going to just be facing into, I mean, just a hellstorm of a Kraken and a 96 gals range. Twig, I mean, able to keep energy, keep it moving, keep the train a-chugging. It felt fun to watch from Twig's point of view.
And that is going to do it for this time. We're going to take a little bit of a break before we set up grand finals. It looks like Bloodwalk was able to dismiss Dog Clan Fan Club, and they're steamrolling their way into grand finals. So we'll get the lobby set up, and we will be right back with the grand finals of Low Ink here on IPL.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Inc. It's May, it's 2023. We're in grand finals. We're watching Bloodwalk versus Secret Elixir. I'm Brushstrokes. Joined with me is Popgun, and those are all the things that I have a contractual obligation to say.
You don't have any kind of contractual obligation to do anything. Hey, you want to know a fun fact? These two teams have played already today.
Oh,
You know who won?
Wait,
Well,
don't tell me.
I'll tell you. I'm going to tell you and the lovely people in chat.
Okay.
Secret Elixir won 2-0.
Mm.
They swept them in the group stage. In fact, this is a Group H grand final set that's going on here. Now, ever since then, Bloodwalk, I believe, has not lost a single game. Question mark. Yes, that is correct. So Bloodwalk has not lost at all, whereas Secret Elixir has been taking a lot of L's, but have not been eliminated. And they've also been on the stage before. This is their second trip to grand finals in 3 months. So they were here in March, and they're here yet again. Can they overcome that second place curse, or is Bloodwalk going to walk all over them with blood, I guess, so to speak? Can we point out, so ink is not blood for the squids, right?
Isn't it like kind of, but like, I don't know. I don't know the lore. I feel like it is. Like you're splatting them, no? And then their ink goes everywhere.
Yeah, but I think this is the ink tank that's exploding. That's giving them. But it's also like you're the same color, like your squid is the same
You
color.
can swim in it.
As the I don't know. Let's not think about it too much. Splat zones at Mako Mart.
Yeah, and here's the trick. You saw Secret Elixir's been here a bunch of times. They've been here, and now they're here with 4 of their roster of 6. They don't have the whole squad.
Yeah, but this is the same core 4 players
sure.
they've been using this whole time. Now, Secret Elixir should know that defeating the same team twice in the same day in Low Inc is almost impossible. So that, just with that kind of logic, Bloodwalk is gonna take care of business here as we wait to see the comps that they're going to be using. They are using a double slosher. That is they're using the deep fried little suit on it with that junior there. Same comp coming out from the side of Secret Elixir. No surprises there.
You know, Splat Zone's Mako Mart is a map we know well, and we love it. And Twig on that 96 gal is going to be trying to use that range to poke those stacks. It's going to be on the side of Bloodwalk to prove that they can't do anything. And an early 2 picks of A2Z as they now flick around looking for more. They're able to find their teammates now. That's 3 picks. Looking for the 4th on Cherries. They're hungry for it. This is 4 picks for Bloodwalk right off the opening. The team in blue, they just need 1 machine to find a full team wipe.
Nicely done there by A2Z, and now they got the Soda to work with as well. Secret Elixir getting punched in the mouth early. How are they going to start to respond right now? They do get a little bit of a trade, but they lose Twig in the process. They need Twig to initiate everything, and without that in place, you see the rest of the players for Secret Elixir to start getting picked off by flies. Twig's starting to spawn back in here, trying to build up that Kraken that they need to go in with, but I don't think they're going to have any other specials. Maybe a Crab to work with from Jarens, though.
Twig taking a wise rotation to the left, but the Bia Bomb comes out, and that's going to stall them a little bit. But they need to put paint down in the zone, and their teammates are nowhere to be found. Twig finding one. The zone finally neutral, but it's going to go right back in favor of Bloodwalk. Now it's on the side of Secret Elixir. They need to once again find the neutralization. 3v2 on the field, and the cap is there. 1:30 into the game, and it is 90 points to 5.
Nicely done there by Secret Elixir to keep this one going just a little bit longer. That's been their MO for every single time we've been seeing them play. They're just very scrappy, just keep things going. But Bloodwalk able to respond back here. They got a little bit of specials of their own. They just take the zone. They don't need to splat anybody. They're just going to take it as Twig starts to use yet another Kraken and gets another good healthy dose of splats there. But still, Bloodwalk able to apply some kill lead points to slow them down.
Bloodwalk moved right in and stalled the zone, but they were unable to get a cap, and Bloodwalk can do this for another 3 minutes, but Secret Elixir eventually will find the points on the board and they'll win. So Bloodwalk not only needs to get the cap, they need to get another hole. And that's the key here. 50 points remaining, a 3v3 on the field.
Wow.
And that capped it a lot. Was that a Booyah Bomb that came out there?
that was just a whole lot of nonsense. I think it was a couple of splat bombs as well from the junior, just kind of collapsing onto the zone. But yeah, Bloodwolf do it. What? Never able to get the jump out over there. Just a little bit delayed, so that heavy player gets taken care of. And that means that the rest of the players for Bloodwalk are able to kind of swarm onto the zone right here, and they're doing a good job of making sure it stays into the paint. They're not getting the splats they need, but they just do a really good job of attacking the zone. And Twig, I don't think Twig got any kind of splats with that. Oh, but they capped the zone anyways.
Bloodwalk is getting these caps. You know why? Because they have a Splattershot Junior that can throw splat bombs like there's no tomorrow. It's not a conventional pick we see often, but the bubble placed on that stack is giving them a lot of value to allow the bucket and to allow the machine to push up and find space. In addition, just those bombs, the bomb pressure is enough that they've been able to keep this zone stalled for 3 minutes so far. We're once again in danger territory, but it's a 4v4.
Yeah, Bloodwalk doing a really good job of using their subs right now. Oh, but now they're in a really dangerous situation because they lose a lot of players as Twig is just popping off as they've been doing all day long. All the penalty points are gone. And unless they can find a way to get all their subs onto the zone at the same time, they're trying to combine it with ink strikes, but now they're trying to jump back in. You see the Secret Elixir players just rotating back towards the zone. They're able to get the lead, and they're able to get the game. Bloodlock takes their first L since they lost the Secret Elixir at the beginning of the day.
I mean, Secret Elixir Bloodwalk got that first push, but they were never able to move back in. So we've seen exemplary gameplay in their ability to hold space, hold the zone, and hold their advantage. What they couldn't do was break back in. And that usually, Popgun, is because of the specials they have. You know, the bubble and the tri-strikes are not quite as forcing as a special like Twig's Kraken. So unable to move right back in is something that's going to hurt them and hurt them and hurt them. So if Bloodwalk wants to win, they need to get the points early, and they need to end the game early.
4 straight wins for Secret Elixir, and now Bloodwalk is going to make their first counter pick of the whole day. And the counter pick rules for best of 7 are different for best of 5. For if you keep the same kind of rules, eventually you're going to get in this awkward situation where you're going to have 4 straight games of Clan Blitz at the very end because you won every other mode. So the rules for this one is if you cannot pick the mode you most recently won on. So if you win on Rainmaker, then you win on Splat Zones, you can no longer pick Splat Zones, but you can go back to Rainmaker. Again, this won't come into play a little bit later, but just something to keep in mind as teams are making their counter picks. You're not exactly blocking out a map or a mode forever if you were to win on it.
What a freaking change of pace for Secret Elixir. I mean, sure, they're able to take that game, and ultimately a lot of that is going to be because of the gameplay we've seen from Twig and their ability to find the picks and hold the space. But if Twig takes one bad death, if Twig goes down at an inopportune time, all of a sudden you've lost the main slaying power of your team, a 96 Galb. Who would have thought? And Bloodwalk will have a much easier time in with their 2 short-range slayers that try in that machine.
Okay, so here's something we know. Melon has been singing the praises of 96 Deco for a while now. Twig is, like, the weapon itself is just really freaking good. I think people don't use it because they're just not used to the RNG of the weapon. Or it's a heavy weapon too, right? So it's one of the more slower shooters. But when you get it into the right hands of somebody who knows how to use that thing, the rest of the players can just react to the Krakens that you're using here. We're going to Splat Zone's shipyard. They're picking it because they want to take advantage of the double slosher that they're using. Also, that E-Leader is going to feast on that heavy Splatling. They're going to have to do a lot of hiding behind the walls. That is not the weapon you want to see if you're Kurta.
Hey, you know what that E-Leader player was playing last game, Popgun? They were playing Splattershot Junior.
They were the Junior. Right.
Yeah. What a wild turnaround there. Talk about a flexible player, and talk about an early pick. A beautiful one on Garance there, canceling that crab. That's a good trade. That's a great one to take.
And now Secret Elixir. I just keep thinking Twig's going to jump off into the void over there, but instead they take care of one of the machine players. Actually, took care of both of the Slosher players, as now we see some more ink strikes coming out from the side. And now we've seen a lot of ink strikes come out from Bloodwalk in the last game as well, just directly onto the zone. It worked out great when they were in conjunction with the flat bombs from the Junior. Them just being used by themselves right there isn't really accomplishing anything, and now this is why Secret Elixir is going to cap the zone yet again.
2 Sloshers were inside of Secret Elixir's base, and 0 people from Secret Elixir cared, and it worked. You don't turn around, you don't lose pressure on mid, you find the 2 picks that are free now, and it's whatever. Twig now doing a little bit of the same magic, but their actual flank is going to be much more successful. They're able to hold space here and find a pick. Finally getting the one they were looking for.
This is getting comical. How often is Twig getting... Every time we're seeing a Kraken, it's just instantly going to it. There's no way you're going to survive that one right there. Bloodwalk's just going to get walked wide off of their own counter pick. Is there a counter, honestly, to Kraken? Like, honestly, what are you supposed to do about that? Twig just does whatever they want to do.
You know, I think what you're getting at there, Popgun, and correct me if I'm wrong, is not necessarily the Kraken itself, but Twig's ability to pop it in advantageous positions.
No, it's the Kraken itself. Now, I mean, yes, you're right. Like, Twig's, look, we talked about this at Low Tide City. Use specials with purpose. Not just, oh, I got Ink Strike, let me use Ink Strike. Oh, I just got Kraken, let me use Kraken. But yeah, it's the positions, again, Twig, having to use that weapon for so long, knows exactly the spots you want to use that Kraken with. But when you got a player that knows how to use Kraken like that, then yeah, like, what are you supposed to do other than just run or die? Which is exactly what they're doing. Twig is just, it's man, I want to talk about the other players for Secret Elixir, but they can't get to the other players for Secret Elixir.
I think if you're Bloodwalk here, you have to do 2 things. One, you have to pick a map mode where Kraken needs to work a little bit harder, or maybe where the 96 gal doesn't get to have free range. And I think 2, you need to be popping a special to bait the Kraken, and you need to be willing to back up. You need to be willing to burn a special to buy time. And that hurts, but just don't pick splat zones, and you'll be fine in the time department.
But again, that's what they want to do, though. You saw them popping those Ink Strikes instantly as soon as they got them. And in those first games when they had the subs to combine them with, they didn't have them to combine with this time around. They're picking Rainmaker at Hagglefish. Is that a... Oh, it is. Okay, so I was confused. I didn't think that was a legal pick. I thought we had Splat Zones Hagglefish. We're not doing Splat Zones Hagglefish this month. Who's the idiot that made the map list here? So regardless, they're going with Rainmaker Hagglefish. Yeah, this is... I know for a fact there's a lot of cheeky Kraken things you can do here, and I know Twig knows that as well. The question is, what is Bloodwalk going to do differently? Are they going to keep the same kind of comp? We saw them flex off of Junior onto E-Leader, and again, we were talking about, or I was talking about how that E-Leader was going to be able to feast on Kurta, but again, we can't even get past the front line to start talking about the rest of the things that Secret Elixir's doing.
So Bloodwalk here picks a map mode, picks a new mode. You know, we've done 2 splat zones. We are going to Hagglefish Market. They're down 2-0, but it's a best of 7, so they got to start turning around right about here. And so far, we've seen 2 weapon picks from that player with the Japanese name. It was Junior, and now it's Leader. What would they come out here? What do they pull out on Rainmaker Hagglefish that they think gives them the edge? They thought the Leader would do something about the heavy to buy a free pick. Didn't quite work because Twig's in your face. What do you do here to try to make sure Twig has to stay at bay?
You know, the E-Leader, or not the E-Leader, the Junior's not a bad idea here. Go with a double bomb build. You can start, you can get more pops on the Rainmaker. You can be kind of set the pass with those bubbles to create the space. Now, there's the other thing, is that the Kraken can just go into the big bubbler and kill you. Like, the Kraken doesn't care about that. Instead, it looks like they're going with the Rapid Blaster, which is the Inkjet variant. Inkjet working out very well here on this map, especially if you can get on those like left and right stacks that are in mid. And you can avoid the Kraken from there and start poking at Kurta, try to cancel one of those crab tanks that's going on the side there. So that makes more sense as a way to kind of do something other than fight a Kraken in your base all day long.
Bloodwalk changing their entire comp to fit that. I think the only common thread there is that machine. So far, no picks on the map, and we're 30 seconds in. That's better than they've done so far. But Jared trying to crit the script, able to find a trade there on that Rapid Blaster Pro, or Rapid Blaster. That means that there is no Inkjet to try to get out of the way of the Kraken, and Twig notices the opportunity, immediately clearing space and clearing room, not able to find a pick as A2Z on that machine is stuck in mid, able to find a pick, and now the Bia Bomb, a great shot to stay alive, get out of the way of that Kraken.
Nicely done by Bloodwalk right there. That one player jumped out. I thought for sure that was just going to free up the podium. Instead, somebody was able to shark away from the Kraken and focus the Rainmaker as soon as somebody grabbed it. So Secret Elixir had nowhere to go. And now, look, they're all completely pushed back, but they do have some specials to start working here. It's just a question of where's Bloodwalk going to take the Rainmaker. Looks like they're going to opt to go to this set left side, safe, clear the checkpoint. Nicely done. They're losing a couple of players though, but they're starting to get some more splats on top of it. There's actually a huge window here for Bloodwalk to get a massive lead.
Sakito pushing all the way up on the left side. That's going to give a little bit of space. That's what you need, but you got to keep an eye on Twig. Twig now stuck behind the side. Good point, so 27. That is a strong lead, and their push might not be over with the way this Inkjet is looking. Trying to find one more on Sheriff, not going to quite find it.
That was a very big lead for Bloodwalk on this map. And they pushed it far enough to where if Secret Elixir were to clear that middle checkpoint and then do the jump, it's not going to be enough to get them lead. They're going to have to hit the jump and then go a lot further. So that is a critical push there from Bloodwalk, which might not be over, question mark. Okay, it actually reset, but Bloodwalk's going to be able to just pop it and pick it right up again. They have complete control in mid.
But that forced Twig all the way back, and now all of a sudden, instead of just slaying Twig with the Kraken we've been seeing, we're seeing a more anchorish, more midline Twig, which means that they're not getting the picks yet. They're waiting for Bloodwalk to walk into them, and that's putting them in a very dangerous situation. As specials come out for them, the Kraken is going to keep them alive, and this is the Twig we've been seeing, but drops to Bloodwalk and their ability to walk away, only finding one pick instead of the usual double or triple Twig's been able to pull.
Yeah, this is kind of a tricky spot along the right and left side over there, because if Twig misses that surge, it's hard for them to kind of like K-turn around and start swinging at them again. So you want to keep that Kraken in the mid. So I think going to the sides and forcing the Kraken to fight you over there works a little bit better to start to at least limit the damage that it can do. But still, 2 minutes left to go right now. Bloodwalk with a massive lead. Secret Elixir has yet to accomplish anything as far as the scoreboard is concerned.
I really like the Wiper Blaster. You know, I think if you looked at the stat screen, it wouldn't quite reflect their ability to hold on the team, just because I think they're not able to find the picks they necessarily want, but just their ability to poke Twig is meaning that Twig is popping those Krakens way more often and in way less opportune times. And that's hurting Secret Elixir a lot. That's why the score is 94-27. That's why Bloodwalk is able to get those pushes.
Yeah, they're getting zero value out of those Krakens because they keep baiting the Kraken over to the left or right side and then leaving or just hiding in a corner to where it's very difficult for them to do anything with it. So they're forcing those Krakens to be ineffective, and Twig is falling for it. And this is what that value of that Inkjet hovering up top over there. It's really just Kurta that can do anything about it with the heavy, with the height that they're at as well. A minute is gone. 1 minute is remaining. Secret Elixir is just getting beat up on this particular map and mode right here.
Jaren's trying to change that, finding one pick and a helpful assist on the second there. Delicious going down, but respawns are now out. Kurta opting to grab the Rainmaker, forcing forward as Twig goes to town with that Kraken, able to find a cancel on that Bia Bomb. That's too big.
Oh, come on.
The Rainmaker goes down on the front lines. They're able to play the defensive here, clear the checkpoint maybe, but it doesn't look like they have much more. Secret Elixir is all stuck on respawn. They don't have the gas anymore to get through that checkpoint.
Whoever killed that Rainmaker initially saved the whole game, because the Kraken was popping off at the enemy base. That was the one time it slipped through. but they were able to just say, forget this, let's focus the Rainmaker, let's get the splat on them, and that gives us all the opportunity we need to just bleed out this clock. They are going to grab the Rainmaker one more time. The Inkjet is going to get canceled, and Twig does have a Kraken ready to go. They've already cleared this checkpoint, but they are, look at them, they're just saying, forget this, you can have that space. We're going to try to make a move on it, unless they don't actually. What is going on here? They're just losing a lot of players for nothing.
A2Z, one on the top right. That's Ryu. The Japanese characters looking for a pick. They're going to go down, though. That's the lead about to fall. A2Z and the lead doesn't come out. Bloodwalk takes the first W.
That was just a bad route with the Rainmaker. They got close to getting lead, but still, if they just dumped back and went to the right, or like jumped from the podium to go up top there, they might have a safer route to get the lead. Just a little bit of a bad angle running right into the one player that could have shut everything down. But again, that's credit to Bloodwalk's initial push to get that huge lead. Because they have that bigger lead, they're at more liberty to play defense a little bit differently. They don't have to play so tight, and they have to force everybody from Secret Elixir to be that much more aggressive because they know they got more ground to cover. The better offense that Bloodwalk had initially allowed them to have the better defense at the very end of the game right there.
I mean, look, now it's Secret Elixir's turn to counterpick, their first counterpick of this set. So they get to pick a map mode where their weapons feel safer. Here's what I'll say, though. I think
you know where they're going.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, Popgun, where is that? I want to hear your... okay.
No. You can't see the Battlefly chat, I'm assuming.
I can.
Okay. Well, that would have spoiled it. They're going to Scorched Gorge Clams. Yes.
So here's what I'll say, right? We talked about this being great because of that Kraken, but the flip side of that is it's also great just because of Twig's main weapon. It's just great because of the 96 Gal's range. What Bloodwalk can do here, and what they showed worked last game, is picking weapons that have range themselves. Again, baiting that Kraken. Poke Twig, make them feel uneasy, make them pop the Kraken, and then just walk away. I mean, the Kraken can't do anything.
Yeah, but this map being completely different layout's going to work out a little bit better in Secret Elixir. Plus, Kurta gets to use heavy on this map. This is a fantastic heavy map. Plus, I don't know if you're going to use that blaster with the Inkjet on this one in particular, just because you don't have those same kind of... I keep using the word like cheesy, but that's not a fair term. Like a natural spots to use the Inkjet like there is in the mid of that Hagglefish game. And plus, you don't have those alleyways to kind of suck the Kraken down into to kind of lure them away from anything actually critical. So this should force some changes on the side of Bloodwalk that will benefit Secret Elixir, unless Bloodwalk, who's been very flexible with the weapons, that one player with the Japanese text has used 3 different weapons in 3 games, right? Junior, Leader, and Blaster that last time. Rapid Blaster.
Yeah, I mean, Ryuk's ability to flex around has been at least interesting to watch because it's meant that Bloodwalk as a team has had the flexibility together to completely change their playstyle and show up as a different team. Often, you get a team known for something. Look at Secret Elixir, look at Kurta on the heavy, look at Twig on the 96 Gal, and that becomes their shtick. Bloodwalk here has been able to change their thing, change their niche 3 times. And, third try is the charm. They're going to take 1 W. They just got to go for the 4th.
Okay, you pronounce that. Ryuki?
I said Ryuk.
Ryuk. Okay, I'm scared to even attempt that because that just becomes a broken meme if I'm completely wrong with that. Whoever they are, yes, their flexibility is pretty nice. So I think we're just we had a little bit of I think we're just kind of like trying to remake the room right here. But the counterpick is still in. It's going to be Clam Blitz at Scorched Gorge. Just for some context, you can't pick the mode you most recently won on. Secret Elixir's 2 modes that they won on were both Splat Zones. If Secret Elixir were to win this one, they could go back to Splat Zones, but they can't do Clam Blitz because it's the most recent mode that they've won. Also, Secret Elixir just had their winning streak snapped. We talked about Bloodwalk coming into this one with a massive amount of wins behind their back. They just had their win streak snapped, but now they got it back. Secret Elixir, they were 5-0 until they just took a loss right there. So how do they bounce back? And they lost on this map and mode in particular to Ikaryoku in the set leading up to this one. So a couple of things working against them, but still, this is clearly the favorite map and mode of them. That's why they're picking it so early.
I'm getting nervous, Popgun, on our end that this game is being played without us in the room.
I wonder what's going on with that. So yeah, I don't really know what's going on. I think our streamer might have accidentally got kicked from the room somehow. And I don't know if the room has popped back up or if they've actually playing or not. We'll get some confirmation on that a little bit later. But or in the meantime, we could just wait for them to report a score and see what's going on with that. But I would assume if they notice the spec cam person is not in there, that they wouldn't continue to play. But I mean, it's low ink, it's late. Who knows what's going on? Yeah, if you think I know what's actually going on in this tournament,
it looks like they're playing it, is what I'm getting from Twitch chat here. So we're gonna have
Twitch chat's saying that. What?
Well, they're saying their player streams. So we'll have to.
Oh, you're right. I bet you. I bet you I might know. Let me do some research real quick. You keep talking. You're doing a good job of talking, by the way.
It was funny.
Yeah, they're okay. Yeah, so some radio broadcasts here. They are playing the game, and as of right now, Secret Elixir has the lead. 80 points remaining to 100 remaining from the side of who are they playing? Bloodwalk hasn't scored any points. Is it all right to plug this person? I mean, we shouldn't just like broadcast their link, should we? But could we like?
No, but I think we can totally go for some radio style commentary.
By the way, we are watching Kurta_Pew, the heavy player's perspective of things, as Secret Elixir has just popped the basket a second time. There's a minute 40 remaining in the game, and Secret Elixir looks like they're in a pretty comfortable situation. They got the score below 50. They're getting a lot of splats as the push is going. They're now down below 34. And it looks like their push is finally done. They get a little bit of a delayed wipe on the end, though, kind of how they ended the last game against Ikaryoku, but they do get 25 points remaining. There's a minute 17 less on the clock. Bloodwalk has not done anything.
We just got confirmation from our head TO that this game is going to be replayed, so we're watching it.
Oh, so they're just doing this for fun then.
There's now a counter push with 60 seconds left, but it's not going to count.
Gosh, I'm glad that I'm up here and not trying to figure that out. So this game that they're playing is not going to count, and that is coming directly from the head TOs that are actually staffing the tournament right now, and not the ones that are commentating somebody else's Twitch stream at the moment. So this is this is just a warm-up. Oh, how mad is because Bloodwalk just took the lead right back.
I'm not sure though. I mean, it's one of those moments where there's a DC in the first 30 seconds, and now you can like change your opening. Now there seems to be some debate on our end also about the replay. So 10 seconds left of this game, and Bloodwalk's looking like they're taking a W. Though there's going to be an overtime for the side of Secret Elixir.
Look, sometimes in a tournament like this, you got to figure some things out as you go along. And hold on. Yeah, Brush, just keep talking.
Yeah, Secret Elixir has his power clam now. The backline, Kurta looking to find a way in. They've got a 3v2 situation, but the power clam has to go in now. They're on the other side of the map, just going through mid. They're looking for a jump. The jump comes out, but the ropes go across the stream. Game 25 points to 21. Bloodwalk's taking the W there, but we're not even sure if it's going to count, as Popgun on my end dips, says goodbye to me, goes back to staff VC to try to figure out what the gameplay is or what the plan is. But Secret Elixir, in a very intense game, actually just was not able to pull through in an overtime. I mean, I wish I could give the stakes just how big that finish was. I mean, Kurta trying to swim cross map with a power climb with probably 5 seconds to go, unable to find anything.
So, look, if we're going to let that count. Like, if they played that one all the way out, if I was playing in that set and I didn't recognize the streamer DC'd, and then I won it, and then I were to come out and say, oh, that doesn't count because of whatever, I would be pissed. Understandably so. They played that one out. We've decided to just let that one ride out. We're not going to replay that just for the sake of the stream. Let them have that moment. Now, let's make sure that this doesn't happen again and we can stream everything else. But yes, that was going to count. Bloodwalk won that one. Again, another big overtime push by them at the end right there to steal a win, which was looking like a comfortable lead for Secret Elixir. And we're going to be moving on to Game 5. It's going to be Secret Elixir's counter pick.
So to be clear there, it was a lot of back and forth pushes throughout the game. Bloodwalk took a big one with about 10 seconds left, and Secret Elixir grabbed Power Clam, grabbed that Pity Clam, but was unable to make it to the other side. It was looking close, and Secret Elixir was only a ball and a few little clams away. They're not able to find it, so Bloodwalk takes that W. That is now a tied set at 2-2, and Bloodwalk has won 2 to back. The momentum has completely swapped, Popkin.
By the way, I don't have the Twitch chat up for the IPL thing, so I have no idea what you guys are saying, but I'll say this. Sometimes TOing, you just have to make a gut decision based off of things that are going. There's no like rule in the book, if you leave the streamer behind but play the game out, here's what's going to happen. I think it's the right decision to just let that one count. If I was playing in that set and you were to tell me it didn't count, well, if I lost, I would be happy. But if I won, I'd be like, what? Are you kidding me? So I think that's the right call to go with. And now Secret Elixir's going with tower control at Eeltail. And we are... they are not going to leave us behind in this one.
Look, I mean, that's a W from Bloodwalk on Secret Elixir's counter pick. So Secret Elixir now feeling the pain. I don't think they've lost on Clown Blitz Scorch Gorge as long as we know, Popgun. Until just now.
Who? Secret Elixir?
Yeah.
They lost against Ikaryoku on it.
They lose on that. That's their go-to counter pick.
That's
twice now?
Look, they've had good leads on both of those maps of the game. They just keep fumbling it away at the end right there. And credit to Bloodwalk for just outplaying them at the right kind of moment. Tower control Eeltail. So they picked this, we assumed, last time against Ikaryoku to help deal with the Tetras. They're not going to face any Tetras here, so this might just be another comfort pick for them, or the actual Splat Zones map they want to go to. They can't because they've already won on Splat Zones. It's still the most recent mode they've won on. So we are now back up tied. It was 2-0. Secret Elixir's favor is now tied to 2-2. And for the love of the Kraken, I hope we just get through this tournament at this point.
You know, Popkin, you and I entered this feeling groggy, and somehow we're dragging it out to a game 5. We're going to clear tower control on Eeltail Alley, and I'm very curious. That's the comp Bloodwalk's going with, a departure from what we last saw on our stream, at least. No more Splatana Wiper.
No Blaster, no Junior, no E-Leader. Instead, they're just going to go with the Machine. Did that player use Machine in the last game? Or is this the 5th different weapon they've used, Brush? You know?
I wish I could tell you what the comp was for Bloodwalk on that last Clams game, but I was very focused on figuring out what was happening.
I can tell. Like I wasn't. Just completely trying to figure out everything that's going on. We know what's going on right now, though. The game's just kind of stalled out in mid. Secret Elixir trying to wait for that Kraken to be busted out there, where the rest of the players are going to be coming off. Twig not going to accomplish anything with that. What side of the map are they? They're on their own side of the map. So Twig used that Kraken to come back instead of trying to initiate something with it. There must have been somebody flanking they felt like was a higher priority. But right now, Bloodwalk is just advancing towards the second checkpoint.
Twig is all alone there on the right side, and the tower's about to move completely to a spot where it's not useful. So Twig jumping out wisely. Now they're able to rotate back to the right side. All defensive efforts going to be focused by this right side, by this tower where it's about to move. But Twig once again drops down to the left. Now they're all alone again. They're not able to help this fight. Thankfully, Cherries is able to drop down with them, find those 3, saving Twig's butt there. And a defense done, but 2 checkpoints for it.
2 checkpoints going down. Now, this first checkpoint, who cares? It might as well not even be there. And there's still 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Curtis trying to get set up on that left side, trying to ride the tower. Instead gets cut off by an Ink Strike, a very nicely placed Ink Strike at a right time right there, knowing that they're having to be stuck on that first checkpoint, and Secret Elixir just couldn't get away from it. And they're not going to have any other special to work in conjunction with this Kraken that is being very patiently waited as Twig's able to get a splat right there. Actually, no, that was Jarrett's, who's starting to build up a little bit of a crab of their own that they can pop on that right side to complement this Kraken that's going along this left side as this tower is kind of slowly making its way to the second checkpoint.
2 minutes in, and Secret Elixir is finally trying to look for a first push, but they're not going to find anything. Going 3 down there. Bloodwalk continues their blood walk forward, and it's totally just, I mean, completely in their favor. As once again, they have their specials ready, and the Booyah comes online.
Nice little situation right here for a Bloodlock. I like the positioning of the players. Again, they know they got to start attacking this third checkpoint. So it's a real critical one right now. We're just now crossing the halfway point, so there's still plenty of time for Secret Elixir to get back into this one. You want to add to the lead when you get the opportunity to do so. But that crab from Jarrett's along that right side little warehouse area is going to stall things out a little bit, and 2 more players from Bloodlock gets eliminated immediately. But still, they are able to bleed off about 30 seconds or 45 seconds off the clock, so they do get some value out of that push.
Tower now reset back into mid, and like I'm so worried here for Secret Elixir because they had so much momentum going in here, and they've hit this brick wall, and they haven't found a change of formula yet. They're still doing the same thing. Set up Twig, let them move forward with the Kraken, and hope something opens up. But Twig can't find utility here. Right next to a player, they're right next to Delicious, but can't find the pick. The Kraken's wasted. They don't even get much space off of it.
I don't know if it's wasted because they're getting splats. It also causes displacement. It causes some players to be away from everything. I don't... wow, I can't believe that Bloodwalk player just kind of dive bob onto the tower where an Ink Strike was going off but didn't get splatted at all. Just able to kind of dodge it at the right time, and now you see them start to be aggressive again. 1 more minute left to go. If you can't get that third checkpoint, at the very least, if you're Bloodwalk, you just want to keep the tower on the enemy side of the map and try to just bleed out the clock here.
Popkin, how many times has Secret Elixir been in a grand final set?
This is their second time.
Like, I feel their anger. I feel their desire to just squeak through this time. And it's coming out in their gameplay, and I'm seeing sporadic. I'm not seeing calm, calculated special coordination. I'm seeing this want that is overpowering their ability to keep cool and keep their pushes coordinated, and it's showing up. They haven't been able to clear that second checkpoint at all.
20 seconds left to go here. Secret Elixir starting to build up a little bit of resources they have to work with. They're only going to get 1 more push. Keep in mind, they don't even have to get to that third checkpoint. They just got to clear the second one and get slightly past it. Twig trying to make something happen right here with this Kraken. Ultimately, nothing happens. You see 1 more player trying to come in. Jarrett's trying to complement a little bit, but 2 players do go down, actually, for Bloodlock. And here comes the Ink Strikes a little bit early. Jarrett's crap. That would have ended the game if they landed on the tower, but somebody else comes up on the front side. Bloodlock wins 3 in a row, and they're 1 game away from winning the tournament.
I want to point out a moment there on the right side. Twig popped that Kraken. Sakito backed up for like a half second and then chased away a Kraken. Sakito walked towards Twig, and Twig got scared inside of Kraken. Something has changed in the minds of Secret Elixir. They don't feel confident anymore. They feel like they don't have the power that they did coming in here. Their 8-game win streak that they had earlier today is gone, and they're feeling a lot smaller.
And now they're going to have to make a counter pick they haven't made all day long. Those were the 2 maps they've been picking. They either work out for them or they don't. And now they need a third counter pick. Do they go back the clams at Scorched Gorge. The one mode they probably want to go to right now is Splat Zones because they've been looking really good on Splat Zones, but they can't because they can't win another mode and get an opportunity to go back there. So the board is still open. I don't know if you want to try Rainmaker in this situation. They've lost. Actually, Tower Control, Rainmaker, and Clam Blitz. Secret Elixir has lost all 3 of those modes to Bloodwalk. So they're going to have to pick a mode they've already lost the Bloodlock on. Yeah, I don't know.
The 3-2 feels a lot more like a 3-1 in my book. Bloodwalk counterpicked Splat Zones first, thinking they could get a win, and really quickly realized, oh, that's not an option. But what they did then was they continued forcing this world, as you're saying here, where Secret Elixir has to win on something else first. So what we are in is a best of 3 where Bloodwalk is up 1-0. Secret Elixir needs to win 2. They know they can go to Splat Zones game 3, but they need to find a game 2. Clam Blitz didn't work, Rainmaker didn't work, and we just watched Tower. They need to brainstorm a solution. They need to change something. If it's not their mentality, it's in their comp.
And they need to make a pick soon. I understand they're going to take a little bit of time. This is an important one, but they need to make a decision. They're going to go with Clam Blitz at Brinewater is the map they're going to go with. So going back to Clams, the mode they feel really good at. I wonder why they picked this map in particular. They took a lot of time to come to this decision.
I'm worried. I mean, Bloodwalk has shown they can play Double Try. They've shown they can play Rapid. They've shown they can play E-Leader. Like, there's a lot of weapons here that Bloodwalk, I think, is more than happy to pull out for Brinewater Springs. I mean, it's just such a specific weapon favoring map in my book.
Yeah, and there's a lot of options that obviously Bloodlock has to work with here. They could go Double Machine, let her try, but E-Leader obviously would work out really well here as well if you can just kind of get perched up on that wall. But still, it makes sense that Secret Elixir would go back to their most comfortable mode in a situation where they have to absolutely get a win. And again, the match we saw off stream, they did have this huge lead, as they did the last time that they played Clam Blitz, Scorched Gorge against Ikaryoku. The problem is they can't hold on to these leads. They're getting a little bit too greedy. They can't clutch things out at the end when they need to, unless they have that Kraken to work with. We sound like a broken record, but that's really what Secret Elixir is doing. They're just moving with the Kraken at this point. And I think at this point, they're starting to deal with it. Bloodwalk's just starting to figure out how to better... Again, you can't stop it, but you can limit the damage that it does. They're starting to figure out, okay, let's just not fight it. Let's just dodge it a little bit.
We've seen teams in this rep before in Grand Finals, Popgun, and the answer every single time is another player, in this case on Secret Elixir, needs to step up. Cherries has been playing this Splash-O-Matic all day, assuming they're pulling it out here, and we'll find out as I finish this sentence. They need to wake up, find the opportunities to pop those crabs, and make a move. Secret Elixir needs Cherries to have something.
Time out. Triple crab and heavy. This is a completely different comp than what they've been using all day long. They flipped the entire script. 3 crabs coming out here in heavy versus heavy matchup. Bloodwalk can do anything, it seems like. But, oh yeah, those crabs are going to be issues.
Garrett's crab, a little bit of a waste there, though, forced to jump out. They need to find some space to move as a ball gets made. Soda taking a flank on the left side. Gonna opt to play a little bit slower as they get called out by, I guess, a crab. As they now push in, the Ink Strike's ready. Their team looking for an opportunity. They have decent control of the clam economy, but they don't have the specials. Twig's Kraken is ready, but they're getting forced back by a crab. Able to slice right through it. The crab is gone, but Twig can't find a pick quite yet as everyone backs up. That's gonna give space though as Kurta moves in. 3 down. A big opportunity for Secret Elixir as they find.
Whoa! Yeah, it looked like that Kraken was getting neutralized by the crab, but instead it was causing a distraction. All the firepower was being fired onto the Kraken, and the points are flowing like crazy right now for Secret Elixir there. At 35 remaining, you see Jaren's going back to pick up some more clams. I don't know if they're going to get there in time. In fact, they're not. The basket closes, and all 4 players for Secret Elixir are still alive. But man, 3 crabs can get popped off at any time on a map like this. There is a lot of situations here to where Bloodwalk can score quickly and get a lot of splash if they get all the specials used at the right time.
They have 3 crabs, and sometimes a crab is just thought to be a better heavy, but still the heavy is finding utility, and the heavy is finding picks and not allowing the crabs to come out, forcing Secret Elixir, or sorry, that's allowing Secret Elixir to keep the advantage and keep the movement forward, but going 1 down here, that might change.
But Bloodwalk's doing a good job of boxing in Secret Elixir right now. They're gonna keep Oh, okay. Nice splat before the Kraken gets busted out right there. So everything I just said, just like that, instantly gets erased. And now more players are getting splatted on the side of Bloodwalk, and Secret Elixir breaks out of it just because of a random shot from that 96 gal.
Rig not finding the pick. That's going to force them back. That means a 4v2 is on the field, but they don't have specials. That's Bloodwalk. Of course, they need to find one of those crabs ready, and they need to find it soon. It looks like they're getting close, but nothing quite to move in. The heavy is out looking for an opportunity. The heavy is looking for an opportunity from mid. Not able to find utility stuff behind that pillow. And, I mean, Bloodwalk maybe just not used to the heavy gameplay. Can't find a way in.
But there you go, 2 more players going down. Can Delicious find a way? No! Kurta making a heck of a play right there. It's not going to stop the push from happening, but it is going to slow it down at least a little bit. 2 power clams getting thrown, and Kurta gets a very nice cleanup on top of that. However, a lot of points getting scored. It's not going to be enough to get lead, but still damage done right there. The seeds of success have been planted by Bloodwalk, and there's still plenty of time left for them to try to close out this tournament in this game.
I don't know what this comp is from Bloodwalk, that we haven't seen them do crab pop-offs before. I don't know why they thought 3 of them would make something happen. Here, look, 90 seconds left. Plenty of time for them to make one big push, right? It's not the summer pushes, it's the best push.
Nice defensive play right there by Soda. That they don't save Jarens, but they at least able to mitigate the damage by forcing a trade. And now the Kraken and the Ink Strike working in conjunction. I didn't think that player was going to land in time, but just worked out just perfectly. And Secret Elixir starting to get flanked around the right side. Who's this over here? Is that A2Z able to get a nice, huge double? That might bust the doors open. And as soon as I say that, they instantly get splat. It's just a bloodbath going on right now. Both teams are just going at it.
Plenty of clams, but no specials for Bloodwalk.
Wow.
In fact, right as that heavy player was about to have it, the person who's played 5 weapons at this point, they go down, and there's no specials online for Bloodwalk. I don't think I've really seen them pop a crab offensively yet. Secret Elixir's once again pushing, and they have got the specials.
Yeah, and now those crabs are going to have to be used defensively for Bloodwalk. As you see Secret Elixir starting to rush into this basket. They got a lot of penalty points to chew through, but they got a lot of players down as well. And it's just open season for the basket, and they might get the KO right here with about 20 seconds left to go. It's just a few more clams. We are going to a game 7 here in what has got to be the most unorthodox low ink of all time. Of course we'd be going to a game 7 in this one. Of course we would.
I mean, Bloodwalk, not a stranger to trying new things. We've learned that about them this low ink, you know, a lot of different weapons coming out from them. What is it? Ryuk playing Junior Leader, Rapid Blaster, and Heavy over the course of this best of 7, maybe more.
And somebody using Splat Dualies out of nowhere as well.
Right. Splat Dualies coming out. Like, this team has done so much. They changed a little bit too much, and all of a sudden, we're tied at 3-3. We have 1 game for all the marbles, and Secret Elixir, for the first time in 4 games, feels like they're awake again. Feels like they're alive.
We're going to see a Rainmaker counterpick. Well, we absolutely have to see it. Well, we don't have to, but I think that is exactly what we're going to see. The most recent mode that Bloodwalk has won on was Tower Control, right? Tower Control Eeltail. So they've lost twice on Splat Zones already to Secret Elixir, and Clan Blitz is the one. No, they're asking to do Rainmaker Haggle. You won on Haggle already.
Right, it's the map you win on from the map mode you can't do again, but you can go back to the mode as long as it wasn't the most recent. So Rainmaker Haggle's gone, but they can still do Rainmaker.
Yes, and I was just explaining that to them in chat. So yeah, they're clearly going to go Rainmaker because you don't want to go to Clan Blitz and you don't want to lose 3 straight times in Splat Zones against them. So they're going to go to Rainmaker, and they can't go to Hagglefish. Where else did they win? They won on Eeltail. That's not a Rainmaker map. They also won on Scorch Gorge. That is a Rainmaker map. So, oh wait, 3 of the Rainmaker maps are off the board. They won on Scorch Gorge, Eeltail, and Hagglefish.
What does that
So
mean?
the only Rainmaker maps they could pick if they want to go that route is Mako Mart or Undertow. So, how about that?
Well, I mean, they lost on Mako game 1, but it's Splat Zones. I feel like Mako's
Yeah,
a
but
very
Undertow's
interesting map.
not that bad. Undertow's not that bad at this.
They're going to tower control.
They can't. They
Academy.
They won on.
win, but like the most
Yeah.
of the mode, you're right. They can't go back to it. But
Yeah.
talk about the TC Inkblot meme. Like, how does this happen?
Oh man, we're gonna be stuck here a while. This is the second illegal counter pick. Now they're picking Rainmaker at Art Academy, which isn't even in the map list. So this is kind of, oh boy, this is gonna take a little bit of time here. Rainmaker at Mako Mart is the current mode they have. That is a legal map they can pick. They didn't win on Mako Mart in the Splat Zones game, but yeah, it's obvious. Either Mako Mart or Undertow if they wanted to do Rainmaker, which they should be doing Rainmaker in my opinion. Both of those seem like it's fine. And more importantly, you get to change your comp. You've shown you can do literally anything. Any comp you want to do, you can just pull it out. You know exactly what the opponent's going to do. They're going to use the same exact 4 weapons throughout the entire time. So it's just what benefits what kind of comp you want to use the most. Mako Mart or Undertow, and I think they want to go to Mako Mart just because of the sloshers, even though, sloshers works is fine. What about this? Yes. They keep checking with us. Yes. After the 4th pick of a map, we finally landed on something legal.
Rainmaker Mako Mart. They lost on Mako game 1, but that was 6 games ago.
That was forever ago.
It feels like a year.
Yeah.
It was just under an hour.
Just please, for the love of God, nobody DC in this game. Let's just get it over with. And oh my gosh, I'm so hungry right now. I'm gonna eat and pass out.
Pray to God none of these teams are EU, and we get a. It's the same map mode, isn't it? Or same map at least.
The incident? No, if we have an incident, we're done. I promise you, we're not doing any kind of shenanigans here. And how dare you even bring that up because you know something stupid like that is going to happen. Welcome to Low Ink. Hey, you can say a lot of things about this Low Ink. The one thing you can't say is that this is boring. This is probably entertaining for all the wrong reasons. I'm entertained. But hey, here comes game 7, and we do have a legal counterpick. It's going to be Rainmaker at Mako Mart, and understandably so. Secret Elixir's already readied up, but it's the team that can flex to pretty much any kind of weapons they want to use at this point, is using the entire time to figure out what exactly they want to do.
If I see triple crab, Popgun, you are solo commentating because I am leaving.
Ink Fair, get your mic ready. We might need you here. I don't think we're going to see triple crab, though. I think it was just for that last map in particular. Here we go.
I hope so. Okay.
There's
good.
triple splash, but I believe those
We're
are two
good.
of the
Yeah,
Ink Strike
we're fine.
ones. Yeah, double Ink
We're
Strike, Soda, and Crab. Still, zero range outside of when they used the Crab from A to Z, who's been playing fantastic this entire set. But the range of Kurta and Twig are going to be the factor right here. As the pop does go to the team that doesn't have the more aggressive comp, it goes to Secret Elixir.
Interestingly, Bloodblock is running triple splash with triple object shred. They still can't get the pick here, get the tap. but maybe it'll work to their favor because it's allowing Sakito to find opportunities in on the side. Pix going back on the back line. Sakito finds the third. Just one alive. That's Kurta on the heavy. It's delicious. Pulling the Rainmaker, leading the pack, and clearing this first checkpoint early. Bloodwalk has had a great counter pick here.
And here comes a wave breaker, just trying to slow things down a little bit from the side of Secret Elixir, and a lot of specials being fired at Kurta, who's doing a good job of guarding this right side, but they get the splat on him, and the Rainmaker's got 3 range. 2 more players going down for the side of Secret Elixir. This is all looking like it's Bloodwalk's opportunity to try to get something going. 15 points remaining. That should be the end of the push unless somebody's sharking around. But man, what an opening minute for Bloodwalk. They got a winnable score right there.
Twig and Soda getting enough chip with the 96 for Soda to help clean them off, and that's going to allow them to stay in this game for a little bit longer. But I cannot breathe here, Popgun. Secret Elixir has such an uphill battle. They have a checkpoint, and they have to get the 14 points. They have to touch that pedestal.
Uh-oh. But they got 2 players down on they got 3 players down on the enemy side, and all they got to do right now is just clear this pedestal. But they know somebody's over there. They saw that Soda marker, so they know this second spot's going to be a little bit tricky to work around. They do have Twigs Kraken ready to go. Gets a splat onto the Tri-Slosher, but the Rainmaker isn't going to be moving up with them. Okay, they are. I was like, where's Twig going? But there is somebody up top there. But yeah, as they wait with that Rainmaker, they're just waiting for somebody to come and splat them. Jaren's able to pick it up right now, but still nowhere for Secret Elixir to go just yet.
Bloodwalk learned, just like we had to learn with Crabs early on in this game, don't touch the Kraken. And it's working. You're seeing them back up and allow Twig to take space, and it's allowing them to stay in the game. But Secret Elixir finally getting a first push here, able to break that first checkpoint and pop it.
If they can get some splats right here, they can get the win. They could dunk it. There's a little bit of a path right now, and they got oh, okay, so they're able to get a couple of splats. I was about to say, Bloodwalk had them kind of boxed up there, but they're able to break out of it. But still, damage done for Secret Elixir. They're able to clear that checkpoint. We still got about half the game to go through, but it is a huge lead. The problem is for Bloodwalk, can they hold on to this pressure? There's probably a lot of nerves going on right now, and they know anytime they get splatted, it opens up the door for some sort of Kraken shenanigan to take place.
We know Bloodwalk can't do a solid lockout. They lost on both Splat Zones games. So to stay in this game, to keep the win, they need to be applying constant pressure, as you said. They need to be grabbing the Rainmaker and moving forward. That means it's Secret Elixir's job to take advantage of those failed opportunities and end them. 4v2 on the map, Secret Elixir's doing just that.
I don't understand how 96 works at all. To cancel a crab like that from that angle. But still, as all these fights are going on, the one thing Secret Elixir is fighting right now is the clock. Anytime they spend not getting more map control or picking up the Rainmaker and slowly moving it forward is time that is ticking into Bloodwalk's favor. And every single man trading out with Twig is huge as well. Secret Elixir, they're basically going to be down to the last minute right here to get the lead, and they still can't really find a way to establish control mid.
70 seconds remain, and a special is ready for Bloodwalk. That is the Crab. Sakito goes down with that Tri-Slosher in mid. That's going to open up the door for Secret Elixir to find an opportunity forward. Cherries looking from the left side with Twig for something to happen. Twig has to make a play here, and they're off on their own in the enemy court. They're going to be able to open space, but there's no pain for Cherries.
There's nothing there.
There's nothing there. Kurta's able to come in and help out as Sakito goes down on the right side. Specials are online for Secret Elixir. They're in the last 45 seconds.
Oh, their hearts must be beating out of their chests. Jaren's is looking for something right here, and I don't know if there's anything there just yet. Twig gets taken care of. Jaren's just trying to keep the Rainmaker alive a little bit longer. They're still alive, but they don't have anybody else to work with right here. They might just try to gun it, because the longer they wait there, the more opportunities they get to get splatted. How is Jaren's not dead at this point? Here comes the Ink Strikes. They're still keeping them alive. What is going on? Finally, they get eliminated, and now there's not enough time. Secret Elixir can't get to that Rainmaker. There's no way they can. This should be Bloodwalk's game unless something absolutely crazy happens right here. Twig, do they have one more miracle play within the 5 seconds left to go? They are going to pop the Rainmaker. They are going to grab it. And they are going to use the Kraken, but they don't grab the Rainmaker in time with it. The game eventually goes to Bloodwalk, and they storm their way out of low ink in Game 7.
What a game, you know, that Rainmaker hold in that corner for so long was the right play, but eventually you had to move. and it just never came out. There was never a moment where it was slightly safer. Had you been able to get that Rainmaker down into the ramp, down into the court, there would have been space to move on, but it doesn't matter because Bloodwalk in a Game 7 against a team that was 8-0 finds the W and is your Low Ink May 2023 champion.
Oh my gosh. What we've been due for a Low Ink like this in a while. It's been a few months since we've had some crazy shenanigans going on like this. And for Bloodlock to win this set in the fashion that they did, being down 0-2 to having every map that they actually wanted to counterpick to be denied because of how the course of the set was going, to all the different weapons that they used over the course of that set in particular. The fact that Secret Elixir beat them earlier in the day, 2-0. To come through all of this and to hold on at the end right there where you thought for sure Jarrett's was going to do some sort of crazy shenanigans hugging along that wall, to finally close it out and to survive all the Kraken nonsense.
Popgun, the fact that we looked at this team and we said they have beta potential when they signed up, and out of nowhere they woke up, had a beautiful top 32 run, and found their way in grand finals against none other than Secret Elixir. That's the kind of Low Ink story that we love to tell. That's the kind of stuff of talking about working your ass off in those scrims, finding a way, and taking grand finals in such a beautiful Game 7 fashion.
Speaking of working our ass off, shout outs to to all the players, the spectators, the staff that ran this one. We got through this sucker. It was there was so many challenges flung at the TO's way of things we've never seen before. Like situations we didn't even know existed, and like 10 of them popped up in this month, and we get to end on that kind of a dramatic fashion. Nicely done. And I'm not I'm dead. I'm not gonna drag this on anymore. We all need to go home and get some sleep or eat food or whatever you guys do on Sundays. Let's wrap this up, Brush. Is that fine? You want to do that?
Let's end this thing.
Let's get out of here. Oh my gosh, what a tournament.
Popgun, where can folks find you?
You can find me in my bed. or I mean, we'll talk about this on my stream tomorrow, the Popcast, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, Twitch at Mr_Popgun. There's a lot of stuff to talk about, but that's where you can find me. What about you, Brush?
You can find me the victim of another Wiggly Phantoms meme tweet, or on Twitter at BrushStrokesSPL. From all of us here at IPL, Popcorn, let me see if I can do your spiel. From all of us here at IPL, our wonderful producer, Inkfarer, and everyone else behind the scenes, our players, our staff, and our TOs, have a beautiful Sunday, and we will see you next month. How was that?
It's good enough.